Dungeon Battle Royale. Since I became a Demon King, I will aim for world domination. Volume 3 by Gachasora. Translated by Infinite Novel Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade. Audiobooks. Arc 5, Chapter 86 Evolution 3. Which race should I evolve to? I can't decide. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even when you're choosing a university to go to, you get up to 3 years to decide. Or, even if you only start thinking about it after becoming a senior high school student, you would still have a year. Choosing a job is the same way, right? You would carefully consider your future career for more than a year. No? Isn't deciding what race to evolve into a similarly important crossroad? Therefore, telling me to decide on it right away, isn't that weird? No. It is weird. Even if I spit out complaints towards the empty air, while at the end of my wits, the problem in front of me won't get resolved. Calm down, Shin. Time is limited. I don't have the spare time to worry about this. I guess I will first decrease the number of options. In other words, let's use the elimination method. There are 5 options: the body specialized, vampire lord; the superior species, vampire noble; the mana specialized, vampire elder; daylight vampire, who's able to be active even under sunlight; and nightmare vampire, who has his power boosted within darkness. The option I should eliminate first is vampire elder. The reason is the BP which I ended up spending in preparation for Alyssa. I allotted a lot of BP into body. Even if I were to go with a mana specialization at this point in time, I could easily become something close to a jack of all trades and a master of none. Thus, rejected. The option I should eliminate next is daylight vampire. The reason is that I can expect some kind of penalty, seeing as it will be possible to be active beneath sunlight, although that's just a guess. If I'm unlucky, it might reduce me to the level of a human in the worst case. That guess might be off. But I can't take any risks with this choice, as it will very likely influence my whole life. Thus, rejected. The remaining options are really difficult. Finally, after more worrying, I choose nightmare vampire as one of the options to be eliminated. If I increase my power within darkness, it could be called the strongest evolution, as it would provide boosts to all my stats, as long as I am in a cave domain. However, I don't know how things will develop from now on. Having reached level 10, I should have become capable of leaving my domain, and considering the power of Alyssa, whom I fought before, I need to consider the possibility that I will have to personally defeat opposing demon kings from now on. In the case of a non-aggressive defense, nightmare vampire would be one possible choice. But what if I go on the offensive? For example, being exposed to sunlight would remain a big weakness. The benefit of nightmare vampire is a strengthening of my special characteristic, although that's just conjecture. In other words, it's highly likely that I would become even weaker under sunlight than I am now. Wouldn't it become impossible to normally leave the domain in that case? Therefore, rejected. There are 2 options left: the body specialized, vampire lord, and the superior species, vampire noble. The superior species, vampire noble. In negative terms, it's a jack of all trades and master of none. However, in positive terms, it's an all-rounder type. It's very possible that an all-rounder can deal with various situations. On the other hand, the body specialized, vampire lord. That side would become an evolution path. Capitalizing on the BP I spent on body earlier, if things go well, it's also possible that body will become a. Which of the 2 should I choose? What would be the correct choice? In a game, the specialized type would be the correct answer. In that case, vampire lord. How about the real world? For argument's sake, let's compare motor reflexes and intellect, average in both, or excelling in one. Which is correct in life? If you excel at motor reflexes, you might attain success as an athlete. If you excel at intellect, you might attain greatness as a scientist. However, if you excel at motor reflexes, but have a low intellect, the path of scientist will be blocked for you. In short, a specialized type has the possibility of shutting down future alternatives, but it also bears the possibility of attaining great success in one's field of expertise. Which of the 2 options has the brighter future? Isn't it the specialized type? It's not like you will work as a scientist on the side once you're an athlete. In that case, wouldn't life be more fun if you succeed in one field? That means, even in the real world, it would be Vampire Lord. Huh? In summary, the correct choice is Vampire Lord. If I were to consider it even further, I might find a lot of blind spots in my current line of thinking. However, if I were to say something like that, I could consider all of the choices to include components for success and failure. Hence, let's go with the conclusion I reached just now. I will bear the responsibility for it myself anyway. I prepare myself, and operate my smartphone, choosing Demon King, Vampire Lord, as my evolved race. In response, a pentagram appears below my feet, wrapping me up in dazzling light. Gyua, it hurts after all. I'm hot all over my body, as if I'm being burned to death. Am I going to experience this pain each time I evolve? A pain as if every single one of my cells is burned to nothing, travels through my body. Hurry. End. A mere 60 seconds have passed. However, from the perspective of my subjective feelings, it was an eternity before the pain stopped. Haha. Once the pentagram below me vanishes, the pain disappears as if it never existed. I lower my eyes on the smartphone's display, while heaving my shoulders heavily as I gasp for air. The usual, familiar entries are shown on the smartphone. I tap the entry, status, with my trembling hand. Name, Shin. Aptitude, Chaos. Race, Demon King, Vampire Lord. LV, 10. CP, 4700. Body, B. Mana, B. C. Knowledge, E. Creation, B. Alchemy, B. BP, 7. Special abilities, Demon King, Vampire Lord, NEW. Spearmanship, B. Flash Thrust. Early Summer Rain Thrust. Crescent Moon / NEW. Swordsmanship, E. Shield Techniques, E. Domain Creation, Rain, NEW. Separation. Transfer, B. Subordinate Creation, Random Creation. Item Creation. Darkness Veil, Dark Arrow, Dark Induction, Mist Dispersion, Dark Storm, Dark Night Tempest. Absorb. Coercion, NEW. Drain, Layla. Language, Human. Whip Technique, C. Snake's Bind. Ice Magic, Intermediary. Darkness Magic, Intermediary. Blood Chalice, Contract. What? My status still hasn't changed? Going by my bodily sensation, I'm overflowing with vitality. I feel like my body has been strengthened compared to before the evolution. However, the observable data on my status screen hasn't changed at all. Was my guess that it's a body specialization off by some chance? However, my body feels enhanced. Well, whatever. I can't get an answer even if I worry about it anyway. I decided to check all the entries in my status. Demon King, Vampire Lord, a demon king filled with majesty, and endowed with the aptitude to live in darkness. They possess a sturdy body, outclassing others. They exhibit their true value within the darkness. They combine blood family as bloodkin. It becomes possible to step outside their domain, even while being its demon king. It looks like I was right about Demon King, Vampire Lord, being a body specialization. Next I check the newly acquired special abilities. Vampire Lord, large strengthening to body and small strengthening to mana within a space of darkness. Body and mana will be weakened in any other space. Grants a strong resistance against physical attacks, and the darkness attribute greatly lowers resistance towards the light, fire, and water attributes. Weakness to silver decreases slightly. Raises the skill levels of swordsmanship, spearmanship, and shield techniques. Oh, the resistance against silver items has improved a bit, hasn't it? Even so, as usual there are many weak points. The cause of the rank up for spearmanship was the special ability of Vampire Lord, or rather, Vampire Lord. In short, Vampire Lord, right? Couldn't they have used Demon King, Vampire Lord, from the very start? Blah, the thoughts of Mastermind have nothing to do with me. I guess I will check the next entries. Crescent Moon / the spear is swung down at full power. A shockwave will be created from the edge of the spear's blade. Coercion, overpower the target by introducing yourself. The coerced target won't see anyone but the person who coerced them. In the case of a large difference in power with a coerced target, the target will occasionally wither away. Crescent Moon Slash seems to be a powerful special ability. I think I will try it out later. Coercion. I understand how to use it by instinct. I can also grasp its effect. In short, it's a special ability with an effect similar to the curse hatred used by living males. As it will be the end for a demon king if they die, it's impossible for me to fight as a tank. I wonder whether it's a characteristic special ability that can be learned by vampire lords. Did I make a mistake with my choice? And the one I check last is Reign. Reign. Rule a territory with a radius of 1,500 meters as your own domain by creating and installing a true core. If there exist people submitting to you in the range of its effect, it becomes possible to welcome them as new subordinates. However, if there are hostile entities within the range of its effect, the reign will fail. Is this a special ability to turn human land into a domain? A radius of 1,500 meters means a sphere with a radius of 1,500 meters with me as the center, right? In that case, 1.5 kilometers by 1.5 kilometers x 3,14 equals approximately 7 square kilometers. It becomes slightly larger than the usual domains. I feel like testing it out, but the conditions are harsh. I suppose I will postpone investigating this skill. Chapter 87 Evolution 4. I check the situation after the level up. The final check is subordinate creation. The last time, when I evolved into Demon King, Vampire, the 3 races of Giant Bat, Ghoul, and Lycanthrope were added. Now then, what will it be this time? I'm startled after checking my new subordinate options. The new subordinates amount to only 1, Vampire Baron. What surprises me isn't the existence of a race called Vampire Baron, but the race's explanation. Vampire Baron. Rank B. A vampire that will be created as Bloodkin harbors an absolute loyalty towards its creator, its ancestor. The intention of the creator will be reflected during the creation. Creation cost 1000 CP, will be deducted from the maximum CP as it's consumed for the creation. Whoa. Wait a minute. There's too many problems to even address. Problem number 1. Creation cost 1000 CP. Isn't the consumed CP weight too high? Currently, even the strongest subordinate, Dampier, costs 120 CP, you know? Problem number 2. Even though it consumes 1000 CP, its rank B? The same rank as a Dampier. Isn't that unreasonable? And, the biggest problem, will be deducted from the maximum CP as it's consumed for the creation. What does this mean? Currently my maximum CP is 4700 CP. My maximum CP goes up by 100 CP if I level up once, and it goes up by 100 CP if I increase my domains by 1. In other words, is the system telling me to sacrifice as much maximum CP as I will get for obtaining 10 domains or leveling up 10 times to create this guy, and it's only rank B after sacrificing all that? With my current maximum CP, I can create 4 Vampire Barons. It would be the entrance of the 4 heavenly Vampire Kings of Demon King Shin, and then my maximum CP would be 700 CP. I would become unable to alchemize various items. Yeah, no go. A maximum CP of 1000 amounts to 100 CP per hour. How many pieces of Blue's beloved high-quality meat can I alchemize if I have 100 CP? Well, I won't waste any CP on something so useless, though. Now then, what should I do? If I consider it pragmatically, creating 2 Vampire Barons would be the limit. According to my empiric knowledge based on games, incorporating such elements ahead of time often brings about an advantageous position later on. Having said that, isn't the risk way too high to suddenly create 2 Vampire Barons? Isn't it valid to consider that I should first create one, and then add another one after looking at the situation? So far I haven't made any big mistakes by following my empiric knowledge that's based on games. In that case, I think I should follow that guideline this time as well. I use my smartphone to create a Vampire Baron. Please select the special trait of the Vampire Baron you're going to create from the following: Vampire Noble, Vampire Elder, Daylight Vampire, Nightmare Vampire. So that's the meaning behind The intention of the creator will be reflected, huh? And I can't select my choice. Vampire Lord Mastermind sure comes up with quite clever and fun plans for variety's sake. If I'm going to accept one as a subordinate, there are two choices: Vampire Elder, who might compensate for my insufficient abilities, or Nightmare Vampire, who might be specialized in non-aggressive defense. I'd rather create two Vampire Barons. That's no good. That would be hasty. After all, if I consider my future actions, a Nightmare Vampire specialized in defense would be best, I think. I select Nightmare Vampire as a special trait of the Vampire Baron. Please specify a name for the Vampire Baron you're going to welcome as Bloodkin. MMH. A name is necessary because it's a Bloodkin from the start. Nightmare as an image. Darkness. If I use English, dark. Isn't it fine to go with dark? Dark. Fire a dark arrow. Imagining giving such an order, it's somewhat silly, isn't it? Darkness. Night. Waning crescent moon. Isao. Isao. Isn't that a superb name, considering it comes from me? I would be ridiculed by canon if I used a color scheme, and I would be ridiculed by Rena if I used an abbreviated name like Vanbaro. Isao. If it's this name, even the origin of the name is perfect. Isao. I use my smartphone to enter the name of the Vampire Baron that will be created, and at the end, I choose their create command, ? This is, I'm assailed by a sensation of my vitality being drained out of me, and at the same time a bloody red, shining pentagram appears in front of me. Alongside a focusing of the light, the figure of a person shows up. The figure is that of a tall man with an abnormally light complexion. He is a well-shaped figure like that of a model, and a star-shaped mark beneath his left eye. My ancestor and supreme creator. Shin-sama. My name is Isao Shin. I swear to offer all of me to thee, Shin-sama. Isao genuflects in front of me, pledging his allegiance. Isao, lift thy face. I'm looking forward to thy work. I exhibit my dignity as his lord, by answering in the same tone as Isao. Well, saying I'm looking forward to his work are my true feelings, though. If he were to be incompetent after I sacrificed 1000 CP of my maximum CP, it would be too horrible. Yes, my lord, I'm grateful for thy gracious words. Isao answers powerfully without lifting his face. By the way, Isao. Yes. What might it be, Shin-sama? Do you have a weapon you're good at? Let me humbly say, it's the spear. Spear, huh? I'm already using its unique item. I use my smartphone to choose a high-ranking spear. Cursed spear, rank B, requiring 800 CP to be alchemized. Isn't that just right, as it strengthens the darkness attribute? I alchemize a cursed spear, and hand it over to Isao alongside a suitable armor I chose at my own discretion. Make an effort with these items. Yes, I shall gratefully accept thy bestowal, Shin-sama. With this I have been freed from the worry that my CP will overflow for a while. Having finished checking everything I need to after evolving into a Vampire Lord, I proceed to the next step. Chapter 88 Current and Future Strategies. 1. 21 hours of the pseudo-peace remain. I need to do two things, before what little safe time I have left runs out. 1. Reconstruct my domain, paying careful attention to defense. 2. Make plans to accomplish my strategic objectives. In addition, I will test out my newly acquired special abilities, and evaluate the combat prowess of my new bloodkin Isao. After the pseudo-peace comes to an end, I am hopeful that he will prove to be a valuable combat asset. I guess that's about it. First things first, I need to begin the reconstruction of my domain. Currently, I'm ruling over 37 sectors. 18 of those are completely surrounded by my own sectors. In other words, they are safe sectors that can't be attacked by enemies. I look down at the map, which has detailed notes about all of my sectors. Sightings of powerful humans and demon kings have been confirmed near the sectors adjoining Nonoichi. Several of my sectors are near Kanezawa, which is home to high-level humans, but sources say they are moving to liberate domains in Hokkaido. There is news about a demon king ruling over more than 20 sectors in Komatsu, but it will likely be a while before they clash with my domain. There are more than a few high-level humans that could threaten my sectors near the Toyama Prefecture, but they are mostly in Toyama City. Chances are, only a few especially brave individuals will venture outside the prefecture to invade my domain, as long as I don't mess with them first. Kohoku. The prefecture's north is dotted with demon kings ruling over domains containing 3 to 5 sectors. Apparently an ebbing and flowing offense and defense against the humans is unfolding in that area. It's necessary to reconstruct my domain based on this information. The ones I should be most wary of are the humans in the southern direction. In Kanezawa at the present they are keeping their distance from my domain, which was assigned the highest hazard rank after the traumatic annihilation of Rena's hero party. However, there's a good chance they will launch a full-scale attack the moment liberation seems possible. It's probably a good idea to scare them off by planting plenty of traps right from the beginning and deploying high-ranking subordinates in the sectors adjacent to Kanezawa. On the other hand, I will set up the sectors adjoining Nonoichi, in the western direction, where the danger level is low, as farms catered towards beginners. Setting them up as sectors where subordinates can level up might be a beneficial move. The sectors adjoining Nanto, in western Toyama, in the eastern direction, can be expected to be invaded by some demon kings and humans above medium rank. I think it's a good idea to make them into farms catered towards medium ranks, while offering somewhat good rewards, so that my high-ranking subordinates, centered around Isao, can earn experience points. I don't mind considering the sectors adjacent to Kohoku in the northern direction to be the same as the ones in the east. I think, let's increase the amount of traps there since the threat level is rather high. There are 19 sectors that must be defended. Placing all of them under my supervision and giving out instructions to each and every single one would be difficult. I had planned to make Alyssa my subordinate and have her manage those sectors as field commander, but there's no point in dwelling on the past. Afterwards I suppose I will upgrade the safe sectors to residential areas. Operating my smartphone, I start reconstructing my domain according to this plan. Section 12 hours of the pseudo-peace remain. Having finished the reconstruction, I'm going to plan my future, strategic objectives. Canon. Rena. I had formed a plan in my mind to a certain extent, but it might be necessary to also listen to the opinions of others just in case. I call the 2 subordinates who can offer flexible opinions. Kuuming. What's up? Canon and Rena run up to me. I unfold the map between them. I'm going to explain our future, strategic objectives. Oh, I'm really itching to put my skills as a strategist to use. Okay. They look down at the map in front of them with keen interest. First, I will lay out the 3 plans I am considering. I raise 3 fingers. A brainstorming session would take too much time. That is why I have prepared 3 possibilities in advance, which should allow for the talks to proceed smoothly. First, expanding my domain to the north. The final goal of this plan is to gain total control of the Noto Peninsula. Second, expanding my domain to the south. The final goal of this plan is to gain total control of the entire Kanezawa region. Third, expanding my domain to the west. The final goal of this plan is to gain total control of Nonoichi as well as the Nomai district. I mark the map with 1 at the northern side, 2 at the southern side, and 3 at the western side. I see. I support the plan to expand your power towards the north. Northern side. I support the plan to expand your power towards the west. Canon points at Kohoku on the map with a triumphant look. Rena points at Nonoichi with a troubled expression. I see. Those are reasonable opinions. Plan 2. The suppression of Kanezawa is a self-satisfying plan with a stress on putting on airs, since the return is low compared to the risks. It's fine to dismiss it. I cross out the 2 on the map. First, Canon. Tell us the reason why you chose 1. Very well. You see, according to what I understand, after observing things within this domain, the sectors facing the sea won't be invaded. Canon begins to explain her thinking while pointing at the sectors facing the ocean. In that case, if we someday gain control of the Noto Peninsula, the northern side, it will lead to many safe sectors. As your strategist, I propose that it would be best to subdue Kohoku, Nanao, Suzu and the prefecture's north as sectors if you consider the future. Kanon is likely quite confident in her own opinion. At least her words are overflowing with confidence. I haven't acknowledged you as a strategist, but I guess there are no flaws in your opinion, Kanon. Well, couldn't you just praise me normally? Rina, tell us the reason why you chose 3. I ignore Kanon with her puffing cheeks, and address Rina. Let's see. My thoughts are the same as Kanon's. Expand through domains facing the sea. It hasn't been confirmed that powerful humans or demon kings exist in Nonoichi or the Noto Peninsula. If you take the degree of difficulty into account, advancing to the west is. Objection. Rina looks uneasy as Kana loudly interrupts her explanation. I permit Kanon, who is smugly pointing a finger at Rina, to speak. Foo. Rina-san, you're naive. Reading the development of 2 or 3 moves ahead is exactly what a true strat. Kanon, cut out the saucy speech and get to the point. Right. Look, there are 2 pitfalls in Rina's opinion, or to be more precise, Plan 3 suggested by Shin-san. First, if you provoke Nonoichi and the Noto Peninsula, you will provoke the humans trying to raid the domains of Nanao. Second, the Noto Peninsula is adjacent to Komatsu. A powerful demon king resides in Komatsu. Depending on the situation, we could end up being attacked from 3 sides: Kohoku, Toyama, and Komatsu. Kanon explains triumphantly while raising a finger for each. I'm irritated by Kanon's attitude, but it's a sound argument. I think, as I said, that comment is too mute. As I throw a sidelong glance at Kanon, who kicks up a fuss while rolling up her skirt, I check Rina's state. I can't approve of Kanon's way of speaking and that attitude at all, but my thoughts are the same as Kanon's. In my mind I had pinpointed Plan 1 from the start, and this discussion was what you'd call checking your work. However, what worries me is Rina's expression. Rina, I also agree with Kanon's line of thinking, but is there something bothering you? That is, I question Rina. What is it? The reason why you prefer invading Nonoichi is possibly because you're hesitating to invade the prefecture's north. Is that the reason? Rina's expression turns gloomy when I mention invading the prefecture's north. No, that's not it. If you think the same as Kanon, you won't hear anything from me. I'm your subordinate. I will follow your orders. Rina answers while looking downwards at first, but at the end she looks into my eyes while putting strength in her voice. I see. Then we will proceed with the plan of suppressing the prefecture's north, the Noto Peninsula from now on. Okay. Understood. I declare the future strategic plan, using a tone of voice that leans toward confirmation rather than command. Now then, that means our future plans have been decided, but there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you two. Yes? What is it? I give a crucial instruction to Kanon and Rina, who are both puzzled, that might influence my power from now on. Chapter 89 2 Demon Kings. I'd like you to search for a demon king meeting certain requirements. I specify the contents of my request to my 2 subordinates. What are the requirements? A demon king specialized in defense, if possible, a demon king rumored to be impregnable, albeit having a low number of domains. Nothing would be better than the demon king's own abilities being high, but you can also look for demon kings skillful at managing their subordinates and planting clever traps. I state the requirements I'm looking for. I feel like I'm at my limit managing all 19 sectors, which will be invaded by enemies, by myself. Moreover, after the battle with Alyssa, the possibility exists that I will have to personally invade other domains in the future. For the sake of leveling up, it would be fine to leave defense to my subordinates, but my created subordinates lack flexibility. I want to entrust defending my domain to personnel with high flexibility, former demon kings. Is it fine if I search the net? Do that, Kanon. By the way, they must be nearby. Okay, replies Kanon. Is it okay for me to gather information online as well? Rina asks while looking bewildered. No, Rina, you will check on site based on the information gathered by Kanon and me. Of course I'd like you to gather information on your own smartphone during your free time. Okay, Having heard my instructions, Canon and Rena start to gather information with their smartphones. I do the same with my own smartphone in order to find excellent demon kings. Section 6 hours of the pseudo-peace remain. Shin-san, how about the demon king of this domain? What kind of demon king are they? I turn my eyes to Canon, who has approached me while smiling. That is, it's a demon king in non-Oichi, but their domain has a hazard rank B. Their estimated level is 7. The domain has 2 sectors and it's a slime demon king. Going by the fact that they have crimson slimes as subordinates, creation must be at B. The demon king's domain is hated by the humans for its many sticky pitfalls. I look down at the screen of the smartphone Canon holds out to me. A wandering orc dropped a mithril sword. That means alchemy is also B. Huh? That's right. Won't the Demon King excel at defense if they are specialized in creation and alchemy? Yeah. Rejected. AWY. Creation and alchemy specialization means the stats for body and mana are low, right? I suppose? If the Demon King were to surrender, they won't be able to create and alchemize anymore. No? Won't they be trash then? Well, I think that opinion is awful. I want to praise them for having specialized in creation and alchemy. However, once a demon king becomes my subordinate, their creation and alchemy will vanish. If possible, high body and mana stats would be preferable so they can be a combat asset. Having said that, a demon king who is specialized in mana or body will probably suck at the management of subordinates and traps. I'm gathering information by randomly surfing the internet, but it's not simple to find a suitable demon king. Alyssa. The nastiness of her traps. Her own power, her tenaciousness in the second half. I guess demon kings of her class are rare. Since her character was shit, she would likely have given me her fair share of troubles if I had turned her into my comrade. While I continue to collect information about the surrounding demon kings, I keep writing down information about notable demon kings. Shin. I don't know whether they will satisfy your wishes, but I found a very interesting demon king, I think. Rena calls out to me for the first time. What kind of demon king are they? Because I'm different from canon, I can't guess their creation and alchemy rank, but according to the information posted on the net, it looks like 2 demon kings exist in one domain. Huh? 2 demon kings? Tell me the details. I enter the URL Rena told me and browse a forum said to be frequently used by humans. 2 demon kings. If you consider it simply, it is information about a demon king who has added a former demon king, who surrendered like canon, as subordinate, I suppose. However, would humans who encountered canon mistake her for a demon king? The demon king discovered by Rena rules a domain with 7 sectors in Newark Inada, Kanezawa's north. After sharing the URL with canon, I found out that the demon king in question is a devil species. Their estimated level is 8. Their estimated stats are creation B, and alchemy C, and one of them is an elderly demon king believed to have specialized in mana, and the other is a girl demon king believed to have specialized in body. Jet black wings are growing on the elderly demon king's back. A small horn seems to be growing on the forehead of the girl demon king. Canon, which of them do you think is the demon king? It's just a guess, but the mana specialized old man. His outward traits match with a devil species, too. That means the girl is a former ogre demon king who surrendered? Yeah, that's the question. Going by her outward features, I think that she's very likely an ogre, but this information bothers me. I lower my look at the forum post Canon pointed at. Contributed Sayat in the middle of recruiting a girlfriend. The dungeon close to Uekinada's town hall is crazy shit. The demon king is dangerous. When we thought she vanished all of a sudden, she fucking popped up behind us. 3 of my party members were killed. If she comes out, watch your back for real. Contributor Inami. I also encountered her. I looked behind me, but that girl appeared from within the shadow of my friend. What is that girl? Give me back my Hiroki. I read through the information shown by canon and tilt my head to the side in confusion. If I remember correctly, something like disappearing and reappearing from shadows is a special ability equal to cheating. But, you see, an ogre species possessing this ability is like a daylight vampire in your case. Shin-san, and Dalakan in my case. What? Hearing Kanon's words, two questions pop up in my head. Why do you know information about the ogre species evolution path? I don't know the precise details. A part of the information of the evolution paths for ogre, demon, elf, and dwarf species. Well, whatever. Even if I were to hear about parts of the evolution paths of those four species, I wouldn't be able to get any practical use out of it. The problem going beyond that is, why does that girl possess the special trait of a species that demon kings can't evolve into until level 10? Canon. Can a demon king who surrendered evolve once they accumulate levels? Yes. In my case I can evolve once I become level 50. By the way, what are your levels? It's 28. 41, I think. Canon having a low level as she never participates in battle, I understand. However, Rina always fights in battles at the front. The number of demon kings who have died at her hands exceeds 2 digits. And, among the demon kings living in the Ishikawa prefecture, there's none who rule more domains than me. In other words, Rina should be someone that can be called a top ranker in the Ishikawa prefecture. Hence, it's difficult to think that the girl's level exceeds 50. Having said that, I can't believe that a demon king exceeding level 10 surrendered to a demon king with an estimated level of 8. Canon. Can devil demon kings create monsters capable of disappearing and reappearing from within the shadows of others? As far as I know, it's impossible. In the first place, according to the eyewitness reports, that monster is a shadow ogre of the ogre species. A devil species can't create an ogre species. Canon dons a greatly perplexed expression. Speaking of creation, hasn't a great variety of monsters besides devil types been confirmed in this domain? The words of Rina, who reports while looking at the forum, deepen the mystery even further. A great variety of monsters? Aha! The information about the encountered monsters has been reported in the forum. Sharing information is a duty of liberators, but, as far as I see in this forum, the appearance of ogres, pixies, dwarves, elves, werewolves, and even ghouls has been confirmed besides that of devil types. Canon. Is the devil species a race excelling at creation? Hearing Rina's report, I unintentionally open my mouth widely. No. The devil species should be a race excelling at mana and not specialized in creation. That means, they turn the monsters of the domains they usurped so far into subordinates. Yes, the probability for that is high. 2 demon kings. A great variety of monsters. The more I examine it, the more interesting becomes the domain. Even if we exchange theories here, the answer likely won't crop up. Since it has piqued my interest strongly, I thoroughly gather information about the domain of Ukinada, said to house 2 demon kings. The more I check up on them, the stronger the interest in the demon king ruling the domain in Ukinada wells up within me! Okay, this settles it. Rina, Canon. We will first expand our influence in the direction of Ukinada. The objective is to make the 2 demon kings ruling the domains of Ukinada submit. Okay, I will make the Demon King of Ukinada submit as a short-term strategic objective. I will gain total control of the prefecture's north, as a medium-term strategic objective. And then I will usurp the entire Ishikawa prefecture in one go. I contemplate how to achieve my newly determined strategy. Side story, Yataro 1, NN. Yataro-sama. I finished gathering the information. A jet-black ogre, who had a small horn growing on her forehead, soundlessly appears in front of me. Gate, good work. I express my gratitude to the jet-black ogre. Gate, NN, thanks. So, what's the situation? Being usurped might be a question of time. I see. I ponder while stroking my grey beard. What I had Kate investigate was one of the domains in Ukinada located at a place around 20 kilometers away from here. That domain was currently under attack, not by humans, but a group of monsters. What did you think about their strength? NN. Strong. Stronger than Gate. Than your master? If it's one-on-one, can win. Maybe. Kate looks as if she had swallowed a bitter pill. If it's one-on-one, However, the opponent is a group of monsters, not one. Their aim is, me? Probably. How troublesome. Those guys. The aim of the Demon King, who brought down all the demon kings in Kainzawa, is my domain. Huh? Even though it would have been fine if they had quietly invaded Nonoichi or Kahoku. What did they say was the name of their ringleader? I operate my smartphone and check the information. Demon King Shin, the ruler of a hazard rank S domain, and the most evil and famous vampire demon king. What an annoying opponent. I guess I will struggle to not allow my second life, my life as a demon king, to come to an end. Section Year 20XX. I, Kurama spent my modest pension in my hometown, Inada, which faced the ocean. It's been 10 years since I retired from my job as teacher. No students came to visit me. My wife of many years died ahead of me, and my son moved away to Tokyo, so I had been living a lonely life in my paid-off house. My sole pastime was a smartphone game I had started so I wouldn't go senile. At first I didn't understand what was so fun about it, but for some reason it was addictive. I was severely scolded by my son when I spent more than a month's pension on a character I desperately wanted. After that my spending was controlled by my son, with parental controls. Parental controls are something that parents use to control their children, and not something for a son to control his father, I think. But back then I couldn't protest all too strongly, since my son was supporting me financially. Well, I have plenty of time, I thought. Until the day my wife comes from the netherworld to pick me up. I think I will pour my love into these children, game characters, and try to raise them into splendid girls and boys. One day, while I was spending my days in a philosophical mindset like that, all of humanity received a single email. World Salvation Project. And then I began my second life as Demon King. Section. The 120th day after I became a Demon King. I had reached a turning point that would influence the fate of my second life. That turning point was random creation. Random creation was one of the special abilities I acquired after reaching level 5. Random creation. Create a subordinate by offering your everything. It's necessary to use all your CP. The subordinate to be created will be entrusted to the goddess of luck. If the goddess smiles upon you, a unique subordinate will be created. The annoying explanation is unnecessarily wordy, but in short, it's gacha. It's the act of putting all of one's soul into one's fingertips and praying to the gods for a SSR. To introduce gacha just when I started to think that this world had adopted a tower defense system. Damn admins. Nice going there. I poured my soul into my finger, and activated random creation. What was created as a result was a rank C subordinate, Pixie. This a miss, eh? I spent 600 CP, and the subordinate I created was rank C. This cannot be called anything but a disappointment. Gunanu. I want to activate the next random creation, but it's impossible unless I wait for 10 hours. No way. To think there would be a stamina system in the real world, but there are no microtransactions, right? From that day on I used random creation like a madman. Once I came to, I realized that the CP I had spent to get under 100 subordinates randomly, should have been used to create countless regular subordinates, plunging me into a predicament. At this rate it'll be dangerous. I suppose I should stop with random creation, but one more time and one more time. I feel like a SSR will appear anytime now. I committed myself to maintaining my domain like a tightrope walk by assigning my BP to mana and defeating invaders by myself. Haha, I think I will soon hit my limit. The strength of the invading humans grew daily. Moreover, even monsters from neighboring domains came invading. This time will be the last time. I will make this random creation the last one. I repeated the words which I had said many times before. With my soul resting in my finger, I activated random creation. MMH? An ogre, huh? Seeing the small, horned figure appearing from the shining pentagram, I sighed. Considering it's an ogre, the contours are somewhat slender. NN. Boss, best regards, ? I was startled by the phenomenon taking place in front of my eyes. The subordinate, the ogre, had spoken in Japanese. There were goblins saying, "Gigiai," kobolds barking, "Woof woof," and lesser demons using some cryptic pronunciation, but there was no subordinate among them who spoke in Japanese. With trembling hands I operated my smartphone, and checked the subordinates' information. Shadow Ogre. Rank B. An atypical ogre lurking in the shadows. It is superior concealment abilities. A natural-born assassin capable of killing an opponent soundlessly. Creation costs. Creation impossible! Exclamation mark. This is a SSR. It being listed as rank B is dissatisfying, but that's doubtlessly a SSR subordinate. I boisterously danced with my SSR subordinate whom I had obtained at last. I was so excited that I would have collapsed from high blood pressure if I had still been a human. I cannot afford to lose the SSR that I obtained at long last. After this day I regulated myself to using random creation once every 2 days. It was a painful and harsh limitation, but it was indispensable for the sake of my SSR subordinate and for the very continuation of my second life. That was an event taking place on the 40th day after I acquired random creation. Section. Around 1 year after I became a demon king. Capitalizing on a special trait of my shadow ogre minion, Gay, I have been expanding my domain. Gay, who was an excellent spy, would investigate the domains to be invaded in advance. My subordinates are composed of various races that I have created with random creation, allowing me to research the enemy's organization and sound out their weak points. The demon kings around me basically use one race each. Whether it's ogres, fairies, beasts, elves, demons, or dwarves, I have subordinates of all species. It was simple to research them. There were also fools that came at me with strength, but my Kate was one step above them. As expected of SSR, a subordinate I can rely on. Even in regards to defense, I have laid out traps and paid attention to maximize the handling of my subordinates in order to keep my CP consumption down. I set up marshlands with bad footing, and deploy subordinates who can float there. I station subordinates boasting of their strength at places to where I would guide invaders with tumbling rocks. I steal powerful items from invaders and at invasion destinations, and use those to enhance my subordinates' equipment. I managed to become the strongest power in the area around Yukinada. You might say that I had upgraded my second life as Demon King, until the invasion by those guys from Kanezawa, that is, Chapter 90 Isao. 48 hours after usurping Demon King Alyssa's domain, Rena and Chloe, leading their bloodkin and subordinates, have begun invading the domains on the way to Yukinada's domain. As far as we have investigated, there are no high-level Demon Kings en route. We might be able to clear a path to Yukinada's domain in less than a month. Having reached level 10, I wanted to join the invasion as well, but the domains that we are targeting this time include outdoor-type floors. Given that their compatibility with me is really bad, I'll be focusing on my domain's defense instead. At the moment, humans invading from south and north are being completely slaughtered. The sectors there have been set up in a manner befitting the domain's designation as hazard rank S. 30% of the humans invading from the western side are killed. Those sectors are designed to be gentle towards beginners, and I have deployed subordinates who are likewise low level. The humans invading from the east are killed at a rate of 50%. Suitably high-rank subordinates have been stationed in those sectors, as it's geared towards aspiring intermediate-level adventurers. I will keep this setup for a while. I'm expecting that the invaders' segregation will be finished through active information manipulation on news forums catered towards humans. The deployment of subordinates, and the practical application of the configuration, only took 24 hours, but I could confirm that it works. It's necessary to make minute adjustments to get closer to the targeted human annihilation rate, but I think it will be alright even if I leave it alone to some extent. That was tiring. Even though a Demon King doesn't require sleep or food, there's really too much work. Well, separation probably exists in order to reduce that, but I still don't have any subordinate who I feel confident in trusting with that kind of responsibility. Even a Demon King will someday collapse from overwork. Wait, were the Demon Kings given the ability to work without sleep just so that they could handle the work of managing a domain? Mastermind is truly scary. Let's stop joking around this point. Isao, are you ready? I have waited for those words. The moment I call out to him, Isao stands up next to me with his head bowed respectfully. It's your debut battle, isn't it? Don't betray my expectations, okay? Yes, my lord. I shall stake my life on it. Isao replies to my joking encouragement with a serious tone. Section. The invaders this time are 12 humans, invading from the northern side. Their levels are around 20. According to my net investigations, 20 is the average level of humans who are trying to make a living through invasions of domains, dungeons. If you're looking at global rankings, the highest confirmed level of a human is 63. In this country, the highest confirmed level is 52. If you limit it to just this prefecture, the highest confirmed level is 39. If you compare human levels with monster ranks, it's said that rank E, rats and similar, is equal to level 1 to 2, rank D, goblins and similar, is equal to level 3 to 5, rank C, kobolds and similar, is equal to level 6 to 20, and rank B, dhampirs and similar, is equal to level 21 to 50. However, individual strength greatly fluctuates depending on the equipment. Given that monsters grow as well, it's a rough estimation that only applies to newly created monsters. Isao's rank is B since he's a newly created subordinate. He's at level 21 to 50 if we apply the levels of humanity. If you take his equipment into consideration, he is unlikely to lose to an invader in one-on-one combat. I had planned to choose moderate opponents for his debut battle, but you or Isao, who's stronger? I call out to a rank B subordinate, a dhampir, who might accompany me. With all due respect, I think it's Isao-sama. Thought so. If judged by his rank alone, he's equal to a dhampir. However, when I look at the one-sided massacre unfolding in front of us, I can't think of him as being equal to a dhampir at all. I can't see the bottom of Isao's strength. Why did the Demon King appear at such high floor? A human, who had lost 4 of his friends in no time, cramps up his face in fear. Me the Demon King? Bastard! To mistake a weak being like me with Shin-sama. Die and repent for thy sin. The enraged Isao stabs his spear through the torso of the human who had backed away. Who's a weak being? I unintentionally smile bitterly at Isao's words. Nightmare vampire. A dreadful vampire exhibiting its true value within darkness. The instant the battle started, he killed 2 humans with arrows of darkness that were filled with overwhelming killing intent, and then he consigned one human after the other to oblivion, with quick movements similar to a flowing river. I had 10 dhampirs and living males ready on standby just in case, but that turned out to be an unnecessary precaution. The invaders were completely overwhelmed by Isao's strength. They fell into what you could call a state of panic. If they had capitalized on their numerical advantage while keeping their wits about them, they might have been able to put up a good fight, although even that wouldn't have been enough for them to defeat Isao. This battle was decided the moment they fell into panic after Isao's first move, the dark arrows he fired right at the start of combat. Isao is really strong. The decrease to my maximum CP hurts, but I think I will create one more vampire baron. I repeat various simulations in my mind while weighing the demerits of reducing my maximum CP versus merits of creating a vampire baron. The problem with decreasing my maximum CP is that it also decreases how much CP I recover over time, right? The disadvantage of lowering my hourly CP recovery by 100 is quite large, isn't it? After all, I've still got to recreate the items and subordinates that I lost in the battle against Alyssa. As I was deeply in thought, the number of surviving humans had become 1. Isao, stand down. Yes, my lord. I hurriedly give Isao an order, and he immediately moves to my side and bows reverently. I will get rid of the last one by myself, as thou wishes, my lord. The objective of this battle was to confirm Isao's strength, and to try out my newly acquired special ability, Crescent Moon Slash. With one left, it's safe to experiment, so I will also check out Coercion. I stab the handle of Gaebolg into the ground, and speak loudly. My name is Shin. Disrespectful lowlife violating mine domain, you may depart to the realm of the dead with my name as a souvenir. A speech is mandatory to invoke coercion. I modified the wording a bit, but since announcing myself is part of the requirements. It can't be helped. The invader, who was hit by my coercion, trembles violently, immediately falling on his backside. MMH? What's wrong? You're not going to come? Then you were. With tears streaming down his face, the invader charges at me at full speed, brandishing his sword. I guess he has become unable to recognize any being besides me. I tightly grasp Gaebelg's handle with both hands, and swing it down while putting my strength into it. Crescent moon slash. Swinging down with a terrifying force, Gaebelg bisects the charging invader. Clad in a shock wave at the edge of its blade. The swing is pretty big, but its power is quite high. I smile, satisfied with the power of my new special ability, Crescent Moon Slash. Now then, you geese strip all the belongings of the invaders. I give orders to my waiting subordinates, and return to my dwelling early. Chapter 91. Towards the outside. 10 days after I defeated Demon King Alyssa, Chloe and Rena have been invading domains at a good pace. We just have to usurp 5 more domains to reach the domain with the 2 Demon Kings. Well, there haven't been any particularly strong Demon Kings since Alyssa. I have a casual chat with Canon while checking Rena's and Chloe's progress on my smartphone. The domain that will be invaded next by Rena's unit is a forest-type domain ruled by an elf Demon King, and the domain that will be invaded next by Chloe's unit is a cave-type domain ruled by a vampire Demon King. Huh? That fits perfectly. I chuckle while looking at Chloe's next scheduled target. Oh? That means finally. Shin-san, you're going to grow out of being a hikikomori one? Who's a hikikomori? Or rather, all Demon Kings are compulsory hikikomori, aren't they? Canon, who made a rude remark, screams as if laughing dryly. I'm going out. But Canon, the domain's defenses will be fine, right? Making me a domain master by using separation would work. No? Don't go on a rampage, okay? Don't worry. Once you transfer authority to a domain master by separating a domain, it looks like the temporary domain master becomes able to mentally access all the information related to their assigned domain. Even though the true domain master, the Demon King, needs to manually check it through the smartphone. I think that discrimination is cruel. Well, I guess it can't be helped, since it would likely be difficult for you to effectively manage the defenses if I don't grant you domain master authority. Foo. You can leave it to me. I'll keep the ship on course. That ship isn't made out of mud, right? Wow, saddening it is. Canon is the only one I can entrust with defending my domain at present. Since Canon has been right by my side the whole time, she understands my way of thinking. I have power over her life and death, so I don't think there's any worry of her betraying me. Once I activate separation, my CP will temporarily run dry. There are enough subordinates, right? Yes. It will be alright since Isao-san will be with me as well. There's enough food for all the subordinates, right? Yes. It's pointless to worry about it, since we put a food production system in place recently. There are enough stored items, right? Yes. There's also the items we stole from the invaders, so there's no problem. Contact me right away if something happens, okay? Yes. Please leave it to me. My telephone number is. I told you, it's fine. Shin-san, are you my father? Canon throws a tantrum because of my nitpicking. I'm not your father. I'm your ruler. I answer while laughing. Lastly, don't die. Yes. I give her a final order, and activate separation in my domain section. Once the domain separation has finished safely, I check the usability of the Domain Master authority with Canon. I have transferred authority over all sectors that are adjoining hostile powers. There aren't any strong Demon Kings in the vicinity. As long as the humans don't start a large-scale mop-up operation, with my domain as target, there probably won't be any problems. Well then, I'm off. Have a safe trip. Shin-sama. Good luck. Being seen off by Canon and Isao, I transfer to the exit of my domain closest to Chloe's current location. Having finished the transfer, I shudder in front of the exit leading outside. Haha. When was the last time I went outside? The residential area of my domain has a lot of outdoor-type floors called production districts. I'm not scared of going out under the sunlight. Or rather, it's night right now. Even if I go outside, I don't have to worry about getting weakened. And yet, what's this trembling traveling across my whole body? Am I scared of the outside world? Me, the famous, strongest demon king of Kainzawa, is scared of the outside world? It was truly correct to not have my subordinates come to see me off at the exit. I definitely can't show such a state to them. With trembling legs, I walk across the ground, leading to the outside world. Come on, I'm not afraid. I take one step and then another, into the outside world. A gentle night wind brushes my cheeks, and the somehow nostalgic outside air stimulates my nose. Before I realized it, my legs had stopped shaking. I widely lift up both hands towards the sky, deeply inhaling the fresh air. The invisible fear has vanished. I fell slightly behind schedule, didn't I? I guess I will bring some gifts. While thinking of the glutton blue, I try to alchemize fine quality meat, but, ? I operate my smartphone, carrying out item creation with practiced hand moves, but the creation fails completely. Don't tell me. Realizing a possibility, I try to alchemize various items, to create subordinates, and in the end, to summon a blood chalice, but all of it fails. I can't create and alchemize once I leave my domain. If my subordinates die, I will replenish them with new subordinates. If I'm afflicted by poison, I will alchemize an antidote. And I will create a blood chalice in order to turn a demon king into a bloodkin. All the strategies I had thought of go up in smoke, as I'm realizing that now, instead of during a real crisis. I guess I can call this good luck. Oops, I'm really making those guys wait too long. Okay, off I go. I run through the outside world towards the place where Chloe's unit is waiting for me. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I join up with Chloe's unit, who have been waiting in a ruined park, right next to the domain we're planning to invade. There's no need for you to apologize to us, Master, as long as the meat you brought us is Jawa. Chloe bows deeply while genuflecting, and Blue writhes in agony after receiving a backhand blow from Chloe. A dark high elf bows in the same manner as Chloe. My new bloodkin, Kura. Next to them, Noir and Rouge, two ogres with huge frames, bow lightly. Rounding out our party are the subordinates of my bloodkin, 3 living males, 2 dark elves, and 2 dampiers. These are the subordinates composing Chloe's unit, which has been active as an invasion team. It's sudden, but I suppose we're going to start the invasion of the domain now. Yes. What's the policy on this occasion? Chloe asks keenly. I briefed Chloe and Rena on possible invasion policies before sending them to usurp domains. There are 2 main policies. First, annihilation. Second, minimizing damage to enemy troops. The purpose of this policy is to welcome the enemy's monsters, which I can't create, as subordinates. Hence, the policy I should tell her to follow here is annihilation. The demon king of the domain we're going to invade next is a vampire. The monsters that have been confirmed are mostly ghouls. In short, the rank of creation is C. There are no subordinates I would want to go out of my way to obtain. In that case, the best plan is to use them as nourishment for a level up. As you command, I set out for my very first domain invasion, alongside my subordinates whose morale is at its peak. Chapter 92 Dark Something 1. We step into the domain, with the 3 living males in the lead. Master, what might be wrong? Looking at the corridor, surrounded by walls made of systematically laid out white marble, I unintentionally murmur in admiration, making Chloe respond. It's nothing, don't mind me. Yes, Master. Excuse me. Answering me, Chloe swiftly returns to her assigned position. I have looked at many domains through Chloe's and Rena's points of view, using my smartphone as an intermediary. However, the scenery I could actually see with my very own eyes was completely different from what I saw through the screen. Corridors and walls kept uniform in white marble, and once I look closer, the walls are decorated with paintings and other furnishings. Those paintings, or to be precise, the furnishings embedded into the wall, were indestructible and cannot be removed. They are objects with the sole purpose of being seen. The creation costs were 10 CP per object, weren't they? In my eyes they are nothing more than a waste of CP, but this might also be one of the resident Demon King's peculiarities. I recall my own domain's simple structure of bare rock surfaces, and rocks that have been set up as poor excuses for objects. This domain is more of a historic ruin than a dungeon. Well, I don't plan to imitate it. I guess the demon king of this place is someone with a lot of free time on their hands. As I'm observing a domain created by someone else for the first time, a group of monsters I'm familiar with, ghouls, has appeared in front of us. They look as stupid as ever. Or rather, ghouls attacking me is, in a certain way, a valuable experience, I guess. I get into a combat stance while smiling. The abilities I possess through Drain right now are not those of Layla, but Chloe's, the dark high elf next to me. Chloe, Kura. Yes, the two dark high elves understand my intentions without direct orders. Fire arrow. The three of us shoot countless arrows of the fire attribute. The ghoul's weakness. Certain death to the enemies in sight. The swarm of fire arrows kills many ghouls, who come rushing in with their hands raised over their heads. However, the ghouls that gush forth in succession from the rear, plunge at us while roaring, with eyes lacking any kind of intelligence. Ghouls being idiots doesn't change, no matter where you are. Noir, Rouge. We will scatter the foolish ghouls. Sure. I grasp my beloved spear, Gaebulg, and the three of us charge at the swarm of ghouls. Crescent moon slash. Gaebulg, which I swing down powerfully, doesn't stop at just bisecting the ghoul in front of me. The shockwave generated by the spear's blade mows down rows of approaching ghouls behind my initial target. Once I shift my attention to the front, the two ogres swing their blunt weapons with ferocious smiles, making one ghoul head after the other blow up. I also continue to fearlessly wield Gaebulg, defeating the approaching ghouls. A faint buzzing sound reverberates in my ears. Giant bats, eh? So that's how it feels to be struck by their ultrasonic waves. Chloe, Kura, Blue. Shoot down all the bats. Yes, Rogerzu. The arrows released by Chloe and Kura pierce the giant bats, and Blue jumps up high with nimble agility, smashing the head of a giant bat with the axe in his hand. I have always watched it on the smartphone's display, but now I'm with Chloe and the others. While being enveloped by a mysterious feeling of exaltation, I keep swinging Gaebulg. Section 1 hour later. The corpses of countless ghouls and giant bats litter the ground ahead of us, scattered about the corridor. It is proof that our party, being superior in all aspects, rank, skill, equipment, was never in any danger of losing. I'm slightly exhausted, but that's it. Even if you dispatch half-assed small fries in front of powerful people possessing abnormal strength, the best you can hope for is to use up a little bit of the invader's stamina. If the creation of the demon king of this domain was at least B, they could have created Lilims and Dampiers, and built up a defense system that combined their ranged attacks with the ghoul's close combat ability. The ghoul's performance rate is certainly superior. However, if it had been me, I would have probably created goblins, and given them bows and arrows. I have unconsciously ended up analyzing the domain's defenses. In this world, what if stone apply? The weak perish, the strong survive. Once again I recognize the current, broken world as a simple and merciless place. We proceed with the domain's invasion without any carelessness. Section 24 hours since the start of the invasion. After taking 2 food breaks and a 3-hour nap, we arrived at the 3rd floor. The monsters appearing along the way had only been giant bats and ghouls. Even though ghouls and giant bats excel in the performance ratio, the Demon King here should put them to use a bit more efficiently. I think. I felt admiration for them having managed to survive until now. Pay a bit more attention to traps and the use of your subordinates, if you have the leeway to worry about the furnishings. At first, I felt a combination of tension and novelty, as this was my first in-person domain invasion, but by now I'm quite relaxed. As we proceed with the invasion, I'm plotting out my next moves, and wondering if I should start participating in invasions regularly, in order to earn some experience points. Then, suddenly, Kyukakaku. Blasphemous invaders, you bastards shed too much of my kin's blood. Therefore, I shall sentence you to death. A man, wearing a black tuxedo and a mantle, has appeared in front of the stairs to the 4th floor, accompanied by a large pack of ghoul bloodkin. Were there possibly bloodkin mixed in among the ghouls we defeated before? Ha ha ha. It's a figure of speech. To be precise, they were mine subordinates. The man revises his previous words, donning a triumphant look for some reason. That expression and way of speaking. Is he possibly using some skill? It's increasing my hate quite a bit. In any case, who are you? Ha, what nonsense. When you have been invading someone else's domain. There, White Palace. Of your own accord. Well, fine. You are looking at a matchless warrior, and the lord of the White Palace. As a supreme being, and emperor ruling over all darkness. Darkness Dracula III. Fire lance. I end up reflexively firing a fire lance, in response to his unpleasant and tedious speech. Whoa! Why you bastard, despite having asked for mine name, to attack in the middle of mine introduction. Don't you have any shame? Sorry. I couldn't hold back. I lightly bow and apologize to the exasperated darkness something. Don't question mark. I'm astonished by the raging dark something. You bastard, what's so surprising? No. I just wonder how my lie was exposed. There's no doubt that the intelligence of dark something in front of me is G. I had underrated him, believing that he wouldn't have the capacity to notice my sarcasm. You think I wouldn't understand? I applaud dark something. Darkness? D. Doctor the Third. Was it? Are you by chance a Dampier bloodkin? A demon king's name is based on their name as human. Moreover, a person with a queer name like Dark Something the Third likely doesn't exist in Uekanada of the Ishikawa prefecture, or even modern Japan. Wait, does that mean the demon king here can create Dampiers? Or rather, is it possible to create Dampiers with such a plainly obvious Japanese face? Why you bastard? Have you listened to me at all? You are talking to the Lord of the White Palace, the Emperor ruling over darkness, and the Supreme Being, Demon King Darkness Dracula III. Just now, the title of Demon King or whatever is. Cease talking. Dark something is enraged while getting red in the face. Well, I guess minor details don't really matter. Dark something, if you surrender, I will spare your life. What's it going to be? Decide at once. I urged Dark Something. I went along with this silly conversation with Dark Something until now entirely for this purpose. Even if he has a screw loose, he's a demon king. Even if he has a screw loose, he's a vampire species. I guess he possesses at least some strength. However, at the same time, the benefit of having defeated a demon king, the amount of experience points, is huge. If it looks like he's going to decline, I will have him become nourishment for my growth. Ha ha ha. Did you get elated by just having defeated mine kin, fool? What height of foolishness. You are looking at the Lord of the White Palace, the strongest being. I have already consigned many fools, who got carried away from defeating mine kin, to oblivion. You may die as well, and regret your folly. Dark Something laughs loudly, while announcing this with an irritatingly triumphant face. In short, the reason why this domain had been safe until now is because the idiot in front of my eyes assigned his BP to body, mana or both, and defended the domain by himself. You won't surrender, is that what you're saying? Yes, of course, mine, Thousand Needle, is thirsting for blood this night as well. Profane, inferior being, dying is, huh? If I'm an inferior being, then you are too, you know, huh? Dark Something reveals a dumb look. By the way, the bloodthirsting, Thousand Needle, seems to be nothing but the rank C item, rapier. You haven't realized? I'm also a vampire demon king! WW What are you saying? Huh? Who did you think I was? A human? And her? I ask while pointing at Chloe. Humor. AAD Dark Elf? Correct. I calmly reply to Dark Something who's overly surprised for some reason. And him? I ask while pointing at a Dampier. Human, I think. Wrong. And this one? I ask while pointing at a living male. A human wearing a suit of full plate armor. Wrong. And these two? I point at Rouge and Noir. Largely built foreigners? No. Ogres? Oh? Correct. And lastly, him? I point at Blue. A goblin pet. Correct. No Sue. I'm a goblin chaser Sue. And I'm not a pet, but a bloodkin Sue. Blue objects to Dark Something's reply. Therefore, I'm Demon King Shin. Exclamation mark and no way. Impossible. A demon king can't leave their domain. Dark something is flustered after hearing my answer. I understand why you're confused, but I don't have any obligation to explain it to you, do I? Why, you bastard. Who are you? Haven't you been listening to what others tell you? My name is Demon King Shin, the being with whom you had your last conversation before dying. Exclamation mark T that phrase. I will have you allow me to use it from now on. Hearing my words, darkness something is amazed. Just what you admiring there? Well, whatever. I'll finish this guy off. You guys, don't butt in, okay? As you wish. Chloe answers as representative. However, make sure to be ready to attack at any time. Chloe and the others silently consent to my telepathic order. Well then, I guess we will fight to the death. My name is Demon King Shin. You may depart to the realm of the dead with my name as a souvenir. I unleash coercion in exchange for giving a greeting, and begin the fight to the death against Dark Something. Chapter 93 Dark Something, 2. Q. T. This pressure is. You bastard, you're no ordinary person. Are you? Dark Something mutters with a trembling voice while retreating slightly. What? I'm not called Emperor ruling over all darkness for show. Fire lance. I shoot a fire lance at Dark Something who is still kicking up a fuss. The lance grazes his shoulder. Gwa, asshole. It was my turn just now, right? To you, pride. Don't need it. Flash thrust. I close the distance to Dark Something and unleash a swift thrust. Pride? All I have is a selfish desire to survive, and a small desire to show my strength in front of my subordinates. Q? Fool who doesn't know pride. Time for you to die. Double thrust. Dark Something swiftly thrusts out his rapier twice. I dodge the first one by twisting my upper body, but the second one grazes my flank. This fucker is accustomed to fighting with his quirks like a retard. Chit-chatting in the middle of a fight is foolish, but Dark Something has mastered the agile movements of a strong fighter used to combat. I attempt to widen the distance to Dark Something with a backstep. Lance of Chaos, born from darkness. Strike this fool that defies me? Dark Something begins to mutter something. And grant death. Dark Lance. I knock down the Dark Lance flying at me with one hand. Mine Lance of the Abyss. With one hand. Lance of the Abyss, you say? That just a darkness lance? No? Does he not know that vampire demon kings have a strong resistance against the darkness attribute? There's no way he doesn't. Is there? I'm flabbergasted by this idiot of my own species, who is looking startled in front of me. I guess magic doesn't work. In that case, I will simply slay you with Thousand Needle. Dude, don't attach such an overly exaggerated name to a mere rapier. I stab at Dark Something, who rushes at me after readying his rapier. Dark Something repels TSK. It looks like I can't overwhelm him with strength. This guy is an idiot, but I guess his body stat is B. I know the weak points of a spear user. All I have to do is stay close to you. Dark Something kicks the ground, trying to quickly close the distance, but I step sideways, preventing the combat distance from becoming short range. Dream on. Such a strategy only works against opponents with a body stat inferior to your own. While laughing scornfully at Dark Something's action, I restrain his movement options by swinging my spear sideways. You think you can take such an attitude even when in front of mine exquisite skills? You won't be able to resist mine gale. Fast thrust? I wonder whether Dark Something has vanished while leaving an after image, when suddenly, he slips inside my guard instantaneously, and stabs my abdomen. Even while feeling faint pain at my abdomen, I moge ebog sideways, driving Dark Something away. How tough. What are those clothes? Once I kill you, I shall make them mine favorite clothes. Once I kill you, I will burn that tuxedo of yours. I reply while feeling irritated by Dark Something, who smiles stubbornly. Nonsense. You may prostrate in front of mine's secret technique of extreme speed. Watch as I become a gale and destroy thee. Fast thrust. Dark Something once again slips inside my guard instantaneously, and stabs at my abdomen. The damage is low. It won't turn into a fatal wound, but it's still an annoying attack for that retard to always say such stupid stuff before attacking! Exclamation mark. I make a back step, attempting to distance myself from dark something. What pointless struggling. Your destiny is to be eternally unable to escape mine's secret technique of extreme speed. You bastard. Dark something rushes up towards me. Tremble as I become a gale and destroy thee. He makes his usual, stupid declaration. Judging the right timing to use mist separation is very difficult. However, if someone politely tells you their attack timing, fast thrust, mist separation, my afterimage gets stabbed by dark something, then turns into mist and disperses! Exclamation mark, crescent moon slash. And then, I powerfully swing down Gaeblg after materializing behind him. Gua! Dark something is blown towards the marble wall, alongside the shockwave generated by Gaeblg's blade. Why, you bastard? Why? That hidden technique. Fire lance. I unleash a follow-up fire lance against the groaning dark something, and quickly run up to him, as he has collapsed to the ground. Hot early summer rain thrust. I quickly unleash a series of thrusts at dark something, who's suffering from the heat. You are who, as one might expect from body B. He's still alive, eh? I admire dark something, who has started to breath faintly. It's simple to finish him off, but I guess I will confirm just in case. It's your last chance. Death or surrender. Answer within 3 seconds. IWS. Surrender. Then show your intent to surrender. What D do I have to do? Dark something mutters with a hoarse voice. Or rather, it's kind of difficult to understand him. I guess I will allow him to recover his stamina just a bit. Everyone, gather. I call Chloe's group, and pick up the fallen rapier, just for caution's sake. If this idiot moves the slightest bit, kill him. Yes. Dark something is surrounded from all sides by my armed subordinates. I splash a weak restorative potion on his head. Order your subordinates to bring the true core to this place. I nod and answer the question of dark something, whose voice was trembling as he had weapons thrust at him from all sides. Hurry up. For each 10 minutes I have to wait, you will be attacked to whittle down your recovered stamina. Got it? Why yes. The wait took 1 hour. By the time when dark something had been roasted 6 times as I had declared, a giant bat appeared while carrying the true core. I receive it from the giant bat, and explain the details of a surrender to dark something. Speak the words I'm going to say from now on while holding a strong wish of wanting to surrender to me. Why yes. I, Demon King Dark D. Doctor. Hey. What's your name? It's Darkness Dracula III. I, Demon King Darkness Dracula III, abandon my life as Demon King, and offer surrender to thee, Demon King Shin. Did you remember that? Why yes. Then speak. Shit. Even though it's for the sake of explaining. What an embarrassing name. I order dark something, who stammers a reply, while feeling irritated. I, Demon King Darkness Dracula III, abandon my life as Demon King, and offer surrender to thee, Demon King Shin. I accept. ? No matter how long I wait, nothing happens. Did I make a mistake with the line? Since I had noted it down while listening to canon, I open up my smartphone's memo app, and check it. It was correct, wasn't it? That means I see. You don't feel like submitting to me. In other words, you're saying that you want to die? I tightly grasp Gaeblg with killing intent. PP please wait. TT that's not it. Please, one more. Just one more chance. Seeing dark something's panicked begging, I nod silently. If he fails this time, I will kill him. I, Demon King Subaru, abandon my life as Demon King, and offer surrender to thee, Demon King Shin. ! I unintentionally burst into laughter due to dark something's, Subaru's declaration, erasing my killing intent. I accept. As I hold back my laughter, I declare the words accepting Demon King Subaru. In response, their true core, which hadn't reacted in any way before, shines and vanishes from my hands. At the same time, the ground beneath my feet, the air around me, The entire domain trembles intensely. You obtained Demon King Subaru's domain. Unification of domains succeeded. From now on you are granted a 24-hour pseudo-peace. I confirm the success of Subaru's surrender on my smartphone. With this I have welcomed my second former Demon King subordinate. Chapter 94 Suspicious Information 1. Welcome home. That was quite fast. Having added Subaru as subordinate, I created a transfer array and returned to Cannon's location. Well, it's because the Demon King made an appearance on the 3rd floor. Oh my. Who's the person behind you? Cannon immediately spots Subaru behind me. The foolish Demon King who made that appearance. You made him into a bloodkin? No, I made him surrender. After all, the recommendation is more likely to succeed if you go over there yourself. Isn't it, Shin-san? Indeed. I ponder while having a silly conversation with Cannon. Depending on Subaru's future efforts, it wouldn't be a bad idea to obtain more Demon King subordinates. However, next time I'd really like to get a Demon King who feels a bit more intelligent. Judging from his appearance, he's a vampire species just like you, Shin-san. Yeah. His name is... I'm about to answer Cannon's question, as she continues the previous conversation, interrupting my thoughts. It's an honor to meet the beautiful fairy princess. This noble lord is of the same species as Shin-sama, and the emperor ruling over all darkness. It's Subaru. I interrupt Subaru's speech as he attempts to introduce himself to Cannon, with a false name and sparkling eyes. Dark Subaru-san? No. My name is Dark. It's just Subaru. I correct Subaru, who still tries to use a false name. Shin-san, do you have a moment? Subaru, wait here. Being called by Cannon, I move to a slightly separated location, and order Subaru to stay where he is. Is that person really alright? His head? Unfortunately it was already too late when I met him. Why did you take such a Demon King in? Well, his brain is a lost case, but his body and mana were both B. If you limit it to indoors, right? The base stat of body was B. Mana is C, I guess. He sounds like a useful subordinate. I'm slightly scared of how he looks at me, though. Have peace of mind. There won't be any harm to me. I finish up the whispered conversation with Cannon quickly. Shin-sama, do you have a little moment for me? As I wrap up the conversation with Cannon, I'm next called by Subaru. What is it? Can a being like me create a beautiful fairy princess like that one? My destiny, which descended into the real world, if I raise my creation rank. What's with this guy? He truly gives off a bad vibe. Impossible. Cannon is a former Demon King just like you. To be in the same position as one such as me. As I thought. Mine and Canon's destinies are linked. Shut up. Since it looked like he'd break through the level of my sanity value, I shut up Subaru's mouth forcibly. If you make a move on Cannon, I will kill you. Got it? Excuse me. I didn't realize that Cannon already belongs to you, Shio. Shut up. Cannon. Can I get experience points by killing this guy right here and now? It's impossible since you can't get any experience points by killing your own subordinates. Subaru reveals a frightened expression, due to my serious statement, while Cannon answers with a bitter smile. I loudly click my tongue after hearing Cannon's words. After that, I assigned Subaru to a shack that I created on a different floor from the residential area, where the Bloodkin, including Cannon and me, live, and broke up the meeting then and there. Section 10 days after I added Subaru as a subordinate, Rena and Chloe have been smoothly proceeding with the expansion of my domain. At this rate, I expect to reach the domain rumored to have 2 Demon Kings in 3 days. They have usurped 3 domains since Subaru became my subordinate, but none of those Demon Kings became my subordinates, probably because I was unable to go myself. Since the domains weren't indoor types, should I have evolved into a daylight vampire instead? Vampires possess peerless strength in darkness, indoors, but having come this far, being unable to fight outdoors has become a huge shackle. Capturing a domain only during the night is unreasonable. Having said that, It's too much of a risk to appear in front of enemies while weakened by daylight. When I gave Subaru reasonably good items and ordered him to repel invaders as a test, he delivered good results. That was enough to make me deeply bitter about my meager ability to recruit more Demon King subordinates. Shinsei-an. Ga. Hi. In the middle of flying over while yelling my name, Cannon catches sight of Subaru, who had come here by chance, and leaks a small scream. Mew? Cannon-dan? What might be causing you distress? Even if I look like this, I'm a tight-lipped man. Please feel free to consult with me about everything. As fellow leaders serving Shin-sama, Seeing Subaru spreading both arms to block her path, Cannon begins to tremble. Tight-lipped? You have no right to stay silent towards me, you know. While we're at it, you're no leader. Ha ha ha. Shin-sama, do you still wish to test mind strength? Feel free to do so. Mind strength has grown even further due to the items you granted me. However, the plan to use this power for the sake of anyone besides Shin-sama and Cannon-dan is Subaru. There are invaders in the 35th sector. Take Dampiers and living males along and go repel them. Transfer B. I give an order to Subaru, who is talking in a long-winded way, and forcibly transfer him to the 35th sector. Thank you very much. Cannon emotionally thanks me. Good grief, Cannon, get a grip already and familiarize yourself with Subaru. Impossible. Cannon instantly replies, well, whatever. What business do you have with me? Yes, I found information that bothers me. Information that bothers you? Yes. Please look at this. Cannon stops at my shoulder and holds out the display of her small smartphone. Listen, my brethren and bitter enemies, dear ladies and gentlemen, I wish to establish a network for my brethren. As proof that I'm your brethren, I will present the following text. Dear ladies and gentlemen, if you understand this text, recognize me as your brethren, and feel like cooperating with me, then send a mail to the following mail address: HS1, R2, B3, W3, G5, R, W1, K2. Lapas 3298 at free.com, ? What is this? That is, it's a text that has been posted on various forums, but Shin-san, do you understand what it means? Absolutely no clue. Did you take a peek at SM1 sites? No. Listen, my brethren and bitter enemies, dear ladies and gentlemen, brethren probably means just that. I would infer that it's a dispute over some queen too with a bitter enemy, but is it something else? The meaning of this text is very likely. Cannon began to explain the meaning of the text she had shown me. Chapter 95 Suspicious Information 2. The meaning of this text is very likely a message to Demon Kings. Cannon states with a serious look. A message to Demon Kings? I parrot Cannon's words as a question. Listen, my brethren and bitter enemies, dear ladies and gentlemen. It appears there, D, refers to Demon Kings. Did Cannon awaken somehow? Her usual lisping tone is calm and steady. D equals Demon King. What's your basis for that assumption? Let's see. The basis is the ciphertext following afterwards. It has the preface, if you understand this text, and recognize me as your brethren. The ciphertext, HS1, R2, B3, W3, G5, R, W1, K2, contains a listing of alphanumeric values. Certainly, that's written there. What does H specify? I guessed it to be Heike. In that case, S becomes slime, R becomes rat, and B becomes bat. After listening to Cannon's words, I lower my eyes on the ciphertext a second time. ! Thereupon I see the ciphertext in a new light. To be precise, it might be Heike creation. Yes. In other words, the values added behind the alphabetical characters, the subordinate traces, represent the necessary CP to create them. If you decipher the rest of the alphanumeric values with the same system, R equals Rensai, W is wood sword, in other words, Bokuto, K is knife, A. Right. I'd expect nothing less of you, Shin-san. Once I guess correctly, Cannon expresses her joy by jumping around. In short, this text was written by some demon king, addressed to a great number of demon kings. That should be it. There are many stupid demon kings that talked about creation on the internet, but as much as I searched, I didn't find a single demon king on the internet who had also revealed the creation CP costs. That means the writer of this text, who knows about the necessary CP to create subordinates, must be a demon king, and that person is telling the demon kings, who realize that they are a demon king and wish to cooperate with him, to send an email to the email address written here. That's how it is. What should we do? Canon asks me. It's a very roundabout way of doing things, isn't it? It's just my assumption, but maybe they don't want the kind of demon kings who aren't clever enough to figure it out. Seeing Canon puffing up her nose while talking about being clever irritates me. Which reminds me, it's a little bit of a topic change, but Subaru made a request to use Drain on You. Is it okay if I allow it? Isn't that too much of a topic change? Sorry, can I have you pardon me for whatever I did? How about Dojeza? But if it's you, I don't particularly mean. So, to return to the topic, what do you think is the objective of this guy? Canon has become pale and trembles repeatedly. I get a hunch that she's going to make a stupid proposal soon. So I decide to return to the topic. Was there any meaning to the conversation just now? No. If anything, I simply got irritated by Canon's self-satisfied look. Feeling much better now? I guess the intention of the person who posted that message on the forums. One possibility is that they wish to build friendly relationships, or a treaty with the goal of non-intervention, or an alliance relation going beyond that. However, this text has been addressed to an unspecified, large number of demon kings. In that case, the demon king's location will be unknown. If the writer were a demon king of Hokkaido, is there any point in him forming an alliance with me who is in Kanazawa? There isn't, right? In order to gather my thoughts, I murmur out loud to Canon. Shin-san's monologue has started and he's concluding things by himself. You say but for the time being don't miss it, since it's possible that I will consult even with a self-proclaimed strategist. Okay? Okay. Is she smart or not? Most likely not. While amazed by the self-proclaimed strategist, I continue my considerations. The second possibility is a sharing of information. Humanity is sharing its information freely through the internet. The domains hazard ranks, the traits of classes, information about class ups, just like capture sites against demon kings. On the other hand, demon kings have a hard time sharing information because of our disposition. If you don't know the face, name, place, and contact address, information sharing is limited to the internet. But that's where the problem lies. Canon, what's the demerit of sharing information through the internet? All of a sudden a quiz format? Too bad. You're out of time. The correct answer is the information will be exposed to the humans as well, allowing them to refine countermeasures. However, what would be a measure to bypass this problem? Wouldn't that be to set up a site that only special people, demon kings, can browse? TSK. Correct. Why the tongue clicking? I adopted a quiz format to avoid the audience getting bored. But if the questions are too easy, it won't be interesting. For example, the demon king, who wrote this text, schemed it so that it won't be exposed that he's a demon king. In other words, is it about gathering demon kings who can share information so that it won't be exposed to the humans? The merit of being able to browse an information site that can only be accessed by demon kings is huge. However, the problem is whether I will be able to obtain significant information beyond what I can obtain through Canon. Isn't it? What did you say? Can you repeat the last line? The third possibility is a trap by a demon king trying to obtain information about other demon kings. A trap planted by the humans, using information they heard from demon kings as a basis. Basically humans are. It's because humans are creatures who find it hard to save everyone, including the former humans, the demon kings. Bitterness overflows from Canon. That's about it. As for my guesses, excluding the first possibility, what are your thoughts? Well, if you ask me like that, it's difficult. Canon tilts her head to the side in contemplation, being troubled how to answer. By the way, we have to send an email, right? And what if we were to be invited? Is there any possibility for it to result in demerits for our side? As long as we don't present any information from our side, wouldn't it be something like getting infected with a virus in the worst case? Canon. How many smartphones were usable among the ones we stole from humans? There are more than 10 smartphones which can be used after initializing them. I guess we will register with a free email service and try sending the email with a suitable smartphone. Understood. Having decided on our plan, Canon and I immediately go into action. I got an email address. Let me see. The email address Canon had registered was subarowdy114514@free.com. Canon. This email address is... What is it? No. Nothing. Is it fine to just send a blank email? I will try doing so. While Canon smiles broadly at me, who has drawn away from her, she operates the smartphone. Ping. Once she sends a blank email, we immediately receive reply. Thou art to present proof of being a D brethren. How should I answer? Let's see. Isn't it fine to answer with, HK equals 10, D equals 50, Kobold and Dark Elf, right? Okay. Afterwards, there was no reply for quite some time. This text has been posted on various forums, right? Yeah. There will be many prank mails and spam, so it might take some time to carefully check the mails. That's possible. In the end, no reply came, even after we waited for 3 days. Rena and Chloe arrived at the domain with the 2 demon kings. I left my domain in order to join the invasion. Chapter 96 vs. Demon King Yatoro. 1. I had decided to gather the invasion team members for a strategy meeting, at a beach close to the domain said to house 2 demon kings. From now on, we're going to begin our invasion of Yukinada's domain rumored to have 2 demon kings. According to the hazard ranks used by the humans, our target domain is rank B. However, with 2 demon kings, the threat level goes up to A. By the way, my sectors in the southern direction have a hazard rank S, commonly called Hero's Graveyard. The sectors on the western side have a hazard rank D, commonly called Farm. The sectors in the east have a hazard rank of B, and the ones in the north are set to A. My threat level is S. This isn't a rank that I assigned myself, but one that was given to me by a former hero who ran away after abandoning Rena. According to the humans here say, I'm superior in everything. But, in the end, it's the humans that decided that of their own accord. I can't let my guard down. This invasion is different from the ones we've faced so far. I shall assign a single mission to all of you. That mission is to capture the 2 demon kings alive. However, this mission is less important than the lives of my bloodkin. Are there any questions so far? I look at the faces of my subordinates who are standing in a line. Chief, can I ask one thing, Su? Blue. You fool. We stay quiet while Master. Chloe. Yes, Master. Excuse me for speaking out of turn. Chloe remonstrates Blue, who raised his hand and tried to energetically ask a question, and I admonish Chloe. So, what's your question? Blue, you said capture alive, but what exactly should we do, Su? You're right. This time I will command Rena's unit. Blue, if your unit encounters the 2 demon kings before us, clean up the surrounding small fry, and corner them. The best outcome would be for you to make them escape into another sector. That's easy for you to say, Su. But, the opponents are demon kings, you know, Su. If they are at the same level as Demon King Alyssa. Blue. Even if they were as strong as Alyssa, I will definitely bring them down. You bastard, your life is. Chloe, don't bring them down. The goal is to capture them alive. And, the Bloodkin's lives have the highest priority. Excuse me, I wonder, did Chloe actually listen to me? There's a touch of uneasiness left. Well, whatever. Chloe, if your unit encounters the Demon Kings, run away in the worst case. I permit you to sacrifice your subordinates to make the escape a success. I'm deeply grateful for your benevolence and deep consideration, Master. And, if the girl Demon King shows up, use this. Apply at the instant she disappears. I pass 50 flash orbs. I had alchemized for this data, Chloe. Since I have alchemized 100 flash orbs, in total, my group will be equipped with 50 flash orbs, as well. You have my thanks for bestowing these upon us. Chloe bows deeply. And, Blue, do you remember how to use the smartphone? I'm okay, Su. If I press this, I can talk with you, right, Chief Su? Blue holds up the smartphone. He took out of his straw skirt, while brimming with confidence. By the way, what Blue means with this is a speed dialing icon that will call my smartphone. Until now, I have been able to constantly observe my subordinates, using the live video feed on my smartphone, but this time I cannot afford to do something like that. I had considered teaching him how to receive a call as well, but I omitted it since I can handle that through telepathic messages. Call me at once if you run into a demon king. Roger. Su. Chloe sends a jealous look at Blue, who answers vigorously. Originally I wanted to give the smartphone to Chloe, who fights from the rear, but since she couldn't handle its operation, it wasn't an option. Unexpectedly, Blue might have the highest aptitude with modern devices. Well then, we're going to start the invasion now. Yes, Master. The brief strategy meeting comes to an end, and I announce the start of the invasion section. Parting with Chloe's unit, I began the invasion together with Rena's unit. The sector we invaded is structured like what you'd call a dungeon. The walls concealing the surroundings consist of unrefined, bare rock surface. Moss is growing here and there. Depressed spots and puddles of water are covering the ground, which is made out of soil and rock. A dark dungeon that feels damp and humid. How very comfortable. I also like a clear night sky, illuminated by moonlight, but such a clammy dungeon calms my mind for some reason. As Iron and 4 living males advance in the lead, suddenly a dry clanking sound reverberates, and a single arrow falls to the ground at Iron's feet. Enemy attack. Spread out. Rena's voice immediately fills the corridor, and my subordinates shift towards combat positions in accordance to her words. Flora, Lilim, deploy your magic shields. Okay, Layla, Dakel, use ranged attacks together with the Dampiers. No need to tell me. Iron, living males, protect Layla, Flora and the others. Certainly, Guy. Red, strike the enemy together with me. Roger. Sure. My subordinates get going, while acting according to Rena's swift commands, and me, being one step late, I give up on close combat with Gay Ebelg, and start preparing to attack with magic. Dark. Hey, wah, ga, a blunder. Ga. How annoying. Rena, Guy, and Red, who started to run, are tripped up by the slushy ground, and have their speed killed. Immediately after, countless arrows and fireballs rain down on them. No helping it. Magic shield. Cursed hatred. Flora and Iron aren't perturbed by the sudden event. Flora deploys a magic barrier in front of Guy, who has a low durability. Iron draws the arrow's aim towards himself by clanging his shield. Rena and Red knock down the arrows by resolutely swinging their weapons. They escape the danger of the approaching fireballs while tumbling on what seems to be muddy ground. Red is heartily swinging his club atop the muddy ground, when his expression freezes. If one had strained his ears at this moment, they might have heard the clicking sound of him stepping on a trap. Go 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 go. A huge stone ball is rolling directly towards Red from the front, alongside a strong vibration. In front of the monsters using ranged attacks, muddy ground. A tumbling boulder switch inside the muddy ground. A killing intent at full throttle from the very start. Dark lance. I shoot a darkness lance at the tumbling boulder. The lance hits it directly, turning it into small stones and scattering it in all directions, allowing Red to escape the danger. Boss. Thanks. Red looks at me with a loose expression. Thanks are unnecessary. I will eradicate those guys. Rena, Red, Guy, spread out. Okay. Affirmative. Sure. Dark Night Tempest. The violently blowing storm of darkness swallows up the arrow-shooting goblins and magic-firing imps completely. Even the enemies who were fortunate enough to escape the storm are completely slain by Layla's ruthless ice bullets, helped by Rena, as well as Guy, who got out of the quagmire. Right from the beginning, such a hassle. Yes. No kidding. Rena and I look at each other and smile wryly. Shin-sama, look at this. Once I get close to Layla, she points at an arrow that has fallen to the ground. Exclamation mark. The arrow is completely made out of silver. Come to think of it, the spells raining down on Rena and the other two before were all fire-based. And all the shot arrows were silver items. The common factor is that both fire and silver are weaknesses of mine. Is this coincidence? Impossible. In that case, the answer is simple. The master of this domain knew that the enemy coming to attack them would be me. And they worked out plenty of countermeasures against me. It looks like ordinary methods won't work for usurping this domain. I raise my evaluation of the Demon King ruling this domain by 1 level. Chapter 97 vs. Demon King Yatoro, 2. 12 hours have passed since we entered the domain ruled by 2 Demon Kings. Currently we're in the middle of invading the 2nd floor. The various traps, planted at perfect spots, and the synergy between the traps and the accompanying monsters. As a fellow ruler of a domain, there are many things I admire, and as someone in the position of an invader, those same things have increased my stress level. That's the kind of domain it is. Rena, what's your impression of this domain? The degree of invasion difficulty is quite high. It might be justified to set its hazard rank to A and not B. Rena answers seriously while walking next to me. You're certainly right. The ranks of the deployed monsters aren't high at all. The equipment they wear is at most D rank, and yet, the degree of difficulty is fairly high. Indeed, the skill of all the monsters we have encountered was high. Or rather, I think they are moving according to some kind of rule. I can't see any hesitation in their actions. Goblins that lure own into traps, wolf packs with the goal of causing chaos, and monsters constantly launching ranged attacks from hidden locations. The Demon King of this place seems to be fairly clever. The point I'm paying attention to is the high CP efficiency. A certain pervert Demon King had only created masses of ghouls and giant bats while stressing the cost-performance ratio. As if following the pervert Demon King, many Demon Kings had used similar strategies. However, the monsters inhabiting this domain, the low-cost wolves, goblins, and the signature monsters of the devil species, imps, have been skillfully put to use here. What makes me curious is the wide range of monster types we have encountered. Are those monsters that have been subordinated from other domains that have been usurped so far? I wonder, if you consider it normally, that would be the case. But the overly familiar way of working with them is weird, isn't it? Pixies that fan the fires created by fireballs shot to my imps through nature manipulation, the stationing of ogres who excel at physical power, and traps that are buried in the ground as if aimed at setting up an attack by those ogres from the sides, elves that unleash ranged attacks while shielded by dwarves who have superior sturdiness. And what intrigues me the most is how the monsters who can't be created by a devil demon king, immediately escape once they are in a predicament. Elves and pixies run away at once, don't they? Yeah, I wonder whether that's owed to them being subordinates that can't be recreated, like unique items. I also cherish the lives of subordinates that I can't recreate, like ogres and pixies, for the same reason. Is something about it bothering you? The domain here has 7 sectors, right? Did such a remarkably great variety of demon kings exist in the vicinity? Going by my experience so far, the majority were ogre or fairy demon kings. I have seen only one elf demon king. Now that you mention it, it might be abnormal. Oops, we have to interrupt our chat. A violet swamp with steam rising. A poison swamp has been set up down the path. Slimes of the same color are squirming within the swamp. Several dark elves, who are readying their bows, and a huge, dark brown devil holding an axe, a lesser demon, are waiting beyond the poison swamp. Moreover, giant bats, 3 huge bats fly around, above the lesser demons. We have plenty of antidotes on hand. All of you, fight without minding the poison. Well prepared means no worries. There's damage from slipping in the poison swamp, and if you're talking about the effect of the poison, I think it's close to a cold. You feel nauseated, and your stomach hurts. It's not at the level of obstructing combat, but if you ignore it, it will amplify the feeling of tiredness. That's the kind of effect a poison swamp has. Not wanting to enter it, I proceed with the preparations for offensive magic. Dakel. Shoot down those eyesores. The ultrasonic waves of giant bats affect one's mental concentration. Their weakness is archery attacks. I give Dakel an order before Reno can. My remaining subordinates begin to take on their respective tasks. One scion clangs his shield, Red charges into the poison swamp without hesitation, and beats down the violet slimes. The poison slimes, with his club. Layla shoots her ice bullets at an imp, and Flora follows up on Layla's attacks. Rena and Guy run through the poison swamp, confronting the lesser demon. Dark arrow. I continue to indiscriminately fire many darkness arrows at the enemies on the other side of the poison swamp. 5 minutes later, once Rena's slash sends the lesser demon's head flying, the enemy's front line collapses. Afterwards we bring down one enemy blocking our path after the other, capitalizing on our individual strength. Section. The 5th day after starting the invasion, we have completed the invasion of the sector containing 9 floors in total. I succeeded in usurping the first sector. Is something wrong? Rena calls out to me after we finish taking over the sector. Yeah. There's something that bothers me. Is there? Certainly. We lost 2 subordinates, but all Bloodkin are safe and sound. Or is it not about this invasion? Just as Rena says. We lost 2 of my subordinates, a living male and a wolf, in this run. Since they were subordinates that I had nurtured, I have a feeling of regret, but I can come to terms with it, as they were necessary sacrifices. Rena. There were 9 floors in the sector we usurped a while ago, right? Yeah. A sector with 9 floors is rare. But is there something making you uneasy about it? 9 floors means, what level for a demon king? 9, no? Rena immediately replies, do you know the number of sectors I'm ruling? If I remember correctly, it should be 45 together with this sector, I think. Correct. Do you know my level? Canon mentioned before that you became level 10, but did you become level 11? No. I'm still a 10. In short, you're saying you're strong? Rena cocks her head in puzzlement, not understanding what I want to say. I became level 9 around the time you defeated Demon King Kanta. Kanta? How nostalgic. The number of sectors I ruled back then was 24. I see. You grew quite a bit since then. Rena gives her opinion, missing the point. On the other hand, the Demon King here is ruling over 7 sectors. Just now it became 6. Once Chloe's group finishes its invasion, 5 will be left. Huh? Canon would have correctly guessed what I want to say around here. Is Canon smart and Rena stupid? Or is there a difference in the way of thinking between Rena and Canon because Rena hasn't been a Demon King unlike Canon? I guess I was too indirect. Even though the Demon King here has only 7 sectors, their level is 9. In other words, the Demon King, who has been ruling this sector, has defeated quite a few invaders with his own hands. Don't you think so? The Demon Kings who kill their enemies with their own hands grow fast. Come to think of it, that's the kind of creature Demon Kings are, aren't they? To call me a creature. Well, you're correct, though. In short, what I want to say is that the Demon King here is the type who can also fight on the front lines by himself. And yet they didn't show up this time? Is that a matter of concern? Rena has finally reached the answer I wanted her to reach. That's how it is. They are a Demon King excelling in the deployment of monsters and the planting of such troublesome traps, and a Demon King who can fight on the front lines as a last resort. That's plenty of cause for concern, don't you think? I see. Even when standing at the front line, you're always worrying about such things. I guess that's the secret behind your strength, Shin. Well, it's an era where you will be weeded out if you stop thinking. Ha! My master is truly reliable. Please continue to guide me as well as my comrades. As opposed to my interactions with Canon, it didn't develop into a discussion. Instead, Rena listened to my words and laughed in high spirits. Chapter 98 vs. Demon King Yatoro. 3. I give Canon authority over the sectors we have usurped so far. And, after allowing my subordinates to take a rest for eating and sleeping, I resupply the items that were used up, and the subordinates that got killed. I decide that we'll set out to invade the next sector once all preparations are perfectly in order. The hell? I let out an involuntary curse as I step into the next sector. A clear sky, and countless sparkling stars. Rocks of various sizes are scattered ahead of us. Not a single plant is growing on the ground. Until now, the sectors had the form of caves, but this one is a wasteland. According to our initial intelligence, all the sectors ruled by the 2 Demon Kings were cave types. One of the main reasons I thought of trying to let the Demon Kings here join as my subordinates was that I believed this to be a domain with indoor sectors, where I can personally make an appearance. They're harassing me, huh? Rather than harassment, you could call it a countermeasure, no? Rena calmly rebuts my irritated words. It's no problem at the moment, since it's night. The night wind is pleasant, allowing me to even call it an ideal environment. However, once dawn breaks, the blazing sun will definitely sap my strength. Because it's a vampire attacking, they increase the sun exposure in the domain. It's the correct way to deal with me. Should I leave the invasion team? However, I won't be able to invite the Demon King of this place to join me then. And, given how quick-witted this Demon King is, I want to have them join me at any cost. My body stat will weaken from B to C, and my mana stat from B to D during the day. Given that I'm wearing the highest level items, I don't think that I will become inferior to the run-of-the-mill small fry around here. But there's still some uneasiness remaining. Should I have chosen Daylight Vampire as my evolutionary path? I tend to blame my past self whenever I fall into unforeseen situations. Invading as before will be dangerous, I think. If the other side reads my actions, then I have no choice but to take actions I haven't used so far. We're going to return to our domain for the moment. Yes, Master. I choose to retreat here. Section. After returning, I start pondering about a strategy on how to proceed with the invasion. It's very likely that the enemy will be fully aware of our actions. So, what should I do to attack the enemy's unguarded flank? Actions I haven't adopted so far. I can come up with one right away. I don't know how much the enemy knows about us, but so far I had always 2 units. Rena's and Chloe's party carry out the invasion of a domain at the same time. This increases our invasion speed while also dividing the enemy's forces. However, this time I want to let the 2 Demon Kings join as my subordinates. In that case, you could call forcing them to split up their combat forces a poor move. Therefore, I will have Rena and Chloe combine their units. My only worry would be the question of who should lead the unified forces, Rena or Chloe, but there won't be any problems if I take command. Another unusual action. Let's set up a surprise. It's unknown how effective it'll be, but it might be able to give us the chance to create a blind spot. I alchemize a suit of heavy mithril armor, a mithril shield, and a mithril helmet. Then I put on the mithril set, and pick up a shield and spear. I move the shield and spear several times and jump on the spot to ascertain the sensation. It's difficult to move, but it's not as heavy as I had expected. Is this an effect of my enhanced body? Cannon, come here. Next I call Cannon through a telepathic message. I'm here. What is it? After waiting for around 3 minutes, Cannon shows up. Oh? Shin-san, where are you? Cannon flies about and surveys my room, where 3 living males were lined up. Katakata. I reflexively start to tremble because of Cannon's comical expression, causing a metallic scraping sound to reverberate. Shin-san. What are you doing? Cannon notices my presence and comes to a halt atop my shoulder. You realized, eh? Well, if you look closely, it's seedy looking. Stylish. Cannon hurriedly fixes her word choice. Stylish, huh? Do you think that you'd notice on the smartphone's live stream during battle? I see. That's what's going on here. True, it's possible that we would notice, as we're used to seeing living males, but I think the possibility of it not being noticed by someone not familiar with living males is rather high. Cannon sees through my thinking and gives me an accurate reply, but rather than that, isn't that heavy? Not as much as I thought it'd be. However, the visibility is bad and it's stuffy. Readying a shield, because of the bad visibility and low mobility, might be the best a living male, whose only task is to serve as a shield while wearing full plate armor, can do. Simple movements at the level of lifting a shield and thrusting a spear are possible, but it's definitely unlikely that I will be able to fight during battle like usual. Cannon, are there enough subordinates and items? Pardon? There's no problem. No problem, huh? Currently I have 2,400 CP. I have 20 chances. Even if it fails, I will simply use them for defense. I will squander my CP a bit. What? With a sidelong glance at the dumbfounded Cannon, I start on creating Dampier's section. The gender of the created Dampiers is set randomly. The probability for a Dampier to be male is 50%. According to my calculations, I had planned for 10 male Dampiers to be created, but 7 men. Huh? Greed sensor? Creation sensor? The number of created male Dampiers was lower than expected. Although they all physically resemble each other, their physique and hair length is different upon closer inspection. I think this one will do. I call over a Dampier that suits my purpose. Canon, give him the same hairstyle as I have. The selected Dampier has long hair and a physique similar to mine. Okay. Wait. Isn't it way too optimistic for this Dampier to be seen as you, Shin-san? As long as we have him wear sunglasses, I think it'll work. If he's seen by someone who doesn't know me well, anyone who knows me would definitely figure it out when they see him, but no one else knows about my personal traits except for my physique, age, hairstyle, and my appearance to some extent, I believe. Even while complaining, Canon skillfully dresses the Dampier's hair in the same style as mine. It would be fine to have him wear a mask of devilishness, like Rina, but it's not desirable for him to stand out in a bad way. If it comes to sunglasses, those might be able to pass as sunglasses during the day because he's a vampire, right? I have the Dampier, who now has the same hairstyle as me, equip the items I usually wear and somewhat largish sunglasses. What do you think? Well, he does resemble you a bit, but since I know you well, he only looks like a crazy fan, or rather, a cosplayer to me. True. Let's have the guys in the residential area review him. You mean the humans you turned into bloodkin? Those people don't remember my face well, do they? Yeah, you've been completely ignoring them, after all, because the humans, who I turned into bloodkin in the past, were of no use in battle. I left them in the residential area. I haven't visited to check on them, but according to Canon, they seem to have been working hard at agriculture recently, keeping the full plate armor on. I moved to the residential area, taking Canon and the Dampier posing as me along. Oh, Shin-sama, it's been a long time. Did you have an image change? Those sunglasses look good on you. Yes, Shin-sama. If you like, this icon. The goblins eat them happily all the time. Yes, Shin-sama. Long time no see. Please, allow us to keep farming like this. The former invaders, who had become completely spineless, are subservient towards the Dampier disguising as me. See? That's how humans regard me. It looks like it. Canon and I smile wryly. Chapter 99 vs. Demon King Yatoro. 4. The sectors we're going to attack from now will be formidable. Therefore, I will reorganize the units. Step forward if your name is called out. I speak loudly while standing in front of my subordinates, who have gathered in a large, broad space. Rina, Layla, Flora, Iron, Guy, Red, Dakel. The 7 bloodkins step forward. Next, Chloe, Blue, Noir, Rouge, Kira. They also step forward. Chloe, who regards Rina as her rival, sends a sharp look at Rina, who's standing next to her. Lastly, as for the bloodkin, a special named Dampier, Shadow. Yes, Master. The sunglasses-wearing Dampier, who had been created just a while ago, Shadow, appears from behind me. Exclamation mark. Shin, isn't that a bit unreasonable? Comprehending my thoughts after seeing Shadow, Rina calls out to me. If he's next to me, it's obvious that he's a different person, but that doesn't seem to be the case if he's seen by those unaware of it, you know? Really? It might be hard to trust me on this, but when we actually tested it, the humans in the residential area mistook Shadow-san for Shin-san. Exclamation mark. My subordinates expose their surprise at the words of the wryly smiling Canon. In other words, you're saying those inferior, incompetent farmers mistook the likes of a Dampier for master? What blasphemy! Leaving Chloe calling him the likes of a Dampier aside, the eyes of those fellows are rotten and not needed any longer. I shall eliminate them at once. The trio of religious fanatics, Chloe, Layla, and Isao, start talking about dangerous stuff. Wait. Once I hold them back in a hurry, the eyes of all subordinates gather on me. This is my idea. In short, you're saying that you're objecting to my thinking? No, nothing of the sort. Excuse me, now that it has come to this, I shall make up for this with my life. I'm resigned to accept any kind of punishment. The fanatics trio completely abandons their previous anger and kneels down on the spot. Don't treat your lives as worthless. How many times do I have to tell you until you understand? Excuse me, Master. All members of the fanatics trio prostrate in front of me. Good grief. I'm happy about their passionate loyalty, but they're taking it too far. Chloe, Layla, and Isao are irreplaceable combat assets. Especially Isao is a precious subordinate I created by lowering my maximum CP. And even if it comes to Chloe and Layla, they have grown quite a bit, and it would require a tremendous amount of time to recreate their combat prowess. I'd really like them to value their lives a bit more. Well, fine. Let's get back on topic. Treat Shadow as me, Demon King Shin, during the invasion. As you command. Shin, can I ask one thing? What is it? I face Rena. This time Chloe and our two units will invade for the first time as one group. What are you going to do about the leadership? The surrounding atmosphere changes upon Rena's words. The leader will be me. Huh? Exclamation mark. Hearing my reply, my subordinates are surprised. MMH? You unhappy about me being the leader? No, that's not it. Master, it's dangerous. If you leave it to us, we will definitely usurp the domain for you. Chief. This time the domain will be filled with sunlight. Nosu, if you provide us with an awesome plan as usual, we will defeat the Demon Kings in a flash. Boss. My subordinates voice their protest towards me participating in the invasion. Having them talk back to me is rather novel. Did these guys obtain their own egos? Watching my subordinate frantically object makes me happy instead. Certainly. It's dangerous. That's why I'm expecting great efforts from you guys. Protect me to the bitter end, okay? Understood. I will protect you, even at the cost of this life. My subordinates replied to my cheerful words, which I said with a smile, by saying that they will stake their lives on it. Section. I add 6 living males and 2 dampiers to the lineup, and then we return to the sector that we had temporarily evacuated, with 24 members in total. The invasion started at 2 p.m. Sunset is still around 4 hours away. It would have been fine to start at night, but feeling that the risk of being attacked as dawn breaks would be high, we have started the invasion at this time. Shin-sama, are you alright? Flora calls out to me as she's walking behind me. This time I'm disguised as living male. However, I have no intention to act as a tank at the front row. I'm staying back in the rear as a guard for Flora, who's at the end of our group. I feel hot and sluggish, basically really bad, but I'm fine. My body stat decreases drastically during the day. Because of that, the armor I'm wearing feels heavier than at night, and my condition is down in the drain. There's no hint of traps or enemies. Do you think this is some kind of trap as well? Rena asks Shadow with a slightly loud voice. The one she's addressing is naturally me and not Shadow. I really wonder. The opponent changed the domain structure majorly. It's also possible that they didn't have the time to plant traps. I answer Rena with a one-way telepathic message. It would be nice if it's like that. Well, don't slack on your vigilance. The opponent is a demon king whom you mustn't underestimate. Okay. After 6 hours of invading, while being cautious of traps, around the time when the sun went down and a pleasant night wind started to blow, we arrived at the second floor. Just like on the first floor, there were no traps or enemy attacks on the second floor either. There's nothing but a detestable wasteland with the sunlight blazing down. Despite deliberately transforming the domain into a wasteland, no traps or enemy attacks. What's the enemy's aim? What would I do in their place? A mighty enemy has come invading. The overwhelming enemy consists of higher-ranking monsters, and their equipment is nothing but high-ranking items. Facing them from the front will inevitably lead to defeat. My advantage is numbers that I can throw at the enemy all at once. And the enemy's weakness? The sunlight. As long as I can defeat the Demon King, it will be an upset. The powerful monsters securing his vicinity are secondary. I simulate having become the enemy Demon King in my mind. It's meaningless to dispatch a half-assed battle force. That's obvious from the previous defenses, the defense battles over the 2 sectors that were stolen. What would I do then? At what moment would I throw all my forces at the enemy? Exclamation mark. I reach a single answer. Rena, check the time of sunrise. I wanted to look it up on my own smartphone, but right now the possibility of the enemy watching our every move is high. 5:42. Currently it's 2010, 8:10 p.m. To everyone, the enemy's raid is expected to happen in 9:30 hours. We will march on for 6 hours, and take a break for 10 hours. If I were the enemy, I would attack at the same time as the sun rises. Putting it another way, the possibility of us being attacked until then is extremely low. In that case, we will proceed with the invasion as planned, and at the same time we should probably secure a location that's easy to defend. Having determined the enemy's plan, I start giving out orders that will allow us to act swiftly. Chapter 100 versus Demon King Yatoro. 5. Yatoro's point of view. Sunrise, 5:42 a.m. on a certain day. Good grief, what a troublesome opponent. I sigh, while observing the mighty invaders progress through my smartphone. The forces of the atrocious Demon King who took control over Kanazawa, Demon King Shin, have carried out a forced march throughout the night. They have easily seen through the fact that no traps have been planted in the sector I just recently transformed into a wasteland type, and have now taken up position in front of the stairs between the 4th and 5th floor, apparently having grasped my plan to launch a surprise attack as the sun rises. The opponent holds more than 40 sectors. He's the supreme ruler of Kanazawa City, isn't he? On the other hand, my side is a puny force possessing no more than a measly 7. No, 2 have been stolen. 5 sectors. He could be a bit more negligent, or rather fight like a monarch, couldn't he? According to Lapas, a Demon King apparently needs to be level 10 to leave his domain. In other words, Demon King Shin is beyond level 10. Furthermore, his subordinates are a match for 1,000. They kept defeating the rare subordinates, which I drew at great pains, completely. Even the items they are wearing are all things I have never seen before. Very likely Demon King Shin's alchemy is at rank B. My advantages are limited to the SSR subordinate gate, I guess. NN, boss. You okay? This might be a lost cause. That's troublesome. Troublesome, indeed. Kate is concerned about me, her face taking on a mortified expression. Kill the enemy's leader with a whoosh. Is that possible? NN. I will succeed in 5 out of 100 attempts. I assess a success rate of 5%. Huh? You could call that high in terms of a gacha win rate. But it's a poor prospect with K's life, and my second life, on the line. I guess I will try looking at the situation for one day. If they appear to only move at night, we will challenge them to a fight tomorrow. NN. Okay. Around 12 hours left until sunset. Are they going to stay in that place for half a day? If they do, we won't have any other choice but to launch an attack tomorrow, despite it lowering our winning percentage. As I gaze at the powerful invaders reflected on my smartphone, I feel like praying. Section. Next day. At sunrise, they haven't taken a single step outside their encampment during the day. Just as the sun went down, they resumed their advance, and right now they have taken up position in front of the stairway connecting the 7th and 8th floors. I have 2 choices left. First, an all-out war using all my forces. In contrast to their 24, I have close to 1,000 subordinates. I wonder what kind of chances we would have. If I take K's and my power into account as well, maybe 50 to 50. No, we can probably win this battle, but in the end we will lose. After all, they have the option of withdrawing. The position of their encampment suggests they are prepared to withdraw. The worst outcome would be for me to lose a moderate amount of subordinates, and that guy's main force withdrawing and then coming to attack once more. It would turn into a quagmire-like, protracted war, and I would very likely lose after becoming inferior in numbers and individual strength at the end. Assuming there's a chance to prevail, it would be Kate killing their general, Demon King Shin, in the midst of the melee. Second, I surrender. According to Laplace, it's apparently possible for me to fall under Demon King Shin's rule together with my subordinates, if I present him my true core, and inform him of my will to submit to him. The problem is, Will Demon King Shin accept my surrender? And, if I surrender, I will be deprived of my status as Demon King. That means, I will become unable to use random creation. Losing the ability to use random creation, my purpose in life and my daily routine would be a heavy blow. I would be robbed of what I'm living for in my second life, after coming across it at long last, and I would lose my SSR subordinate Gade, who I've come to love like my own granddaughter. Even just thinking about it is hell. However, depending on how I look at it, Gade's life will be saved as well if I surrender, won't it? Anyone would likely want a SSR subordinate like Gade. That's how important Gade's existence is. Then, how are my chances with this plan? I feel like they're quite high. Gade has also played a big part in my survival up till now. In that case, it makes sense to rely on Gade for this final attempt as well. Having come up with a plan, I take my subordinates along and head out to the battlefield section. I have moved to the stairway connecting the 7th and 8th floor, along with my main force, through transfer. I have ordered the subordinates, who I couldn't take with my transfer, to also move to the 8th floor. It has taken 3 hours for the troops to assemble. Taking my 1,000 subordinates with me, I confront Demon King Shin. What an exaggerated welcome for merely 24 invaders. It's a countermeasure against the sunlight, isn't it? Demon King Shin, who wears sunglasses, yells towards me with a tone that sort of sounds like he is reading a speech. Fuo. The opponent is a fiendish demon king who took control over Kanezawa. Even these numbers are still insufficient. The moment I let him break my resolve, I will lose any hope of winning. I answer while bluffing to the best of my ability. Even as Demon King Shin's forces are surrounded by 1,000 monsters, they ready their weapons without any hesitation. Demon King Shin. I have one proposal. What is it? Demon King Shin answers after a little pause. Do you know of what's called surrender? I do, but what about it? Fuo. For you to have known about surrender means you are also a member of Lapas, I suppose. What's wrong? I'm also a member of Lapas. Either way, you knowing about surrender speeds up matters. You want to request a surrender? Demon King Shin boldly asks in response. I thought that this guy was quick-witted, but each of his replies has taken time. Does he carefully scrutinize everything first? Fuo. Don't be ridiculous. My suggestion is that we each select one of our subordinates and have them carry out a duel. The losing side's Demon King will surrender to the winning side's Demon King. The lives of the contesting subordinates will be important, too. Let's have them admit their defeat even without going as far as them killing each other. Demon King Shin stays silent. How about it? This way the winner will be able to gain a bigger military force compared to us duking it out normally, although it's not my place to say so. All of my subordinates are rare draws, you know? This is my secret plan. With this, he has gained the chance to take possession of the SSR subordinate Gade. He won't be able to refuse someone who can resist the temptation of the SSR Gade. I decline. I don't think I have heard you properly. What did you say just then? I decline. Why? It should be a suggestion that would allow for everything to work out as you desire, too. What? Do not me SS with me. Such a fucked up suggestion is something the strong offers to the weak. Demon King Shin answers in an irritated tone that felt a bit like an act. ! Can't you see this army, you retard? It's not like I have to annihilate all of them here and now. We will kill a suitable number, and then retreat, and after reorganizing ourselves we will repeat that. If I do this, I will be able to definitely overthrow you. However, I'm no demon. I will save your life. I shall allow you to say, please make me your subordinate, in a set with your prided shadow ogre over there. Gunanu. If you want Gade, you have got to accept my suggestion. As I sighed. There's no need for me to accept that suggestion. If you offer your surrender right away, I promise that I will treat you suitably, okay? Don't screw with me. Like hell I'm going to surrender. That means our negotiations have broken down. If I had to talk this slowly each and every single time, I'm better off being destroyed. That's how my plan failed. As blood rushed into my head, I plunged into an all-out war. Chapter 101 vs. Demon King Yatoro, 6. Concentrate your fire. I command all my ranged subordinates, with the lesser demons in the lead, countless violent energy attacks. Offensive spells rain down on the invaders. Explosions that seem to burst my ears reverberate around me. The outlook ahead is blocked by clouds of dust that were kicked up by the shock waves. It will be most satisfactory if only one of them gets injured, but like return gifts, ice bullets and a rain of arrows come flying from within the cloud of dust. The attack's scale doesn't reach even a tenth of the spells fired by my subordinates just now, but the ice bullets, each of them charged with murderous intent, pierce my subordinates, and the falling rain of arrows lacerates them. And, once the cloud of dust clears away, a group of full-plate armors with life dwelling within, living males, have lifted their shields in order to protect their comrades behind them, showing slightly revolting expressions with not a single one of them being damaged. I possess only one living male among my subordinates. If I'm not mistaken, they are peculiar monsters whose ability is greatly influenced by the armor they are given, with endurance being their key point. How highly ranked is the armor which Demon King Shin has given to his living males? No doubt, his ability, which allowed him to take control of Kanezawa City, is the real deal. It's fine to continue concentrating our fire like this, but it's also possible that we will just waste time pointlessly. Once the sun sets, his combat prowess will grow. It might be a better plan to engage them fully here. Once it develops into a melee, there will be a chance for us to win. All hands, charge! I make my treasured ogres, tigermen, and hound dogs charge towards the front line, with demon generals and greater generals in the lead. Compared to the tower defense games I know of, the biggest point of difference with battles in reality is friendly fire. The front row goes into close combat while the back rows launch ranged attacks, but that's easier said than done. The subordinates, which are specialized in ranged attacks, spread out to the left and right with me, and join the attack while paying attention to their positioning, so as not to hit their allies with their attacks. 1000 versus 24, considering it normally, it's a battle that can't be lost. However, individual differences are extreme in this completely changed world. It's a broken world where peerless warriors exist which would have originally been impossible. Still, if it's one enemy, and if we surround them from all sides, we can overcome their resistance with numbers. But those guys have impudently cut off the risk of being attacked in the rear, as the stairway leading to the 7th floor is situated at their back. Even though they have inferior numbers, they oppose a numerical advantage by joining into a tight formation. At most 50 of my subordinates can attack at the same time. I think in such a situation, it will be difficult to throw the invaders, who excel in individual strength, into disorder. How annoying. It's a truly annoying situation. A living male stops the axe swung downwards by a greater demon with its shield, and a masked girl, who slips in from the side, cuts the greater demon with her black sword. A red ogre with a big frame brandishes his blunt weapon, blowing away my subordinates. A black ogre and a red ogre crush my subordinates in succession with well-coordinated attacks. Once my subordinates try to attack the red ogre, who went a bit too far forward, a goblin, who rushed out from who knows where, covers the red ogre by swinging his axe. Once they try to attack with arrows and spells, arrows with a frighteningly high accuracy shoot down those spells. Even when we succeed in injuring one of them a bit, the enemy immediately falls back, and the dampiers and living males, who were on standby in the back, use restorative medicines without any frugality, healing their wounds at once. If they run out of healing agents, the enemy's front line will collapse. However, the opponent is a demon king ruling over 47 sectors. He likely has an inexhaustible supply of CP. It's unclear how many restorative medicines he prepared, but it looks like I will run out of subordinates before they run out of medicine. Who's that masked girl? Don't tell me she's a SSR subordinate like Kate. She looks like a human, but do humans, who are this strong, actually exist? I also know about the method to turn humans into subordinates. You just have to turn them into kin. But That's quite a hassle. Moreover, even after going through the pain of turning them into kin, there are many cases where they are unusable. Considering it like that. That must be a SSR subordinate after all. I want her. I want to have a masked girl as well. For that to happen, I have to break through this situation first, I guess. Let's start with just one. I settle on a specific living male as a target, and continue unleashing offensive spells at it. 3 hours later. Finally I have succeeded in crushing a living male, making it the first kill. 5 hours later. I have succeeded in defeating one more, making it the second kill. With this, there's only 6 living males left. Incidentally, a Dampier, who jumped out to cover for the Red Ogre, was brought down as well. There are 21 enemies remaining. 4 hours are left until sunset. Contrary to the enemy's losses of 10%, our side's losses amount to 25%. At this rate it's very likely that we will lose. But, if I can defeat 2 more living males before sunset, the enemy's front line will fall apart. If that happens, K's blade will reach that guy. Even if they are mighty invaders, they have been accumulating fatigue and damage, too. I have plenty of means of survival. All hands, don't relax on the attacks. Our victory is close at hand. I appeal to all my subordinates. Section 11 hours since the start of the all-out war against Demon King Shin. At last I have succeeded in killing the 4th living male. Since 2 Dampiers have died as well, the number of remaining invaders has fallen to 18. On the other hand, the loss rate of my subordinates has grown to 40%. The invaders have taken up a defensive position, with a living male clad in jet black armor, who boasts a power on a whole other level. In the center, the jet black living male holds the front with 2 other living males protecting the flanks. The remaining living male keeps prioritizing attacking with a spear for some reason. I have deployed many subordinates in front of the enemy, and following that, many subordinates on the left side. I deliberately decreased the number of subordinates on the right side. The invaders have been concentrating their combat forces at front, in order to deal with my battle formation, and they also assigned some of their forces to the left side. I will throw the strongest combat asset, which I have reserved so far, towards the right side, where the combat forces of both sides are thin. Gay. I leave it to you. Making sure to hide behind a greater demon, who is approaching the living male protecting the right wing while brandishing its axe, Kay erases her presence, and approaches the enemy. Disperse. I order the subordinates attacking the left side, and launch a magic attack at the living male I can see in a straight line. Fire burst. Once my spell clashes against the living male's shield, it explodes, causing a cloud of dust to rise. Now the enemy's attention is drawn in the direction where the blast occurred. Gay, who had sunken into the shadows using that opening, jumps out of the shadow of the man wearing sunglasses in the center of the enemy, out of Demon King Shin's shadow, and stabs her deadly blade at his neck. Demon King Shin turns around as if seeing something unbelievable, and crumbles to his knees on the spot, while miserably flapping his mouth open and closed. Exclamation mark. The time of great joy has come, at the moment when I believe that we have won. Having taken down Demon King Shin, my sight is covered by a white light. Chapter 102 vs. Demon King Yatoro, 7. 11 hours since the life or death struggle. The fire spell released by the elderly Demon King caused a huge explosion, which kicked up a cloud of dust that blocked visibility. Fire blast. In this situation, we had finished investigating the enemy's information in advance. Hence I had all the living males wear items with high magic resistance. The effect of the spell is flashy, but its damage is insignificant. The effect is flashy. Layla, you and your Dampiers, prepare your binding whips. 11 hours of mortal combat. We had defeated many enemies and I lost a not negligible amount of trained subordinates. What I always kept in mind was the existence of the enemy's biggest combat asset, the Shadow Ogre. If my prediction proves to be right, within the cloud of dust, which has bad visibility, I focus my attention on the back of one of my subordinates. Shadow! Exclamation mark. The horned girl appears from within Shadow's shadow, with her body clad in a jet black outfit, and stabs a dagger into Shadow's neck with a flowing movement. Shadow, who slowly turns around towards the girl, crumbles down on the spot. Everyone, get your flash orbs ready. At the moment when the girl is about to sink into the shadows once more, I throw a flash orb high into the air. Unleash your binding whip. Red, get the mithril chain ready. I rapidly fire off instructions, and my subordinates loyally carry them out. The whip of chaos, swung downwards by Layla, coils itself around the girl's body, which failed to vanish because of the flash orb. The Dampier's whips, that were unleashed a moment later, twine themselves around the girl in the same way. Red, arrest her. Red binds the horned girl with mithril chains. Once the dazzling light of the flash orb has dispersed, I can clearly see the horned girl, wrapped up in chains, lying on the ground next to Shadow. KKW, what are you doing? Release Gate. The elderly Demon King raises his voice in panic. I order you. Unhand Kate at once. The elderly Demon King keeps rattling on, in a loud voice filled with irritation and impatience. However, there's no reason for my subordinates to heed his words. They quietly ready their weapons, preparing for the enemy's attack. Why don't you listen to my orders? Demon King Shin has died. I'm your new lord. Don't just kill people off of your own accord. I throw off the mithril helmet, which has been narrowing my visual field. Why you bastard? Nice to meet you. Is it okay to start with that? Anyway, I'm Demon King Shin. I introduce myself while smiling. Then, the one laying over there is a Dampier subordinate. Leaving that aside, can I add one more thing? Dampier, why you say? Mutters the elderly Demon King in a daze, seemingly not listening to my words. By the way, it's fine to assume that you're the lord of this domain. It's Demon King, right? Or are you akin of the girl Demon King over there? I ask, while pointing at the girl, who is struggling within the chains binding her. If I consider their actions so far, I think it's fine to assume the elderly devil man to be the Demon King, but I will make sure just in case. It's me. I'm the Demon King of this domain. I'm Yatoro. The elderly Demon King answers with a feeble voice. Demon King Yatoro, huh? I will offer you 3 paths. First, we will continue the battle. However, since I obtained a souvenir, girl, I will have you allow me to withdraw temporarily. Second, you will agree to surrender. I will guarantee you a suitable amount of daily necessities. Third, rejoice. It's your big chance. I will accept your initial proposal. Now then, I offered you 3 options, Demon King Yatoro. You may choose whichever you fancy. The last suggestion. If I chose a one-on-one duel between subordinates, Kate would. There's no way that I'm going to give her back to you, is there? This girl is our spoil of war. I glance at the wrapped-up girl, Kate, and reveal a bold smile. But then, isn't that too much of a drawback for our side? Drawback? That's only natural. No, there's no way I would offer you conditions that would be to my disadvantage. Is there? In the instant the enemy was convinced of his victory, he was tossed down into hell. There's no doubt that I have taken the initiative, even on the mental side. I'm completely ruling the negotiation table. I'm pretty sure that I will be able to pull out the answer I desire. The decision Demon King Yatoro reached is. Then I will choose the 4th path. 4th path. Okay, let's hear it. I chuckle in my mind as I hear Yatoro's words. A one-on-one fight between the 2 generals. The 2 Demon Kings. If you can't accept this condition, I will resist to the bitter end. Yatoro makes the proposal I had expected him to do. The point was to have Yatoro offer this alternative himself. A one-on-one fight between the Demon Kings? In other words, you're saying the outcome of this battle will be decided by you and me? Indeed, I will compromise with my opponent's suggestion. In that case, my opponent will likely find it impossible not to concede to one of my conditions. Why not? I will compromise with you. However, I have a condition. Tell me. The duel will take place in 1 hour. If you can't accept this condition, I will have you resist to the bitter end. Got it? Yatoro unwillingly agrees. I had the time to observe the enemy for 11 hours. I'm mostly done with my analysis of him. Once the sun sets, in 1 hour, my victory will be set in stone. Section. 1 hour later, the unpleasant sun has sunken beyond the horizon. and darkness now rules the lands. I take back the items I had given Shadow. My original equipment, getting my preparations perfectly in order. As expected, night is really the best. The aroma of the air as it tickles my nose, the darkness wrapping around me. It's as if the world is blessing me. I'm ready. We can start at any time. I call out to Yatoro while loosening my body. As a result of my analysis, I know that Yatoro has a higher mana stat than I do. Even at night, I overwhelmingly surpass him in my body stat. However, his prided offensive ability is Fire Magic. Fire Arrow, Fire Lance, Firestorm, and Fire Blast. Those are the 4 types I could confirm. If the conditions were completely even, I might have had a chance of 70% to win. However, the conditions aren't even. I exceed Yatoro by leaps and bounds in one certain aspect, the rank of the items I'm wearing. Moreover, I have also prepared several accessories that raise my fire resistance. If you adjust the odds by adding my items into the mix, I have a chance of 90% to come out victorious. Furthermore, Yatoro doesn't know my combat style, but I have completely grasped his. If I take this fact into consideration as well, my chance of winning goes beyond 99%. I get ready for battle while harboring a suitably small amount of tension. I have kept you waiting. Well then, let's fight to the death. Yatoro squares off against me, with his robe loosely fluttering in the wind. What are we going to do about the starting signal? I'm fine with you deciding. In that case, I will have you set it. Timing is more important to you, isn't it? Then start. I dash towards Yatoro as soon as he speaks. It wasn't a handicap to yield the signaling to him. Entering combat just as one speaks is no more than a hindrance causing one to be late. Seeing me quickly approaching, Yatoro raises his wand overhead. This motion is, according to his movement, a flame lance. A fire lance, which he released without any chanting, approaches me, while burning the atmosphere. However, as long as I know the timing, mist separation, just before the fire lance stabs me, I turn my body into mist, allowing the fire lance to slip through it. Hot, the lance evaporates a part of my mist body, but I close in upon Yatoro without minding that. Checkmate. Once my mist body rematerializes, I thrust Gaebelg right at Yatoro's neck! Yatoro is shocked when he sees the edge of the spear's blade being pressed against his neck. Do you surrender, or are you going to continue? I slightly cut into Yatoro's neck with Gaebelg. I give up. As a red drop falls to the ground from the cut line at his neck, Yatoro declares his surrender with a bitter expression. Chapter 103 vs. Demon King Yatoro. 8. I had gained victory in the one-on-one battle against Demon King Yatoro. I will have you surrender, just as we had agreed upon before. I urge Yatoro, while still thrusting Gaebelg's pointed end at his throat. I know. I have already prepared the true core. Yatoro answers with a clear voice, and a demon general holds out the true core to me. How meticulous. Did Yatoro predict this outcome from the very start? I, Demon King Yatoro, abandon my life as Demon King, and offer surrender to thee, Demon King Shin. Yatoro stares directly into my eyes with a sincere look, and fluently recites the line needed for surrender. I accept. I declare my acceptance of Yatoro's surrender, as if acting in concert with my words. Their true core, in my hand shines, and vanishes. At the same time, the ground beneath my feet, the space, and the entire sector shakes violently. Alien elements shall be purged for the sake of integrating the domain. The purge of alien elements was successful. The unification of domains shall be carried out. Unification of domains succeeded. From now on you are granted a 24-hour pseudo-peace. I check the success of Yatoro's surrender on my smartphone. You had been under attack by the humans, huh? Correct. I would have lost one sector in another 3 hours. Yatoro indifferently informs me of that fact. He hadn't mentioned a single word about being attacked by humans in the middle of his battle against us. Because he was prioritizing his survival, he probably invested all of his power into the battle against me. That choice wasn't wrong. This is how I welcomed my third former Demon King subordinate, who looks like he will be reliable. Section. I have 24 hours to get my defenses in order, without being hindered by invaders. I will set up a schedule for the 24 hours granted to me through the pseudo-peace. I have welcomed Yatoro as subordinate, and the work I'm expecting him to do is defending my domain. In that case, it will likely be more efficient to entrust the construction of the sectors to Yatoro as well. What's necessary for that to work out is sharing information. It will be indispensable to have Yatoro set up the combat assets necessary for defense based on my way of thinking. I think we will need 1 hour to share our information. The number of sectors I'm currently ruling amounts to 51. The sectors I want to entrust to Yatoro among those are the 27 sectors likely to be invaded. 22 of those sectors have a foundation. Only the 5 new sectors have to be built up from scratch. Yatoro, how long would you need to rebuild 5 sectors? 5. In other words, the sectors you usurped from me, right Shin-sama? That's right. Let's see. 5 hours, I'd say. Why do you ask something like that? I plan to assign authority over some sectors to you through separation. It's for the sake of adjusting our future schedule. I see. Separation? What's that? Huh? You know about surrender, but not about separation? It's something I heard from canon, but knowledge B is needed to gain knowledge about surrender. Hence, only knowledge C should be necessary to know about separation. Did Lapas mention information about something like separation? Is your rank higher than mine by chance, Shin-sama? Yatra gives an incomprehensible reply to my question. Laplace? Rank? Come to think of it, he also mentioned Laplace in the middle of our battle. Well, whatever. I will postpone asking about that. Let's first get things done in order of priority. Yatoro, you're not a demon king anymore. That's right. You can't use domain creation and subordinate creation anymore either. That's right. Seemingly realizing anew that his position as Demon King had been taken from him after hearing my words, Yatoro replies with a depressed tone. If I use separation, I can assign authority to rule over domains to you. The defense of my domain. What did you say? Assign authority. Then, I will be able to use domain creation and subordinate creation. Yatoro talks on and on in excitement after hearing my words. What you will be capable of is using domain creation and accessing information about the domains assigned to you. What about subordinate creation and random creation? Those are impossible. By the way, alchemy is impossible as well. I see. Yatoro returns to his depressed tone after listening to my reply. I continue to organize our time schedule, while casting a sidelong glance at the crestfallen Yatoro. The time he needs to reconstruct 5 sectors amounts to 5 hours. Huh? If it comes to reconstructing the other sectors he will manage through separation, he should be able to do it within 10 hours. I think with this, there will be 13 hours left. As for what I should do afterwards, it would be gathering information from Yatoro, I suppose. The true identity of the Shadow Ogre, and information about the mysterious word, Laplace. Then I will check the abilities of Yatoro's former subordinates. Once that's done, we will talk about our future course of action. I guess it will be fine to create a residence for Yatoro's group if there's any time left over. Inside my head I put together a plan for the 24 hours, or 23 hours and 20 minutes to be precise, granted to me through the pseudo-peace. I suppose I will first join up with the self-edged strategist Canon, to share information. I create a transfer array nearby, and return to Canon with Yatoro and my bloodkin section. Welcome back. Once I transfer to the deepest part of the first sector given to me, the first domain, by using a transfer array, Canon flies over to me with a smile on her face. I'm home. These are the rumored 2 demon kings, Yatoro and Gate. Nice to meet you. I'm Canon, who's serving as Shin-san's strategist. When I introduce Yatoro and Kate to Canon, Canon smoothly falsifies her position in her own introduction. Strategist, you say? In other words, even that strategy of Shin-sama. The bug over there is no strategist of mine. At most, a strategist apprentice, and currently she's a search tool. I interrupt Yatoro, who was about to praise her, and tell him the truth. Canon is shocked for some reason, but for me, The expression of Canon, who had falsified her position without any scruples, is the astonishing part here. Strategist apprentice? Going by her appearance, she's a high pixie, but is this fairy possibly a SSR subordinate as well? Yatoro is shocked after hearing my words. SSR subordinate? Sorry, I don't get the meaning behind those words, but Canon is a former demon king. Just like you, Yatoro. Former demon king. I see. Oops, time is limited. Let's get straight to the point, okay? Okay. If we continue to chat like this, we will only waste precious time pointlessly. First, I will tell you what I have decided. I will leave the defense of the domain to Yatoro. The sectors I will assign to him through separation are the 27 sectors that could be invaded by enemies. I will. Canon freezes while opening her mouth widely. Remain at your usual post. In short, straight. Google-chan. At least give me the official position of strategist. If you dislike my decision, I will have you party with Subaru and I'm your Google-chan. Please ask me anything. Canon accepts her position as Google-chan, which she hated so much. Subaru is really amazing at being hated, that is. Good grief, where was I? At the part of assigning 27 sectors to me through separation. I will tell you my way of thinking so that you will be able to accomplish your task. Yatoro. I see. A training principle. No, a management principle, not a demon king principle. Well, you could see it that way. Afterwards I will tell you about the subordinates I can create, the subordinates I possess, and the items I can alchemize. Moreover, tell me about the items, subordinates, and CP you will require. Roger. Afterwards, I explain the concepts for the sectors in the different areas, and my way of thinking, assisted by Canon. Next, I give him a rundown on the subordinates I can create and their features. Lastly, I delegate the explanation of the items I can alchemize to Canon, because of the many types of items. Chapter 104 Lapas. 1. I see. In other words, you're saying you intentionally lured humans into your domain, so that you and your subordinates could improve yourselves. Shin-sama. It's an idea that hadn't occurred to me. Well, putting that aside, I have now internalized the subordinates and items you are able to create. Yatoro nods his head repeatedly while he praises me. Yatoro, how much CP do you need for the defense of your sectors? Seeing as I am not paying for subordinate or item creation, 1000 CP will be plenty. Yatoro answers after pondering for a short while. Got it. Tell me the number and types of subordinates you will require later. In the future, just email me if you need more supplies or subordinates. Roger. However, I'm not used to running the domains labeled as farms that you've come up with, Shin-sama. In the beginning I plan to run them using the system you already have in place. Lastly, I will introduce you to the main subordinates defending the southern and northern sides of my domain. I summon Isao and Subaru through telepathic communication. As thou decreed, I have arrived. My lord. Shin-sama. Upon your call. Canon-dan. As Isao and Subaru show up, Canon immediately escapes behind me. Canon, don't hide behind me. It will make the pervert look at me, won't it? Yatoro. This is Isao. When it comes to indoor combat, he is almost as strong as I am. Thou must be jesting. Shin-sama. I am not even remotely close to thine level. In response to my introduction, Isao bows deeply while smiling. Isao, this here is Yatoro. He's a former demon king. Starting from tomorrow, he will be in charge of the domain's defenses. Thou are saying that thou will entrust the defenses to a newcomer all of a sudden? Indeed. Do you have a problem with my plan? None. Once I coldly look at Isao, who had raised his voice, he immediately changes his attitude. I have noticed it recently, with Isao, Chloe, and Layla. The religious fanatics trio, things proceed more smoothly when I just tell them that it's my idea, rather than trying to logically reason things out. I'm a newcomer, but I'm counting on you. As might be expected of an experienced, older gentleman, he extends his hand towards Isao with a gentle smile. After glancing at my face, Isao grasps Yatoro's hand. My name is Darken. Shut up. He's Subaru. Intelligence, sense, disposition, hobbies. All of these are a complete disappointment. but I will vouch for his strength. Also, he's a former demon king. I see. I am counting on you. Yatoro smiles stiffly. Shin-sama. May I? Sabri lifts his voice. No, you may not. But what is it? It's about assigning Yatoro control of the defenses. What's the reason behind this? Yatoro is familiar with running a domain as a former demon king. I plan to participate in invasions more often from now on. It's a division of labor, so to speak. T then. Shin-sama, you have another excellent former demon king. Cannon is my search tool. Kate Cannon is an angel. Not her, another one in front of you. This fire lance. Sorry, my magic went wild there. So, do you have any complaints about my idea? None. Sabaru answers with a trembling voice while smoldering and giving off a well-done aroma. Now then, that's all about the subordinates. Are there any other matters of concern? With all due respect, what about Gate? I plan to use the Shadow Ogre, K not for defense, but another purpose. Investigation, is it? Correct. While she's at it, I will have her work on raising her level by joining invasion teams. As you wish. The bond between Yatoro and Kate might be deeper than I imagined. Yatoro's face is somewhat tinged with sadness. Anything else? Is it fine for me to request just one thing? What is it? Is he going to talk about Kate's safety or something? It's about random creation. Just once every 2 days is alright with me. So please give me random creation. What? As I said, I'd like to request random creation. Yatoro, you can't use random creation. Can you? That's right. That's why I'd like you to use random creation once every 2 days. You would be the one asking the goddess, as I can't troll myself, though. I can't comprehend what the geezer in front of me is talking about. Roll goddess? Ask? You are asking me to use random creation once every 2 days? Indeed. Why? Random creation plays a very big role in my defense strategy. It's true that there were a bunch of different monster races in your domain, but if there are any monsters you need, just ask the invasion teams to supply them, although it won't be possible to get all types. Of course. That's not it. By myself. Surrendering my fate to the goddess of luck, you understand? Surrendering your fate to the goddess of luck has nothing to do with defense, does it? Random creation consumes a great amount of CP. It's not something that can be used excessively without a clear reason to do so. In other words, how should I explain? I love gacha, ? I really don't comprehend what the geezer in front of me is talking about. It might be better to reconsider the personnel in charge of my defense. Even while I'm dumbfounded, he keeps prattling nonsense like it's my purpose in life. In the few remaining years of my life. Super rare. In short. You're telling me to use random creation because you love gacha? Correct. Rejected. No way. Have mercy. Afterwards, Yatoro piled up argument after argument, and in the end, after running out of patience, I promised him I would use random creation once per month. To be honest, I have been using random creation more than once per month anyway. However, the goddess of luck simply hasn't smiled upon me. So, although I made a promise with him, it's not like it constituted an especially big loss to me. After this ordeal, I discussed the reconstruction of the domain with Cannon and Yatoro, implementing changes as we went. I also deployed my subordinates and gave my domain an overhaul. Section 13 hours of pseudo-peace left. The job or reconstructing the domain with someone like Yatoro, who can actually participate in the process, was more fun than I had imagined. Whereas Cannon primarily provides information, as opposed to practical suggestions, Yatoro has opinions and insights grounded in practical experience. He makes for a good partner. The next matter I should tackle is gathering information from Yatoro. There are 2 things I need to ask. First, Kate's true identity. However, I have already grasped the answer to that. Yatoro, about Kate's true identity. Is she a subordinate created through random creation? That's right. She's a SSR. I see. By the way, did you create any other SSR? Besides Kate is the only SSR. Yatoro has been possessed by the goddess of randomness. I guess he only managed to pull a SSR once. It looks like the drop rate is extremely low. Anyway, that confirms Kane's true identity, and the reason why various types of monster were inhabiting Yataro's domain. The next thing I should ask about Yataro. What's Laplace? I asked Yataro about the term I heard him mention many times over. When suddenly, I know of, Laplace, as we eel. For some reason, Canon calls out to me with a smile plastered across her whole face, faster than Yataro can answer. Chapter 105 Laplace, 2. What? If you know about it, then hurry and speak up. What's the point of a search tool that won't tell you what you want to hear? I look contemptuously at Canon. Wait a minute. I just recently learned about Laplace. Recently? Acknowledge wait, that one still needed a good while, right? Yes, information about Laplace isn't included in knowledge. Shin-san, do you remember the mysterious post we found before you invaded Yataro-san's domain? The post addressed to an unspecified number of demon kings? That one. That's Laplace. That's Laplace? So, Laplace is the one who wrote that post? You knew. I had planned to inform you once you finished gathering information from Yataro-san. Laplace is the name of a site. Site? Yep. A reply to the email from 3 days ago has arrived. This email contained the URL to Laplace. In short, Laplace is an information site for demon kings. And you obtained your knowledge about surrender from there, Yataro? I sought the information given to me in my head. That's right. You might call it an information site, but it has a slightly complicated system. Complicated system? Talking with Canon doesn't get me anywhere. I decided to directly browse Laplace. I try to access the URL I received from Canon through my own smartphone. Error. An error message is displayed in red letters on the screen. I check the URL, but I haven't made any mistakes in typing it in. Canon. Isn't the URL wrong? It works. Look. A screen requesting a login ID and a password is displayed on the smartphone held out to me by Canon. Does that mean this is the only device we can access the site with? The possibility exists. As a test, let's try my smartphone. Canon operates her own smartphone. No luck. It shows the same error message as yours, Shin. I guess it's not possible to connect unless you use a device specified by the other side. Is the administrator of Laplace a demon king specializing in network knowledge? I can connect using my smartphone without difficulty. Come to think of it, you can browse the site as well, can't you, Yataro? Shall I try to log in through my smartphone? Go for it. Yataro skillfully operates his smartphone, attempting to log in to Laplace. Wait, what's wrong? I call out to Yataro, who has suddenly started to panic. An error. There's an error message on my screen. Huh? The error message is this. I peek at the screen of Yataro's smartphone, which he holds out to me. Error. Detected invalid login based on location information. There has been another access from the same location within a time span of 24 hours. Yata-sama, your account has been locked while we investigate this issue. Location information? They even know where each demon king is logging in from? Quite careful, aren't they? Canon. Lend me a smartphone capable of accessing Laplace. I get a smartphone from Canon. Tell me the login ID and the password. Okay, the login ID is Shin-san. Please don't get angry. Is it a login ID that would upset me? You see, there's a deep reason for this login ID. The login ID also serves as handle name, and I thought that it might be really dangerous to truthfully enter your real name. Canon piles up excuses in a whisper. So what is it? I didn't catch that. It's Subaru. The password is Dreamer1. Dreamer. Dorama. A person who dreams. I guess it means dreamer. Guessing from the ID, she very likely wants to say that Subaru is a dreamer. In short, you're saying I will be called Subaru on Laplace? Would it have been better if I had registered it under Shin? No. Using an alias was definitely the way to go. But, Subaru? Do other screen names as embarrassing as this one exist? No, wait. The name Subaru isn't the problem. The problem is the person who ruined the name for me. Well, whatever. It's still 100 times better than being registered under the name Shin. I enter the ID and password. Soon after, an information site, divided into various menus, is displayed on the screen. I randomly click through the menus, skimming the available information. How useless. The provided information is all meaningless. It's stuff like Demon Kings being able to evolve after reaching level 3, the evolution paths, information about the subordinates and domain installations, which a Demon King, human, can create, up to rank D, and the types of items that can be created up to rank D. Lastly, I scan the usage directions for this site. I see Lapas isn't an information site based on charity work. I have managed to grasp that it exists to satisfy selfish goals and desires. Sabru-sama, your current status is visitor. Each time you provide information, your rank on this site will increase. Please register over here first. After registering, your status will be upgraded to bronze, and a lot of beneficial information will become available to you. I tap the here. Please enter your race and the number of sectors you're ruling. Once you finish this registration, your rank will go up to bronze, Sabru-sama. However, in the case that we discover your information to be false, it will be deemed as a hostile action, and your account will be blocked. Race and sectors, A. Nothing else is mentioned here, but the administrator of Lapas also knows our location. Is he refraining from asking about levels due to a guilty conscience? So I have to reveal my race and the sectors I control. If I had to enter my level 2, I would definitely give up on registering with Lapas. However, if it's just my race and the number of sectors I control, and even if they grasp my location, I have long lost the power to hide, due to the humans frantically drawing up dungeon maps. In other words, the downside of providing the requested information isn't all that big. Having said that, Yataro, you were a bronze member? No, I was a silver member. Silver member? Precisely what information will I be able to access when becoming a bronze member or a silver member? I will determine the value of the information disclosed by Lapas through its former member, Yataro. Let's see. Once you become a bronze member, a lot of information becomes available. The types of subordinates that can be created by the different races, and the kinds of items that can be created up to rank B. Also, as a special feature, they disclosed information about surrender. As far as I understand, Yataro, the information available for a bronze member is something I can get from canon without relying on Lapas. And once you become a silver member, the special feature for silver members is the forum. Forum? Correct. It becomes possible to use the forum that hosts various topics posted by Demon Kings. My recommendation is, Hello, Random Creation Part 34, Slime. Although, that thread was moving quickly, so I guess it's around part 38 by now. A forum where only Demon Kings can post. I don't give a damn about Yataro's recommendation, but it's a chance to talk with fellow Demon Kings. What's the compensation required to advance from bronze to silver? The registration of your level and stats. Are the levels and stats shown to all Demon Kings browsing? Lapas? I don't know about the gold members, but silver members didn't have any means to access that information. Gold members? What's the compensation required to become one? Information. Information? Indeed. If you provide 10 pieces of information not known by the administrator of Lapas, you will become a gold member. What an annoying system. By the way, how many gold members exist? That's not public information, but according to the opinions on the forum, it's suspected to be a number below 10. How many topics does the forum have? It had more than 100. What's the number of participating Demon Kings? Given that there are also Demon Kings who don't post, I'm not sure, but it should be around 400 people. More than 100 threads, and more than 400 Demon Kings, who are talking with each other. The merit of information that can be obtained through interacting with other Demon Kings versus the demerit of exposing my own information. It makes me hesitate about my participation at Lapas. Chapter 106 Lapas. 3. If I'm going to participate in Lapas, I should probably become a silver member. Even if I were to join as a bronze member, the merit I could gain from it would be nil. However, the compensation I have to pay for becoming a silver member is large. I need to disclose my level and my stats. In all probability, the administrator of Lapas is a demon king. You could say he's another opponent I'm going to fight sooner or later. If a hostile demon king knows my race, level, and stats, it will be easy for them to work out countermeasures against me. On the other hand, the merit I can obtain is the exchange with more than 100 demon kings. It's very likely that the information I can obtain from this will be important to an unfathomable extent. Those controlling information control the world. If information, which is treated as common knowledge among silver members due to keeping in touch with each other, is unknown to just me, it will become very probable for me to be attacked in an inferior position. Also, even if an information war were to unfold with demon kings, who are in communication with each other, I won't have any way to adopt countermeasures as an outsider. The compensation to be presented, and the information that can be obtained. Now then, I wonder which of those has more of an impact? Yataro, was there any important, concrete, information that you obtained on the forum? Let's see. The information about SR subordinates was useful. I also wanted to get my hands on a Dwarf Smith, who can create B rank items, rather than a dwarf, who can only create items up to D rank, as expected, or rather, Yataro only talks about the forum discussions concerning random creation which he frequented regularly. Wait, dwarves can alchemize? I was about to ignore it as trivial information, but I couldn't ignore what Yataro said. Yeah, there are no dwarves among your subordinates, Shin-sama. None. I see. As long as you provide the material to dwarves, they can create items for you. Materials? Yep. You just have to pass them some ingots. But if you want to be economical, items stolen from humans will do as well. If you steal an iron sword, they can melt it, and use it for another iron item. Isn't item creation one of the Demon King's specialties? It is. But, different from the Demon Kings. Although it's impossible for me right now. Item creation? It's impossible for them to do it with one click. Dwarves will create items by spending time crafting them, after you provide them with the proper equipment to do so. Yataro thoroughly answers my question. Canon, did you know that? No, I didn't. I ask Canon with her knowledge be just in case, but she just lowers her face while looking sad. Incidentally, that information is on Lapas. It has been mentioned there. Yes, there was a lively discussion about the grade of completion in one stroke. Dwarf Comprehensive, put your soul into it, by the Dwarf Demon Kings. Grade of completion? Later on, when I tried confirming with a dwarf who was my subordinate, it was simple. The items created by dwarves tend to have a higher degree of sharpness and sturdiness than the items created by demon kings. Even just listening to Yataro now shows that Lapas has been disclosing information unknown to me. Should I join? I will leave the decision to you. As someone who had joined, I lost to you, Shin-sama. I won't encourage or stop you. After mulling it over, I make up my mind to join Lapas in the end section. Using the smartphone which Canon had originally used to log on, I register to become a bronze member. Next I will put in the data to become a silver member. Considering it properly, how are they going to check whether my stats are true or false? A warning stating, in the case that it's detected that you provided false information, your account will be blocked immediately, is shown in red letters on the display, but they can't judge whether the ranks of my stats are correct, can they? How are they going to judge whether the stats I enter are authentic? I unintentionally give voice to my doubt. A question email will be sent to you after you registered as a silver member. Question email? Yes. In my case, I was asked about the subordinates that can be created at Creation B, since that was my rank. If your body and mana specialized like Subaru, what kind of question would you get? In case of mana, you'd be asked about the spells you acquired. According to what I saw in the forum, I don't have a clue about body. If all stats were to be C rank, information below C rank can be checked even by bronze members, right? Yeah, that was a hot topic for some time. In case you have no stat at B rank, it seems to be impossible to become a silver member. On the forum there was a demon king who wrote that they raise creation to B in order to become a silver member. I see. So they do examine you. However, are there no holes in that examination? I select the place to apply for becoming a silver member, and enter my level and stats. Level 11. Body E. Mana C. Knowledge B. Creation B. Alchemy B. BP2. My actual stats are level 11. Body B. Mana C. Knowledge E. Creation B. Alchemy B. BP12. I fake the rank of body, and raise the rank of knowledge. While at it, I also hide the 10 BP obtained through the initial special. With this, I look like a demon king who leaves everything to his subordinates at first glance. Even if I fight, I appear to be a mana specialized demon king. This should cause some confusion in the unlikely event that I have to fight against the administrator of Lapas. After waiting for 5 minutes, an email arrives on my smartphone. Sabru-sama, thank you very much for applying to become a silver member. For caution's sake, we will carry out an examination. We'd like you to answer the questions written below. 1. Please tell us the sub-races you can evolve to after reaching level 10, for a race besides the vampire species. 2. Please tell us the most CP expensive subordinate among those you can create, except for dark elves. 3. Please tell us a unique item. 4. Lastly, did you recently make a devil demon king surrender? The fourth question is outside the norm, isn't it? For an on-the-fly question, it's quite shameless. Canon, tell me all the evolution options of a race besides fairy and vampire when they become level 10. In that case it's elemental elf and high elf. For the elf species, only 2 kinds? From what I know through my knowledge, it's just those 2 options. By the way, is there a race where you know 3 or more options? None. I know 2 options at most per race. I don't know even 1 option for the vampire species, the fallen angel species, and the dragon species. Then there's no problem. I enter the question's answer into the email. 1. Elf species. Elemental elf, high elf. 2. Dampier. 3. Dainsleaf. 4. Yes. Isn't the fourth question uncalled for? Since I have shown my sincerity by responding to it, I will ask a question of my own. What's the location of the domain you're ruling? I reply while adding a few words to the details requested from me. This time, I received an answer within less than a minute. Sabru-sama, your application to become a silver member has been approved. As a silver member, you will be able to use the forum and browse more information. We sincerely advise you to be careful about handling personal information when using the forum. Supreme Ruler of Kainzawa, Sabru-sama, you are considered to be a thoughtful demon king, excelling in resourcefulness. Even if I were to tell you my location, would someone like you be able to believe me? If you can believe my words, I'm not close to you. Please allow me to keep my answer at that. I see. True. I wouldn't believe them. The administrator of Lapas has openly admitted that he knows my true identity. I feel some kind of eeriness from the polite tone of the email. Chapter 107 Laplace, 4. 8 hours remain of the pseudo-piece. I have left the fine adjustments of the domain to Yataro, and he's checking the abilities of my subordinates. I have granted a rest and a luxurious feast to the invasion teams and arena, in recognition of their great service to my cause. What I ought to do is consider my future strategies. Having said that, there's been no major shift in my general tactics and plans. Since my current plan is to gain control of all the domains in the Northern Territory, the Noto Peninsula, there's no particular need to spend time worrying about it. But there is one thing I need to gather more information about at all costs. Canon. Yes. Once I call for Canon, she sits down on my shoulder as if it's the most natural thing in the world. Find out whether there are any dwarf demon kings ideally specialized in alchemy in the vicinity. It's related to your previous conversation with Yataro-san, isn't it? That's right. According to Yataro, Dwarves seem to be capable of strengthening and creating items. Hence, if it's a dwarf demon king, it's highly possible that they will be able to alchemize items, even as subordinates. If I can save on CP and obtain higher quality gear than what I can create myself, I definitely want one as subordinate. Shin-san, what is it? Is it okay for me to use the humans you made into Bloodkin to gather information too? That bunch of farmers? Yes. Goblins and such are bad at using electronic devices. I don't care in particular, but contact me before they touch a smartphone. Okay. The humans, which I turned into subordinates and Bloodkin, and the former demon kings, who I turned into subordinates through surrender like Canon and Yatoro, can't defy my orders, and even their lives are under my full control, but they have free will. Giving them things like smartphones that allow them to contact the outside world is still risky. It's necessary to take steps to prevent them from passing on information to humanity, or unknowingly disclosing their identities through SNS, in advance. When Canon contacts me to say she is preparing to distribute smartphones to the humans, I give them an order. You're absolutely forbidden to use these smartphones for anything outside of what Canon tells you to do. With this, they won't be able to use the smartphone for anything but looking things up. It's really nothing but trouble when I turn humans into subordinates. Between convincing them to become Bloodkin in the first place, and how hard they are to manage, they're a real hassle. Now that I've given Canon her instructions, I decide to spend my free time on Lapas. I log on to Lapas. The information available after becoming a silver member has more than doubled compared to a bronze member. For example, I have access to a list of the subordinates that can be created by other species. Once I select the vampire entry as a test, even Dampier, which I became able to create at B rank, are listed. Dragon and Fallen Angel have both a message stating, "We're waiting for information." As usual, those two are wrapped in mystery. In addition, it has a sorted list of all kinds of items that can be created up to Alchemy B, and it also mentions the necessary BP to raise the rank of a stat. What does that do to the meaning of Canon's knowledge specialized build's existence? If I were Canon, I would cry and curse the administrator who created Lapas, I think, ? Inadvertently, I look a second time at the necessary BP to rank up a stat from B to A, which caught my attention. Necessary BP for a rank up, ED, 2, DC, 5, CB, 10, BA, 30. According to Canon, you need 50 BP to rank up from B to A. No? I call Canon's smartphone. Yes. How can I help you? What's the BP required to rank up a stat from B to A? It's 50. You're absolutely sure? Yes. It's information I gained after raising knowledge to B. I finished the call with Canon. There's a discrepancy between the information listed by Lapas and the information gained through Canon. I wonder which of them is correct. Canon, right? I have full control over Canon's fate. My failure is directly linked to a danger for Canon's life. There's false information listed on Lapas. The credibility of Lapas has gone down the drain in one go. I carefully scrutinize the information mentioned on Lapas. The information of this site has been provided by its members. We won't bear any responsibility for its authenticity. We'd like to ask members who have discovered incorrect information to fill out the comment field located at the end of the page listing said information. It will be corrected after a check by the administrator. In addition, members who intentionally provide incorrect information, or submit information in an attempt to look down upon others, will have their accounts blocked. Above mentioned will be closely investigated after the report of another member. In case the conditions mentioned above apply, please send a message to the administrator. Moreover, a false report will likewise result in an account block. The administrator has a really nasty character. The members, if they notice the mistake about the necessary BP to raise a stat from B to A, are required to write their reasoning in a comment field which can be accessed by everyone. Or they have to report to the administrator. I know that the information about the required BP is wrong. However, would I write that in a comment field that can be accessed by everyone? No, I wouldn't. There's no need to deliberately tell my enemies what's correct. Likewise, it's unthinkable for me to send a message to the administrator. What will happen to demon kings who have assigned 30 BP and haven't reached A? They will likely throw a fit. However, they wouldn't report. This information is wrong, right? I would hope that other demon kings make the same mistake. Instead, being the only one deceived is upsetting after all. The nastiest part of Lapas is that it only includes 5% false information with 95% being correct. It's difficult to find the wrong information, and since a lot of it is true, it will be a helpful sight in the eyes of a demon king with knowledge below B. It's necessary to have canon closely investigate the information on Lapas. Later on, I guess, I stop browsing the site once I find wrong information mixed in. And then I take a peek at the main reason why I joined Lapas, the forum section. There are really a lot of threads. I heard about there being more than 100 from Yatoro, but if you add the older threads, it easily exceeds 100. The threads with the highest post counts are Comprehensive Demon King Information Thread Part 276, the thread about different species, Comprehensive Demon King, Vampire, Information Thread Part 13, the thread split by the number of domains, Upper Class Demon King Lounge Part 1, Middle Class Demon King Lounge Part 3, and Our Battle Begins, Lower Class Demon King Lounge Part 67. From now on, Yatoro's recommendation, Random Creations Part 42, Drop Rate, and eccentric threads such as Love Fairies Thread, or It's Okay to Marry Your Subordinate, right? Various kinds of threads have been started without any apparent order. Once I check the points of note, it states that you can post on the forum as you like. However, it's been forbidden to post hints identifying yourself or other parties. Posts that hint at specifics are prohibited. Is it a measure to prevent demon kings from conspiring with one another? I have no time to look through all the threads. I choose a thread with many participants and browse it. Chapter 108 Lapas, 5, Comprehensive Demon King Information Thread Part 276 1 Nameless Demon King ID, 0132. Previous thread, Comprehensive Demon King Information Thread Part 275 Rules, next thread to 900. Trolling is not allowed and will be immediately reported to the administrator. Revealing another party's background or exposing your own background leads to an account ban. Let's be careful about that. 2 Nameless Demon King ID, 0078 to 1T8 checks. 3 Nameless Demon King ID, 0183. I am Demon King. Splendid. 2 Get 1. 4 Nameless Demon King ID, 0069 to 3 Drop to Hell to 1T8 checks. 5 Nameless Demon King ID, 00171. About the matter of humans being useless after having turned them into kin. 6 Nameless Demon King ID, 00103 to 5 Troublesome as enemies, even more troublesome as allies. That's humans for you. 7 Nameless Demon King ID, 0098. What? My main fighter is a former hero, though. 8 Nameless Demon King ID, 00132 to 7 Heroes that changed sides to a Demon King raffle. 9 Nameless Demon King ID, 00201. The definition of a hero. 10 Nameless Demon King ID, 0132. Has the intention brave to change sides to a Demon King person. 11. Nameless Demon King ID, 0128. To 7 What's the level of the hero? 12. Nameless Demon King ID, 0078 to 11 That'd be leaking specific information. Even afterwards they keep talking about turning humans into bloodkin. 382 Nameless Demon King ID, 0137. The strongest force of the humans is the JSDF. 383 Nameless Demon King ID, 0382. To 382 The JSDF depends on the region. No, the JSDF in Yokohama and Hokkaido seems to be really bad news. 384 Nameless Demon King ID, 0293. I wonder whether it's just my hometown. But students are dangerous as well. No. 385 Nameless Demon King ID, 0243 to 384. Where's your hometown? Keep the information at a level so that your account won't be banned. 386 Nameless Demon King ID, 0293 to 385 Kansai, in the Kinki region. 387 Nameless Demon King ID, 0302 to 386 if it's Kansai, Kinki. 893 is dangerous as well, right? They're tough cause they cooperate pointlessly with each other. 388 Nameless Demon King ID, 0019. My hometown's strongest human is an elementary schooler. 389 Nameless Demon King ID, 0154. This message has been deleted according to the rules. 390 Nameless Demon King ID, 0132. It's an account ban if you reveal a specific place's name. Post after reading at least one. 391 Nameless Demon King ID, 0412 to 390. Account ban in one go if you write the name of a specific place. 392 Nameless Demon King ID, 0132. Oh? An ID in the 400s. A newbie, if you mention the prefecture, it'll be immediately deleted. If too much of your posts get deleted, your account will be banned. If you go as far as writing the name of a town or street, you'll be banned immediately. Be careful. Newbie. 393 Nameless Demon King ID, 0027. Be careful, newbie raffle. There it is. A demon king talking big in a senpai style to a newbie. 394 Nameless Demon King ID, 0027 to 392. Senpai. Lol. Afterwards the thread develops into an insult fest. For the time being, what I saw in this thread can be summed up with: your account will be blocked if you disclose a specific place. It seems mentioning a prefecture isn't allowed, but a general area is okay. The ID has been simplified quite a bit, in contrast to the anonymous forums I have been frequenting up till now. Very likely you're assigned a number in the order of when you joined. Lapas. I can only browse and post on Lapas, with the smartphone I'm currently using. Information manipulation through socket puppeting, such as changing the ID while masking the IP, would be very difficult. I decide to browse the next thread. Comprehensive Demon King, Vampire, Information Thread Part 13. 101 Nameless Vampire ID, 0072. Look, I wonder, is the blood of a virgin really delicious? Normally a vampire creates bloodkin by sucking blood, right? Why is the specification here to give them our blood? 102 Nameless Vampire ID, 0167 to 101 High Hentai Vampire San. 103 Nameless Vampire ID, 0072. Hentai. Rather, that's the ideal form of a vampire. No. 104 Nameless Vampire ID, 0211 to 101 You never sucked it? 105 Nameless Vampire ID, 0072 to 104 Of course I have. 106 Nameless Vampire ID, 0211 What about having sucked a male Dampier? 107 Nameless Vampire ID, 0072 Every day, but what about it? 108 Nameless Vampire ID, 0167 You're a pervert after all, aren't you? 109 Nameless Vampire ID, 0211 A Dampier is a being that had been created, a newborn being. In short, the rest is obvious even without me spelling it out for you. No. 110 Nameless Vampire ID, 0072 to 109 You're a god, aren't you? Thanks. Thank you so much. From now on I will survive by sucking Momo's blood every day. 111 Nameless Vampire ID, 0167 You're definitely a pervert, aren't you? I couldn't obtain any beneficial information from this thread. Afterwards I go through Upper Class Demon King Lounges Part 1, Middle Class Demon King Lounge Part 3, and Our Battle Begins, Lower Class Demon King Lounge Part 67. From now on, going by the categorization of these threads, Upper Class Demon King are those with more than 50 sectors, Middle Class Demon Kings are those ranging from 10 to 49 sectors, and Demon Kings ruling less than 5 sectors are classified as lower class. That means I'm an upper-class demon king, huh? How many demon kings possess the qualification to be called upper-class demon kings? More than 50 domains. Can't you identify a demon king with that information alone? Upper-class Demon King Lounge Part 1. One nameless Senior Demon King ID 0007. Only demon kings with more than 50 domains can browse and post in this thread. Demon kings not meeting that condition are asked to leave at once. We are the chosen demon kings. Once more, let's be careful about statements that reveal any specifics about yourself. I'm looking forward to a discussion befitting upper-class demon kings. 2 Nameless Senior Demon King ID 0007. Are there any upper-class demon kings besides myself? 3 Nameless Upper-class Demon King ID 0109. To 2 There ain't no demon kings who can clear such a harsh condition. Don't start any pointless threads. 4 Nameless Upper-class Demon King ID 0007. To 3 Oh dear, you're saying you don't fulfill the condition of being upper class? Are you so dumb that you can't even read one? According to my investigations, there are more than 20 demon kings fulfilling the condition to be called upper class in this country. 5 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0109. Even if there's 20 of them for argument's sake, it ain't like all of 'em are participating in Lapas. 6 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0007. In that case, you must be a lower class demon king. Hurry up and scurry back into your hive. 7 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0055. No kidding. To 5 Go back to your lower class demon king thread at once. Got it? 8 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0007. To 7 Oh, you are? 9 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0055. To 1 THX for starting the thread. I'm a demon king meeting the condition in 1. Best regards. 10 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0013. Now that 2 people have gathered, I'm going to join as well. Afterwards 1 upper class demon king after the other shows up. 78 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0007. Come to think of it, which of the bonuses you received in celebration for having hit 50 domains did you choose? I chose the sword. I worried whether I should go with the spear, but in the end swords are the royal road, right? 79 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0209. I went with the spear. 80 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0192. Bow for me. Next they continued writing down weapon kinds. 128 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0007. ID 209, 192, 87, 54, 183, 291, 305, 243, 137, 90, 161, 220, 299, 38, 177, 329, 193, 309, 238 are no upper class demon kings. For the time being, I have reported you guys to the administrator. Please don't visit this thread anymore till doomsday. He lured the imposters with fake information. Huh? ID 0007 seems to be clever. Even afterwards he continued to uncover imposters by posting things that included truths and lies. In the end the number of demon kings remaining in the upper class Demon King Lounge had been dwindled down to 8. 192 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0013. The number of participants in the thread isn't growing, is it? 193 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0055. The condition is harsh, after all. 194 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0115. How many demon kings in the country actually possess the qualification? 195 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0159. Going by my research, it's 37. 196 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0031. If it's research by Ikoku-san, it is some credibility. 197 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0077. So 8 of 37 have gathered here. 198 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0007. It's 21% of the whole. I'd like the administration to put a little bit more effort into scouting. 199 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0027. Even just 21% are very good. No? Probably because there are only a few Demon Kings posting in the Upper Class Demon King Lounge. Everyone is acting like acquaintances. Now then, what am I going to do? Should I participate in this thread as well? Participating or just viewing? I need to consider the merits and demerits of either. If all the Demon Kings participating in this thread are really ruling over more than 50 domains, the merits are numerous. The demerit is the bother of getting along with them. I resolve myself, and start posting on the forum. Chapter 109 Lapas, 6. 200 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0536. Nice to meet all of you Senpai-sama. 201 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0013. 202 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0115. 203 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0077. 204 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0027. I was gonna call out Sati and Eiko for being twins, but now Nana is turning it into triplets? Lol. 205 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0007 to 200. Excuse me, but have you read to 1? 206 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0536. I'm participating based on what I've read, but what about it? Are you going to test me in some way as well? 207 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0007. Looks like this newcomer is quite confident in himself. Let's see. If you're an upper class demon, your aim must be going well. 208 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0027. Ah, there it is. 7's newbie teasing. Raffle. Rain. You're talking about Rain. The special ability acquired when growing to level 10, right? It's kind of hard to say that level equals number of sectors, but it might be unlikely for there to be any upper class demon kings below level 10. 209 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0536. Unfortunately, I have no experience with Rain. Right now I'm focused on competing with the demon kings around me. 210 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0007. Okay, post 209 seems to have the qualifications to be called an upper class demon king. 211 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0013. That means a newcomer for the first time in a good while. 212 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0056. I guess it's time for the customary naming then. 213 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0027. If it's naming time, it's my turn, right? Lol. Let's go with Gozam or Saburo. Raffle. 214 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0027. Well, that doesn't leave much of a choice, does it? Lol. To 209 is Saburo. It's settled. Lmao. 215 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0056. Nina. Don't spam. Saburo. Has my username been exposed? 216 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0007. Saburo-san. Were you surprised by the sudden development? As a matter of fact, there are only a few demon kings that qualify to be categorized as upper class demon kings. Those posting here are limited. That's why we have been using temporary names, based on the suggestion of Nina. ID 0027. 217 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0056. After all, we can't reveal our actual names. By the way, I'm Gora. 218 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0013. I am Sati. 219 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0115. Eiko here. Fuck. I got stuck with such a weird name. 220 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0159. I'm Ikoku. It's something like a screen name. 221 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0031. Say I. Best regards, Saburo-san. 222 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0077. Nana here. Nice to meet you. 223 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0007. I'm 7. Should we meet in the real world, we will kill each other, but inside, Lapas, please do as you see fit. 224 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0027. I'm Nina Roffle. It's the coolest name of the whole bunch, right? Lol. The 8 Demon Kings, that spend all their time in the upper-class Demon King Lounge, introduce themselves with their temporary nicks one after the other. Going this far, even I would notice. It's a naming system that uses simple parodies of their ID numbers. Rather, these guys have ignored my will on this and simply stuck the name Suburo 1 to me, even though Gozam 2 would have been better. Well, whatever. It's just a temporary, insignificant name. 225 Anonymous Senior Demon King ID, 0536. I'm Suburo. I'm a newcomer, but I hope you'll all look out for me. In the end I accepted that disgraceful handle. 226 Anonymous Upper Class Demon King ID, 0007. Even though you asked them to look out for you, seeing how this forum works, anyone can browse this thread. It's not the secretive discussion that everyone seems to expect it to be. 227 Anonymous Upper Class Demon King ID, 0055. They could implement a locked forum. No. 228 Anonymous Upper Class Demon King ID, 0031. Since Administrator San doesn't wish for the Demon Kings to conspire with one another, that's kind of impossible, don't you think? 229 Anonymous Upper Class Demon King ID, 0077. At most, the posts are idle chats lacking any real substance. 230 Anonymous Upper Class Demon King ID, 0027. All you gotta do is provide some special information then. Raffle. 231 Anonymous Upper Class Demon King ID, 0159. Such a careless Demon King won't be able to participate in this place. Lol. This is the Upper Class Demon King Lounge that I joined after resolving myself, but it doesn't look like I can gain anything in particular from it. If anything, I only learned that there are more than 536 Demon Kings participating in Lapas. Afterwards, I skimmed through all kinds of threads, but I didn't see any information more valuable than the knowledge I can obtain from canon. Most of them consisted of idle chatting, but I managed to grasp several trends among Demon Kings and the humans that come attacking. Since there are many participating Demon Kings, I suppose I will check it regularly from now on. There was little to gain, but I ended up wasting a lot of time without noticing. Section 3 hours remain of the pseudo-piece. Shinsei-an. I discovered a Demon King fitting your specifications. Canon comes flying over with a smile plastered all over her face. A Demon King fitting my specifications? Ah, an alchemy specialized dwarf, huh? You were looking for one of those? Yes. Wait. It was you who told me to look for one. Canon protests while sulking. So, where's this Demon King? What's their level? How many sectors do they rule? The Dwarf Demon King is in Hakui. There was another one in Nomai, but Hakui would be better, right? Indeed. Hakui is a city located north of my domain. It agrees with our expansion direction. In contrast, Nomai is a city located south of my domain. Right now I don't want to expand my domain towards the south. Their level is unknown. Guessing from the information about the target, weapons that seem to be Dainsleif and Volcano have been confirmed. Dainsleif is the unique sword I gave Rena. Volcano is a unique hammer that burns brightly like a torch. Both are items that can be created starting with alchemy B. What is the number of sectors in their domain? 3. Their scale is small, but it seems to be a domain with a hazard rank A, famous for being impregnable in Hakui. Come to think of it, dwarves aren't only good at alchemy, they're sturdy too, aren't they? Oh? You are quite well informed. I recall the content of, in one stroke, Comprehensive Dwarf Thread Part 3, Put Your Soul Into It, that I browsed on Lapas earlier. Dwarves are relatively superior in terms of sturdiness and physical strength, but I think they are bad at ranged attacks, and especially magic attacks. Their subordinates excel in defense, but there were a few users lamenting that they had been beaten black and blue by ranged attacks once they set out on invasions. Kate, come to me. I summon Kate through telepathy. NN. What? In response, Kate shows up in less than 10 seconds. I spread out the map and point at the location of the domain ruled by the Dwarf Demon King Cannon told me about. Investigate the domains in this area. NN. Got it. The distance from my domain to the Dwarf Demon King's amounts to roughly 30 kilometers. Even if we move towards it in a beeline, there are 11 domains in the way before we get there. If we were to invade all the domains round it in a circle, we would need to invade more than 30. The investigation of the domains in my direct vicinity has already finished, but the information about the domains in the vicinity of Hakui is still incomplete. I boast the strongest force within the prefecture, but I have to be wary of having the rug pulled out from under me. That's why I have decided to order Kay to investigate in advance. Impossible. Kay, who had vanished as quickly as she arrived, shows up once more. Impossible? After becoming your subordinate, Shin-sama, I can't leave the domain. Which reminds me, I still haven't turned Kei into my bloodkin. I kill sometime while chatting with Canon until my CP fully recovers. Arc 6, Chapter 110 Rush for the North. Or so I thought. 2 weeks have passed since I added Yataro as subordinate. Today I have joined Rina's party. I'm excited to go on a raid and gain some experience points. Did you get used to sunlight? If you're asking if I'm accustomed to it, I am, but I feel as sluggish as ever. Rina, who's walking next to me under the hateful sun, as it scatters ultraviolet rays, calls out to me. At first I had planned to only join invasions of indoor-type sectors, the so-called dungeon fields, but to my regret, there are only a few dungeon-type domains. Even beneath the sunlight, my body is still C rank, having determined that it was more than sufficient as long as the battles were limited to lower ranks. I decided to participate in outdoor invasions, limited to domains that had been thoroughly investigated in advance. It was just a mental issue, but I came to feel that nighttime is normal and daytime is agony. However, nowadays I have reached the point where I can say that I am at my peak at night and slumping during the day. The domain we're currently invading is ruled by a beast demon king. It's a domain that used a ruined, urban area as a motif for all of its sectors. Are you going to urge the demon king here to surrender? I'm planning to give it one try, at the very beginning. As opposed to the subordinates I can create, demon kings have high levels of personal ability and adaptability, but it's extremely difficult to recruit them as subordinates. If they don't know about surrender, most demon kings will shake their heads when you tell them to present their true core. Even if they know about surrender, most of them will still refuse, as it requires them to give up authority over their very life, and accept a position of absolute obedience, essentially becoming my slave. Come to think of it, is it true that we will be able to improve our weapons if a dwarf demon king becomes our comrade? According to the information I gathered on a certain site, it seems possible to modify them to some extent. Fufu. I'm looking forward to the day when Hakui's demon king joins our group. Rina, you want to modify your weapon? The hilt's length and thickness. Moreover, it would be awesome if it's possible to make it a bit lighter without sacrificing its cutting ability. I don't know whether it's possible to request such detailed alterations, but I sure want to add them as subordinate as soon as possible. Shin, you might also want to experiment with different types of spears in order to find the style that suits you best. I'll give that a try next time. As we're talking about weapons, excitement tinges Rina's voice, and she's unusually eloquent. Let's clear the path towards Hakui for the sake of the domain, and improving our weapons. Yeah, let's. As I'm giving a suitable reply to the passionate Rina, pin pin pon ding, a rhythmic melody starts to play from my pants pocket. A phone call? The only people who could call me are Rina, who's next to me, Blue, who's with Chloe's party, Kate, who's scouting out our destination, or Canon and Yataro, who are currently in my domain. Only those 5. Sabru just knows my SNS account, which originally allowed him to contact me through message only, but since the messages he sent me were too childish, I blocked him. Who could it be? I should have told them not to call me unless it's an emergency. I take the smartphone out of my pocket and check the name displayed on the screen. Yataro. Yataro and I scheduled random creation day to be the 7th of every month. Today's the 24th. If he has any business besides random creation, I answer the call in a hurry. Shin here. Is this an emergency? I'm sorry to contact you during the invasion. Yataro here. I suppose you could call it an emergency. What happened? A powerful enemy, a demon king is invading us from the direction of Oib? A demon king attacked? A demon king being able to attack a domain basically means they can leave their domain. Only a level 10 demon king can do that. What's the situation? Currently they are in the middle of clearing the second floor. I think it's possible to defend if we deploy Isao, Subaru, and me together with all our forces. But I thought that I'd like to hear your opinion first, Shin-sama. It was the correct choice to have entrusted the defense to Yataro. What Yataro wants my opinion on is whether I want to add the Demon King as subordinate. Yataro not only takes care of the defense, but also pays attention to the enlargement of our combat forces. How long are you going to last if you don't use the Bloodkin and Subaru? Under those conditions, 10 days, I think. However, it might result in us losing many subordinates. What if you defended using only the subordinates I can create? Even if I deploy the living males, dampiers, and a large number of ghouls, giant bats, and goblins, it will be 8 days at most. Do you have enough reserves? For several days, on the condition that we're going to defend the other sectors as well. Okay, as expected. I sought the information from Yataro in my head. Currently I'm on the 3rd floor of a 7-floor sector. Assuming we advance with a forced march, it should be possible to usurp the sector in around 4 days. If we were to pull back here, it would be possible to leave the domain in 2 days. I won't be in time if I leave after finishing the invasion. No, wait. Even if we were to succeed in the invasion, the Demon King of the domain we're currently invading is ruling over one more sector. In other words, pseudo-peace won't come into effect. That part is no problem. But I can guess that the Demon King attacking from Oib is above level 10. A formidable enemy. Should I prepare perfectly for them? Especially when urging them to become my bloodkin, it's necessary to display an overwhelming superiority. In that case, section Yataro, buy me 5 days. Keep the number of sacrificed subordinates to a minimum and arrange for them to arrive on the 12th floor on the 5th day. Fuo. That's yet another difficult request. However, I suppose I will work towards that goal if it's your order. I leave it to you. In the event of me succeeding, grant me rando. I cut the connection with Yataro, and give an order to Rina and the others. We are going to conquer this sector in less than 4 days. There's no need to go out of our way to annihilate the enemy. The focus is on invasion speed. Yes, we had originally intended to eliminate all enemies, for the sake of getting experience points, but we resumed the invasion after switching our policy to prioritizing invasion speed. Section 4 days later, at night. Crescent moon / we secure, true core. After I slay the enemy kin protecting it, having quickly concluded the invasion of this sector, I use transfer to get to the deepest part of the first domain, where Yataro is waiting, together with Rina's group. Oh? You came back, huh? It took less time than expected. So, how's the situation? The target is currently in the middle of invading the 11th floor of the 42nd sector with 21 troops. I check the live stream of the 42nd sector on my smartphone. The enemy's boss is a dark elf? As far as I saw, yes. However, she's much better at handling magic than Chloe-san. A mana-specialized dark elf? It's not like I know all the evolution options for elves after they become level 10, but there was no choice besides dark elf for mana specialization. Rina, you okay to head out into battle again without a break? Right away? No. After 12 hours, no problem then. When I check back with Rina, who has just finished a domain invasion, she gives me a reassuring reply. The route to the 42nd sector it's possible to get there with transfer through the 40th sector. No? Currently we have set up transfer arrays, allowing us to transfer to all sectors. However, since a direct transfer would be a security issue for the first sector, the sectors are connected through safe sectors. At normal times, if the enemy were to invade the deepest floor, I would delete the transfer array with domain creation from the 40th sector. By doing this, I can ensure safety and user-friendliness. This know-how is something I obtained from the forum over at Lapas. Isao, Subaru. We're going to welcome the enemy. Please leave it to me. I shall show my abyssal dread to you, Shin-sama. Kanan-dan. The two vampires, who were on standby in the same room, reply with expressions overflowing with confidence. Yataro, move the main force to the 42nd sector, as you command. Yataro bows his head respectfully. The objective is to capture the leader of the invaders, the Demon King. If there are any other monsters that catch your eye, capture them alive, if possible. Well then, let's get started. Yes. Taking my subordinates, who are highly motivated, along, I transfer to the 42nd sector, Chapter 111 vs. Demon King Sarah, 1. 15 hours after we moved to the 42nd sector. I have granted plenty of rest to Rena's invasion team. Currently, I'm looking at the situation of the invaders reflected on my smartphone, along with Yataro and Kanan, analyzing their combat prowess. Assuming the invaders' leader is a dark high elf, for argument's sake, would they be able to use such a variety of spells? I had deployed a great variety of subordinates against the invaders to analyze their combat power, but ghouls were burned by fire, slimes were frozen by ice, wolf packs were hit by wide-ranged lightning attacks, and the flying giant bats were cut apart by wind blades. I couldn't consider the Demon King, who seemed to me to be a dark high elf, to be of the same racial species as Chloe at all. Well, dark high elves seem to be hybrids that can use bows and daggers while excelling at fire and darkness magic, but Kanan answers my question with lacking confidence. What were the other possible evolution options for an elf Demon King? Let's see. According to my knowledge and the information posted on Lapas, an elf Demon King, who reached level 10, can evolve into a high elf, the elf's superior transposition, an elemental elf, who excels at elemental magic, a hunter elf, who excels at archery and dagger arts, an elf lord, who can use magic swords according to rumors, and a dark high elf, the counterpart of a high elf. If that information is accurate, the invading Demon King must be an elemental elf, right? That's right. I think dark high elves heavily use darkness magic. Kanan and I tilt our heads to the side in confusion while confirming each other. Shin-sama, I might have found out about the enemy's true identity. MMH? Tell us. Subaru calls out to me while looking at the smartphone's display from behind. Shin-sama, do you know of the women called gals? Gals? Indeed. It's a fashion popular among a part of the young women. At a glance, they are existences incompatible with me, but once I tried to talk with them, they were unexpectedly nice. And that Gapmo one. Shut up. The time left until we confront the invaders has decreased to 3 hours. During such a pressing period, we don't have a single second to spare for listening to Subaru's fetishes. Gross. Sorry, listening to Subaru was my mistake. I frankly admit my fault to Kanan, who has drawn back in disgust. Why you're wrong. My faithfulness towards Kanan-dan. Fireball. I make Subaru, who tries to spout further bullshit, shut up physically. For the time being I carve the Demon King's conflicting information, which we obtained from their battles and their outward appearance, into my mind, and get ready for battle. Section 2 hours later, the invaders have reached the 12th floor. We have taken up camp in a cleared-up area adjacent to the 12th floor's mountainside, lying in wait for the invaders. The biggest advantage of the defending side is numbers. In contrast to the invaders, we aren't restricted on how many subordinates we deploy. However, this Demon King can use wide-ranged magic. Even if we were to deploy a large army of ghouls, there's a danger of them getting eradicated, if things go badly. This time we have deployed living males, which wear armor excelling in defense against magic, centered around Yataro, Subaru, Isao, and me. In addition, we have deployed werewolves, which excel at mobility, behind the living males, and giant bats to disturb magic casting in the rear. Rena's group is waiting in the back as reinforcement in the worst case. As far as I can see with my smartphone, the invaders will arrive at our location in around 5 minutes. I tightly grasp Gaelbug and wait for the Demon King, my first opponent above level 10 since Alyssa. And then, 21 invaders appear from the passage in front of us. Like for real? Princess, please fall back. The dark brown elf, who had been walking in front, sees us waiting for them, after having taken up position, and raises her voice in surprise. A handsome elf, who wears silver armor, readies his sword in order to protect the dark brown elf. Nice to meet you. My name is Shin, the ruler of this domain. Oh fuck. Demon King? What a bummer. She's a Demon King, right? Some of her words make no sense to me. Should I get dark elf language comprehension by using Drain on Chloe? I don't like pointless strife. If you agree to become my subordinate, I promise to treat you fairly. What will it be? My subordinate? Ahaha. Like for real. Don't be unreasonable, seeing as we're about to fight. The dark brown elf clearly rejects my offer while laughing cheerfully. I see. In that case, Dark Night Tempest, a raging storm of darkness signals the start of the battle against the troops led by the dark brown elf. An attack all of a sudden. No way. You guys protect the princess. Magic shield. The magic barrier deployed by the elves around her blocks the storm of darkness. Whoa. What? Although it was a multi-layered barrier, ain't the magic of that silver-haired dude way dangerous? Princess, Katsuan, get rid of him. Yes, my lady. Say Aya, Mikun, Sho-chan. All of you, get to it. Once a fire blast violently blows out of the wand in the dark brown elf's hand, the elves behind her chant as if singing in a cannon, repeatedly stacking up raging fire blasts on top of hers. I had put on items with fire resistance just in case, but far from neutralizing it, my skin is scalded as I hide behind a living male. Wind heal. Are you okay? The healing wind cast by Cannon, who hid behind me, restores my burnt skin. My disadvantage is too big when it comes to an exchange of blows over a long range. I deploy the giant bats, aiming to disturb the enemy. I totally hate those. I'm gonna kill them in a second. No sooner than spotting the giant bats, she cuts up the wings of the bats with wind blades. Isao. Subaru. We will cut into the enemy line together with the werewolves. Yes, my lord. Acknowledged. Oh woo Yatoro. I leave the magic cover fire to you. On it, I charge towards the invaders with Yatoro, Subaru, Isao, and the wolf pack. My name is Kane Sarah. I am Demon King Sarah-sama's trusted confidant. I won't let a single finger touch the princess. Enchanted fire. A handsome elf knight clads his sword in fire, and stands in our way. Trusted confidant, you say? Shin-sama. Shall I take him on? Capture him alive if possible, as the command. Seemingly triggered by the term trusted confidant, Isao turns a belligerent glare at the handsome elf knight. Gain. My name is Isao Shin. I'm the trusted confidant of this world's supreme ruler, Demon King Shin-sama. I shall show you the abyss of darkness. Isao raises his charging speed by 1 level, advancing towards Gain. I was beaten to the punch, huh? Subaru looks enviously at Isao. While being protected by werewolves sacrificing their lives at times, and by Yatoro's magic barrier at other times, through the storm of raging magic, my spear lunges at the invaders. Chapter 112 Versus Demon King Sarah, 2. Flash Thrust. I swiftly thrust Gaelbug at the dark brown elf, Demon King Sarah. Oh. As if I'd let you parry. However, before Gaelbug can reach Sarah, it's repelled by the dagger of a nearby elf. Sho-chan. Thankies. Sarah thanks the elf, who parried with the dagger, in a casual manner, and vanishes into the back with splendid footwork. TSK. Her creating distance is a pain. Subaru. Defeat the surrounding elves with the werewolves. Gahi. Eyes. Leave the elves to me. Subaru shows a vulgar smile, and looks at the elves as if licking them all over. You are? That's like totally gross. Listen up, creep. We won't let you get close to the princess. Getting touched by that is like really dangerous. I will sterilize it with fire magic. Sarah draws away after seeing Subaru's smile, and the surrounding elves ready their weapons in order to protect her. These lowlifes. They are treating me like a fool. Shin-sama. What? In case I capture them alive, make them my subordinates by all means. While trembling in anger, Subaru makes a request full of selfish desires to me. Hi. Kill yourself in the unlikely event of losing. We sure can't yield to this even if it means death. That DT is like totally trembling, though. The invaders strengthen their will to resist upon Subaru's words instead. If I agree with him, it will boost the enemy's will to resist, and if I reject his request, Subaru's motivation will plummet. He threw quite a troublesome request at me. Show your value to me through ability. Affirmative. I shall become a gale and destroy those foolish people. Fast thrust. Subaru approaches the resisting elves with an instantaneous speed, unleashing quick thrusts. Wow, this guy, despite being a pervert. He's strong? An elf, who had his shoulder stabbed by Subaru's thrust sword, reveals an anguished expression. The werewolf pack also attacks the elves, as if linking up with Subaru's charge. I focus my senses only on Sarah at the front line that has turned into a melee. Pushing my way through the elves who are fighting the werewolves, I press upon Sarah. No thanks to close combat. Wind step. Even as I close in on Sarah, she wraps her legs in wind, and escapes to the rear as if floating. Once she takes a certain distance, she swings down her wand and releases a spear clad in purple lightning. Thunder lance at me. I evade the thunder lance by stepping to the side. Sarah uses that opportunity to open up the distance even further. Fuck. How annoying. Dark lance. I release a lance of darkness at Sarah in desperation. You're gonna fight me with magic? Like for real? Nothing better than that. Earth shield. The darkness spear is blocked by an earth wall that rose from the ground. Aiming for the chance of her sight being blocked by the earth wall, I kick off the ground, starting to run towards Sarah. However, I'm hindered from getting closer by countless fire arrows that rain down on me. Dakel, fire your arrows. Losing my temper, I order Rena's subordinate, the Dark High Elf Dakel, to give me cover fire from the rear. Interrupting a one-on-one? No way. An arrow fired by Dakel grazes Sarah's cheek, causing her to send a look full of anger in Dakel's direction. She took her eyes off me, not missing that instantaneous opportunity. I draw close to Sarah. Flash thrust. Ouch, that hurts. It's a pinch. Like dangerous for real. Gaelbulg's blow has its trajectory diverted by the magic barrier cladding Sarah and finishes at tearing off a thin layer of her skin. Finally I'm at a distance where I can seize her. I won't let this good change slip away. Early summer rain thrust. I cover Sarah in a storm of quick thrusts, but get loosed. Even while exposed to the storm of thrusts, Sarah raises both hands into the air, and then slaps them down on the ground. A fire blast? The explosion echoing through the vicinity ruptures my ears, and my body gets burned by the blast. I get away from the blast while rolling, and shower my whole body with a high potion I had prepared by smashing it. Don't be unreasonable. Don't look down on me. Once the blast settles down, Sarah stands still while smiling. You're stronger than I expected. What's your level? Asking a woman for her level. No way. I never heard anything about such common etiquette. After exchanging some banter, I swoop down on Sarah once again. Buddy, you some kind of perv? That's like, too much, okay? Sarah laughs as she ridicules me, and releases many wind blades. Dark storm. Even when I create a wind of darkness to counter the wind blades, some of the wind blades slip through, as Sarah appears to have a higher mana stat. While bearing the pain caused by the wind blades, I come close to Sarah. Close combat is so not me. Wind step. I swing down Gaelbulg with all my power, targeting Sarah, who is withdrawing to the rear with light steps. Crescent moon slash. Shockwaves from your spear? Like, could you not? Thanks. The shockwave generated from Gaelbulg's blade point chases Sarah as she retreats. Princess. Kane loses his composure as he hears the screams of Sarah, who's being blown away after getting caught by the shockwave. Looking away in the middle of a death match? I can't recommend that. It's impossible for Isao to miss the opportunity provided by Kane. Looking away, Isao unleashes a Dark Night Tempest. P-Princess, you wa ah Keikatsu-un? P-Princess, Kane-sama. His agitation triggers a chain reaction, and now Sarah loses her composure at Kane's scream. Once Subaru fires his Dark Night Tempest at the group of elves who are in turmoil, Yatoro releases Fire Blast as a follow-up to Subaru's attack. Now, surround them. I give orders to all the living males on standby in the back. They encircle Sarah's party, who have all collapsed. I'm sure Sarah still has some spare energy left. However, when it comes to her subordinates, now then, it looks like the lives of your subordinates now rest in my hands. Even as she lays on the ground, Sarah continues to send a hateful glare my way. Chapter 113 New Subordinate 1. What are you going to do? About what? The lives of your subordinates, and your own future. Like, what do you even want me to tell you? Demon King, Sarah asks unwillingly, while continuing to glare hatefully at me. Become my bloodkin. You're telling me to become your kin? Surrender would be fine as well, but it would take time to have her prepare the true core to turn an invader into a subordinate. It's easiest to just have them become my bloodkin. What are you going to do? For every 10 seconds you delay your reply, that pervert over there will suck the blood of one of your subordinates. WH? You fucking kidding me? You're a devil for real. I'm no devil, you know. I'm a ruler, a demon king. Oh, it's been 10 seconds. Subaru, I permit you to use Drain. If it's your order, Shin-sama. Then I, Darkness Dracula III, shall respectfully abide. Bon appetit. With his pervert powers at full throttle, Subaru latches onto the throat of a female elf. No, I don't want this. No. The woman's screams reverberate throughout the area. Delicious. Now then, the next spot. Shut up. Subaru has provided an effective threat, but any more perverted statements from him will very likely reduce their willingness to become my subordinates. So, what will it be? 10, 9, 8, 7. I forgot to mention it. But that guy likes men as well. While counting down, I turn a colder look at the handsome elven knight. Wow, I am. Shut up. I forcibly close Subaru's mouth before he says something unnecessary. Oops. 3, 2. Got it. I understand. The countdown of terror escaping my mouth is stopped by Sarah's words, which are close to being a scream. What do you understand? Become kin. I'm gonna become your kin. The way she talks is still not fully to my liking. I could instigate Subaru once more, but I guess it's not a good plan, since it would leave a lingering discomfort in our future relationship. I will become your bloodkin. But, can you listen to just one single request from me? Request? Let's hear it. Just spare me from ever becoming that guy's, that pervert's subordinate. Sarah sends a look full of hatred and scorn at that pervert. Subaru. Got it. I promise. It's cheap as a condition. I readily consent to Sarah's request. Wow, what about your promise to me? I have no clue what you're talking about. I don't remember making you a promise. No way. You said, if I exhibited my powers, the elves would become my harem members. Shut up. I forcibly shut up Subaru, who has started talking about a promise I have no memory of. Keep your promise. Hurry up and make me your kin. Sarah goes down on one knee in front of me with her eyes closed and her chin raised. Question mark. Come on. Do it quickly. Make it end within a second. What are you doing? What do you mean? You're going to turn me into your kin, right? Hurry it up and get the pledge done. Sarah keeps on talking quickly while blushing. Shin-sama, if I may, I will serve as example. Fire Lance. I make the pervert, who was approaching with a smug face for some reason, shut up with a fire lance. The method to turn someone into a kin differs depending on the evolved race of the Demon King. Didn't you know that? I did. I was just testing you. Sarah answers quickly, while looking confused. In my case it's contract. Drink all of this, if you spill even a drop of it. I offer their blood chalice to Sarah, and send a meaningful glance at Subaru, who was roasted to a crisp. I'll drink it. You can stop spurring on that pervert each and every single time. Sarah pours their blood chalice in her hands down her throat in one go with a resolved look. matching the timing when Sarah drains all of it. I hold my hand above Sarah's head, and silently cast Contract. Sarah is wrapped up by a faint light which then converges slowly. With a sidelong glance at Sarah, who looks at her own hands and body as if to confirm the phenomenon taking place within her, I check the screen displayed on my smartphone. Name, Sarah Shin. Race, Elemental Elf. Rank, B. LP. 2120. Body, D. Knowledge, C. Mana, B. Special. Elemental Strengthening. Archery, E. Fire Magic, Advanced. Water Magic, Advanced. Ice Magic, Intermediate. Wind Magic, Advanced. Lightning Magic, Intermediate. Earth Magic, Advanced. Multicast. Chant Emission. Wind Detection. Composition, Elf Lord X1. Sniper Elf X3. Elf X10. Dark Elf X5. Sarah was a strong enemy, but I wonder why I'm disappointed when looking at her status screen. Very likely it's because the D stands out, with only 3 stats being shown. Or rather, this girl is. What? Staring at my face like this. No. So you're not a dark elf, eh? I don't wanna hear that from you. I'm an elemental elf. In that case, your skin's color. Ha? No way. Someone like me is still slightly white. No, no matter how you think about it, you're not white in any way. I unintentionally sigh while looking at the sullen Sarah Shin-sama. As expected, she's my enemy after all. No. Sarah, who has become our comrade now, is a gal, isn't she? Subaru is full of triumph with his nostrils swelling. Or rather, isn't his recovery getting faster by the day? Did he acquire fire resistance by himself, despite being a vampire species? Ha! I ain't no gal. I'm a demon king. You're no demon king either, though. Oh yeah, I guess I'm not. How lame. The tension of Sarah, who lost her position as demon king, had clearly dropped. Well, I guess I will decide how to make use of you. No, your group, after discussing it with Yatro and the others. Is there any chance they will become my subordinates? You're telling me to break my promise? You promised me fire. Ha ha ha. It's a joke. My chastity is all ready for Canadan. I wonder, won't this person die in some ditch? Oh? A cute fairy. Yay. How cool. Subaru's words are interrupted by Kanon, who looks at him like a worthless bug. Seeing Kanon, Sarah closes in on her with sparkling eyes. How to use Sarah's group, eh? If possible, I'd like them to join the invasion teams. But should I incorporate them into an existing team, or should I have them form a third team following after Rena's and Chloe's teams? I suppose I will have to spend some time putting our combat forces in order. I decide to sort out my combat forces, while aiming to expand my influence even further. Chapter 114 Team Formation 1. Come to think of it, if I turn a demon king into my subordinate through accepting them as bloodkin, how does their domain get handled? Different to the times when I turn a demon king into a subordinate through surrender, the usual noisy notifications weren't displayed this time. I check domain with my smartphone. Demon King Shin's domain. True cause, 58 DP, 5500 5850. Domain size, 367 square kilometers. Population, 0. Depth, 12 floors. Special effects, none. It hasn't increased. So what happened to the domain ruled by Sarah? Canon. I summon my dependable Google-chan. Yes. What is it? Canon approaches me by flying buoyantly. The domain that Sarah controlled hasn't fallen under my control. What? Is that so? Investigate what happens to a domain when a demon king becomes a subordinate by changing them into a bloodkin. Okay. Canon gave me a carefree reply, but she entered a state of contemplation with a serious expression and shut eyes a moment later. That is. Please don't get angry, okay? What is it? Hurry up and tell me. Well, it's not me who decided it to be so. I know. Now, speak. In case a demon king is turned into a bloodkin, the domain they ruled will be abandoned, it seems. Huh? Since Sarah-san's domain isn't ruled by anyone at present, it looks like it will become the possession of the person touching the true core first. Eh? What's up with that? As I told you, it's not my brainchild. I ignore Canon, her face stained with tears, and draw close to Sarah. Sarah, tell me how many sectors your domain possessed. Don't be a jerk and address me properly. Like 7, I think. 7? Only 7 despite being a level 10 Demon King? You are. The second I'm your subordinate. You yell at me? What a downer. I mean, I'm like totally bad at defense. I like attacking, but they were like stolen away by humans and other Demon Kings while I was away. The elf in front of me might be an idiot. No, if you just consider surviving. The tactic of continuously attacking has merit as well. Blah, that doesn't matter at all right now. Canon. What happened to the monsters who were Sarah's subordinates? You can call them strays, or having gone feral. My subordinates have become strays? Sarah is surprised of Canon's answer to my question. Sarah, where's the sector where you deployed the most subordinates? That's my stronghold, obviously. Yeah, fine. So where is it? I press Sarah for an answer while unfolding a map. Shinchi, aren't you like way too pushy? Who's Shinchi? Bah. No matter, hurry up and tell me. Sarah forms a gun with her fingers, and points at a part of Voib. Even if I can't take all 7 sectors, I want to seize as many elven subordinates as possible. Dark elves are subordinates with high versatility, but they cost a lot of CP gain. Do you remember the structure of Sarah's domain? Shin-sama. Right now I am a nameless elf lord. Just stop with all the small details, and answer the question. Yes, I have memorized some of the sectors. Chloe's group is in the middle of invading a domain in Kohoku. It would be difficult to call them back. I take Isao, Subaru, Canon and 19 Dampiers for caution's sake with me, and begin invading Sarah's old domain, with Sarah as a guide. At the same time, I have ordered Rena's group, who was on standby, to invade Sarah's former domain as well, with X-Kane as a guide. Section 2 days later, in the end, we managed to recapture 4 sectors. Once I asked, there were apparently 2 Demon Kings who regularly attacked Sarah's domain whenever she went out to invade. 2 sectors were snatched away by those guys. The remaining sector was liberated by humans. Given that I succeeded in adding more than 100 elves and dark elves as subordinates, I chalked it up to a learning experience. Those 2 days were busy and noisy, but having regained my calm, I focused on what I should do. I decided to discuss the management of our forces with Canon and Yataro. First we noted down my bloodkin, the former Demon King subordinates, and the rare race subordinates on a piece of paper. Then we classified each of them according to their traits. All-rounders: Shin, Chloe, Kura, Layla, Isao, Subaru, and 2 dark high elves. Attackers: close combat, Rena, red, rouge, Guy, blue, 1 elf lord, 2 ogre bravers, and 6 goblin bravers. Tanks: Iron, Noir, 2 ogre generals, and 4 goblin generals. Attackers: magic, Yataro, Flora, Sarah, and 10 high pixies. Attackers: ranged weapons, Dakel and 6 self-snipers. Scouts: gate search tool. Cannon: don't I belong in there? Attackers: magic, column. Ignoring cannon, I next classify the subordinates above C rank according to their traits. All-rounders: Dampiers, and dark elves. Attackers: close combat, werewolves, 60 Retigers, 100 ogres, and 50 Necromata. 1 tanks: living males, 70 kobold knights, and 20 iron slimes. Attackers: magic, Lilims, 80 elves, 60 pixies, 50 lesser demons, and 70 magic slimes. Attackers: ranged weapons, 30 goblin snipers. I guess that's it. Next I divide them according to their roles. Demon King: Shin, search tool and home sitter. Cannon, defense: Yataro, Isao, and Subaru. Invasion Team 1: Rena, Iron, Layla, Guy, Flora, and Dakel. Invasion Team 2: Chloe, blue, red, Kura, noir, and rouge. Invasion Team 3: Sarah, elf lord, and under normal circumstances I can send 24 units into a given domain as an invasion force. However, if all 24 invaders are elites, there will be deaths among my elites when push comes to shove, not to mention unique beings like Rena, or precious subordinates I can't create, like Rouge and Noir. The other bloodkin have also grown and evolved through many battles, so I don't want to lose them either. But, consistently conquering domains without a single casualty is impossible. In that case, it's necessary to add sacrificial pawns for the sake of allowing the elites to survive. Currently the teams have 6 elites and 18 pawns. I want the experience points to be concentrated on the elites as much as possible. I have been getting combat experience recently as well. Except for large-scale battles, I can comfortably give orders to 5 people at once, or up to 10 in a pinch. The number of basketball players per team on a full court is 5. Soccer has 11. But if you exclude the keeper and the defenders, most of the passing happens between 5 to 6 people. Even the number of people in sports has developed into its current shape as a result of optimizing the old-fashioned systems, right? Thinking about it that way, it becomes necessary to add another 4 members to the invasion teams. Shin-san, you're not going to deploy the elves as fixed members of Rena's and Chloe's teams? Canon calls out to me as I'm troubled. The elves? Why, elves can use healing magic. In other words, they are healers, eh? Since they're healers, I don't think they'll disturb the teamwork of Rena's and Chloe's teams. I see. Canon's argument follows logic. I will add elves to invasion teams 1 and 2. Shin-sama. This time it's Sabru who calls out to me. What? The protection of Canon-dan. Fire Lance. Transfer B. I make Sabru shut up physically, and transfer him away to a frontline sector so that he won't annoy me a second time. Chapter 115 Team Formation 2. Shin. Can I ask you one thing? What is it? Won't you leave the elven lady and her knights to me for the time being? I raise an eyebrow after hearing Yatro's suggestion. You want them for defense? No, that's unnecessary since I will inform you if we get invaded by a formidable enemy just like this time. Isao and Sabru are more than enough as combat forces. Why do you want Sarah and her elves then? It's not that I want them, I just want to take charge of them temporarily. I will have them gather experience points by prioritizing the elven lady and her knights. Judging by appearance, you have placed importance on their roles when organizing the members. Shin. That's true. I also fully understand the importance of setting up a card deck. Your feelings, meaning, as you say, the elven lady is attackers, magic. The elven swordsmen are attackers, close combat. In addition, it will probably be good if we can cover healer with elves as well. In that case, we're short of 2 attackers, close combat, 1 tank, and 1 more attackers, magic, or attackers, ranged, right? That's how it is. How about carefully selecting those members from the domains ahead of us? I sought the suggestions provided by Yatro in my mind. It's not about forming the invasion team from the combat forces we already possess, but securing future combat forces in order to form an ideal lineup. Huh? Not bad as a plan. Shin. You will eventually unify the Ishikawa Prefecture, the western region of Japan itself, and then the world, correct? The world, eh? I wonder about that. Ha ha ha, you're still young. You should dream big. If you want to develop the power to unify the world, you will of course have to form invasion teams that consist solely of former demon kings eventually. Don't put so much pressure on me. Ha ha ha, you're my lord, Shin. My future depends on you. I'm pinning my hopes on you. I avert my eyes from Yatro's smile of a good-natured old man, hiding my embarrassment. Section Canon. Tell me the special traits and species of demon kings. Okay, it's information I will know if I browse Lapas, but it's quicker to ask Canon. Above all, this kind of flow has turned into a habit after I have become a demon king. Canon begins to happily talk about the demon king's species and traits. There are 11 demon king species. The initial species are human, the body specialized, ogre, the mana specialized, devil, the knowledge specialized, elf, and the alchemy specialized, dwarf. Moreover, beast, with excelling bodies, vampire, with his superior darkness attribute, the balanced, fairy, and slime, and the unknown, fallen angel, and dragon. Which species is suited to being a tank? If it comes to tanks, it should be ogre or dwarf. I believe it will be rather difficult to capture one since they are kind of rare, but they're Farias Dullahan seems to have a high sturdiness too. Also, if you don't insist on it being a demon king, then monsters with general or lord in their name tend to have a high sturdiness as well. The indispensable role when forming a team is tank. I have fully comprehended the importance of tanks when joining Rena's and Chloe's teams. When challenging an unknown domain, the team will take up position with the tank as core, while acting cautiously. Moreover, if they are surrounded by enemies, the defensive effort focuses on the tank as well. That's why I deploy so many living males, which can be sacrificed as members of invasion teams. However, you can't compete with formidable enemies using only disposable living males. The existence of a tank, who can take on a strong enemy, like Iron in Rena's team, is essential. Noir of Chloe's team has a belligerent character and thus looks like an attacker on a first glance, but he takes the initiative and draws the enemy's attacks when they fight strong enemies. Ideally, I'd like to make a dwarf of level 10 or above submit. It'd be nice if they had unique subordinates as kin, and if they were endurance and alchemy specialized. I think those terms would be way too convenient. Hearing my words, Yatoro lets a bitter smile slip. Indeed, I guess we will need to force 2 dwarf demon kings to surrender then. Yep. I heard so from Rena, but the great part about Iron isn't his sturdiness, but his willpower. Of course, his sturdiness is great as well, she said. Willpower? Yes. According to her, he doesn't feel any fear unlike humans. She mentioned that his willingness to become the enemy's target is a strong point humans don't have. If you put Cannon's comment about the enemy's target into game terminology, it'd probably be aggro control. Now that she mentions it, I have also acquired a special skill to increase the enemy's hostility called coercion, but I have absolutely no intention to proactively use it. If one has a normal mindset, they won't deliberately take the enemy's attacks, unless they are masochists, suffer from some extreme type of hero syndrome, or trust their comrades quite a bit. However, created subordinates, monsters, don't have such emotions. That means, it would be better to not choose a demon king as a tank, but a monster. Even the invading humans occasionally have some heavily equipped tank-like people among them. But if they get into a real predicament, they will run away. Demon kings are former humans. Their mindset is closer to that of humans than that of monsters. As their leader, I can forcibly turn Subaru, Cannon, or Yatoro into tanks if I order them, but even then, you can't really call that tanking. Considering it like that, I cannot help but admit that it would be very difficult to turn a demon king into a tank, unless I capture an abnormal demon king possessing a unique disposition. I think demon kings fall into the 2 extremes of being attacker types, who fight by themselves, or strategist types who rely on their subordinates. I guess it would be best to turn valuable monsters into subordinates without killing them when invading domains ruled by an ogre, or dwarf, then. That makes sense. When it comes to attackers, it looks like we have more choices than he can possibly use. Though even if there are countless choices, it's still hard work to make them surrender. I will believe in your abilities on that part, Shin-san. I had been charmed by the sound of an invasion team consisting of only former demon kings, as suggested by Yatoro, but the dream quickly suffered a setback. Chapter 116 vs. Unoak's Demon King. 1. 10 days after I acquired Sarah as a subordinate, Gay, who had gone out to investigate, came back to me to file a report. NN, found the demon king you were searching for, my lord. What kind of demon king is it? A hot-blooded beast demon king. Did I give you such a specification? Hot-blooded, but strong. What's his location? Kay points at a place on the map of the prefecture spread out between us. Unoak City. Huh? It's close to the domain Chloe's team is currently invading. How many sectors does that demon king's domain possess? 1. Can meet him right away. What do you mean? Hot-blooded. So we'll jump at invaders right away. You're saying the demon king himself will rush out to defend if the domain is invaded? Kay nods and says, NN, in response, do you know the level of this hot-blooded demon king? Can go outside. So above 10. What? 1 sector in his domain. despite being above level 10. Hot-blooded, so no subordinates except for doggies. Doggies? So wolves, right? Don't tell me, he spent all BP on body. Gate. Did you see him? NN. What kind of items did he wear? White cloth and blue pants. White cloth and blue pants? T-shirt and jeans? Meaning, his alchemy is E? He did well to survive this long. Going by Kate's information, the Demon King in question has creation and alchemy at their initial values. There are few humans actively putting effort into invading, and few Demon Kings aiming to expand their domains, in the Unoak area. Having said that, it's impossible for him to have zero invasion experience. Humans are always looking for domains to target, in order to regain as much land as possible, and in the case of Demon Kings, they always search for chances to expand their domains. A domain that hasn't ever been invaded, that would maybe be limited to a pitiful domain surrounded by my territory. This might be someone to pick up. If there is cause for concern, it'd probably be that the enemy isn't smart. As far as I heard, he's a muscle brain. I wonder, how should I make him accept a surrender? As for situations I can think of, Gate, me or that Demon King, who's stronger? The most likely scenario would seem to be me challenging him to an one-on-one duel, and have him yield once I win. NN, if it's night, my lord. I think you believe I would definitely win at night? NN, because the combat samples were weak humans. Definite answer impossible. The Demon King discovered by Kate is very likely a strong combatant that you don't find often. I guess I will gather information in order to address all possible concerns. I turn one Dampier into a bloodkin, and assign a living male and a werewolf as his subordinates. The CP consumed by the creation of a bloodkin is a serious blow, but I decide to think of it as a necessary sacrifice, and have them move out to investigate the enemy's movements. Section. The Dampier bloodkin arrives at the domain in Unoak with his subordinates. According to Gate, the internal structure of the domain ruled by the hot-blooded Demon King is a rural landscape, with fields and houses all lined up, that hasn't had any domain creation applied to it at all. Oh? You're checking out a comrade candidate for Sarah Jew. He holds the position of Supreme Commander of the domain's defenses, but Yataro, who doesn't know what to do with his spare time when things are peaceful, calls out to me. It's a body-specialized beast Demon King. In other words, a candidate for attacker, close combat, right? That's how it is. Yataro peeks at the live stream shown on my smartphone, while narrowing his eyes. Judging from appearance, it's a Dampier I'm not familiar with. Did you create it for this inspection? After all, it's necessary to have him surrender in order to turn him into a bloodkin. In short, you're saying this Dampier is a disposable pawn for the sake of obtaining information about the enemy? Correct. Yataro's expression turns grim. Yataro is the type of guy who cherishes subordinates to such an extent? Did feelings of sympathy towards subordinates well up in him after he became one himself? Shin, do you have a moment? What is it? Isn't this Dampier a bloodkin? He can't leave the domain unless he's a bloodkin. Did you know? The CP necessary to turn a subordinate into a bloodkin, and the CP necessary to use random creation are the same. My previous worries were completely unfounded. Yataro remains true to his nature. Afterwards, I ignore Yataro's fervent speech about the necessity of random creation, turning my focus towards my smartphone's display. In other words, randomness is life. In that case, dedicating our faith to the goddess of luck is. Shut up. I forcibly shut Yataro's mouth, who has continued to kick up a fuss, and concentrate on my smartphone. Oh? What unusual invaders. A largely built man, who's overflowing with a feeling of wildness, and wears casual clothing consisting of a t-shirt and jeans, is shown on the display of my smartphone, which is displaying the Dampier's point of view. Can't talk? Ya guys ain't no humans, are ya? The man reveals a ferocious smile, obviously taunting the Dampier. My name is Decoytion, our great Demon King Shio. Huh? Don't know anyone like that? Question mark. The display on my smartphone, the Dampier's sight, reflects the sky for an instant, then the scenery keeps changing. Was he hit? Living male. Protect decoy. Werewolf. Start attacking. The living male and werewolf start moving in accordance to my orders. Ha, nice. Your movements are pretty good. The man continues to dodge the swift chain claw attacks unleashed by the werewolf, freely using taijutsu while smiling. Say ain't the tail in the way? Once the man drives his fist into the werewolf's abdomen, he circles around behind the werewolf, who rolls his body over, casually grabs its tail, and tosses the werewolf just like that. Kian? The werewolf cries pathetically as it's slapped on the ground. Kian, you say? You're the same as the doggies over here? The man laughs loudly, quickly closes in on the collapsed werewolf, and hammers his heel against the werewolf's head. You got to increase your weight a bit. The weight of a blow. Bah, guess you can't hear me anymore. The man laughs bitterly while looking bored. Living male, harden your defense. Decoy, continue attacking with magic from behind the living male. There's absolutely no chance for the Dampier, who had survived, and the living male, to win. I give them orders for the sake of getting as much information about the enemy as possible. All that's left is the armor lad and the frail one over there. Can you entertain me a bit more than the doggy just now? While cracking his knuckles, the man turns to the Dampier and living male with a wild smile. Kicking off the ground, he closes the distance between him and the living male in an instant. Come on! Alongside a yell, he hammers his fist against the shield held up by the living male. I can hear a violent impact sound, unbelievable for a clash between fist and shield. TSK, tough. The man jumps widely back, and looks at his fist. Be delighted. I will show you my true form. My name is Demon King, Takaharu. The largely built man, Demon King Takaharu, flashes a savage smile, and roars towards the sky. Once he's wrapped up by light, his body transforms. Ha ha ha. It's been a while since I last fought in this form. Takaharu lets his mane flutter as he laughs loudly while opening his beast-like mouth with its sharp fangs. Lion. Immediately after I express my honest impression about Takaharu's true form, as it's shown on the smartphone's display, the screen blacks out. Chapter 117 vs. Unoak's Demon King, 2. Did you watch, Canon? Yes. Since it blacked out all of a sudden, further details remain unclear. I called out to Canon, who was watching my smartphone screen close to me. What's that guy's true identity? It's just a guess, but I think he's a Beast King. Beast King? Beast King. The literal translation would be something like Beast Ruler, huh? It's one of the species available as evolution for a Beast Demon King. What are its traits? It's not just my knowledge, but this also takes information obtained from Lapas into account, so I can't guarantee its accuracy. But is that fine with you? I don't mind. After learning about the existence of Lapas, a greater part of Canon's identity collapsed. However, without getting dispirited, Canon enhanced her own knowledge by reading through. Lapas, Beast King, is a body-specialized species. Beast Demon Kings have another body-specialized species called Beast Lord. However, the distinct difference between those two is the combat style. Combat style? Yes. Beast Lord is the final evolution level of a kobold. On the other hand, Beast King seems to have the trait of fighting with one's own body, using beastification. Beastification? Yep. It's a special ability, which is kind of like a supercharged form of the special ability that Hope-san learned before. Its biggest characteristics are the sharp claws growing at the hands, and body hair that turns as hard as steel covering the body. In addition, they also have sharp fangs. They appear to specialize in unarmed combat. What a troublesome opponent. Any weak points? Their weak point is durability, I'd say. Although they can harden their body hair, the hair's sturdiness seems to be at the level of a C-rank item. Though that's information from Laplace. The more I hear, the less I feel like I can win in an one-on-one. Theoretically, our body ranks are the same at night. Although he'll be covered with tough body hair and sharp claws, I might win out when wearing a full set of B-rank items. However, it looks like I'm very inferior when it comes to agility and combat experience. In that case, We have no option but to win against quality with quantity, do we? Gathering the bloodkin and challenging him with the strongest members will be easy, but there's a high chance that there will be losses among my bloodkin. Even if I gain a single, excellent subordinate, it'll be meaningless if I lose more than one excellent subordinate in exchange. As such, it's absolutely necessary to carefully select the subordinates I take along. Right now, my strongest subordinate is Isao, albeit with conditions attached. Isao and me. The rest will be 10 Lilims who excel at ranged attacks, and 12 living males to be used as shields. The Lilims will single-mindedly attack from a distance with magic, and the living males will protect the Lilims with their lives. Isao and I will be in charge of cornering him once he weakens, to urge him to surrender. How about this? I run multiple simulations in my head. If I feel that it's dangerous or impossible, Isao and I just have to retreat. After all, we won't die from one blow, will we? No way, right? Driven by anxiety, I turn one living male into a bloodkin. I add 3 living males to it as its subordinates. I splurge on the bloodkin living male, and give it a full set of mithril armor. Its 3 subordinates receive C-rank items from me. And then, I make them head out on a second investigation of Demon King Takaharu. Section. The second enemy investigation was a success. The 4 living males endured Takaharu's onslaught for 10 minutes. Because they devoted themselves to defense, they didn't deliver any damage, but I succeeded in reading his attack patterns to some extent. What I should be careful of among Takaharu's attacks are his claw attacks aimed at the carotid artery. The Dampier, who died in the first investigation, very likely perished after receiving that attack. As long as we are wary of that attack, there's no worry about us dying in one attack. Isao and I might actually be able to endure more than 10 attacks. Of course, neither of us would have the slightest intention to take those attacks meekly. The sacrifices expended so far to turn Takaharu into my subordinate are 2 bloodkin and 5 subordinates. No matter how much my maximum CP increases, turning someone into a bloodkin always consumes all my CP. The sacrifices were big, but the gains were big as well. As if saying so, I put my preparations perfectly in order. Section. Alongside sunset, I head towards Takaharu's domain, while taking Isao and 22 subordinates along. Shin-sama, the moon tonight is very beautiful, isn't it? Indeed, the night wind feels nice as well. I walk across the road at night, while basking in the moonlight together with Isao. Isao, night is our time. I will rely on you. Yes, my lord. Isao Shin, swear on this name and the moon shining down upon us. I shall definitely carry out my duty. Isao bows his head respectfully. Until recently, I was worried whether this plan would work out well. However, those worries were wiped away as I gazed at the moon illuminating the sky, and Isao who's brimming with confidence. Afterwards, we head towards Takaharu's domain, while enjoying the quiet air of night. 1 hour later. So it's here, huh? The scenery, which I had observed on the smartphone's screen around a half-day before, is reflected in my eyes. If the enemy's boss, Demon King Takaharu, doesn't show up after 3 hours, we will retreat. It shall be as thou order, Shin-sama. Takaharu being a muscle brain is just my prejudice. It's possible that he will see through my identity as a vampire, just like Yataro, and stay away from us at night. I carefully step into Takaharu's domain, while having the 12 living males form the vanguard. Inside the tranquil, rural area, we slowly advance through the domain with a progression speed similar to that of a snail. Considering a retreat in the worst case, I don't want to be too far from the entrance. However, it's also possible that he will become suspicious if we loiter around at the entrance area. I continue walking slowly, while remaining cautious of my surroundings. We proceed for around an hour like that. Just when I am about to succumb to the worry that Takaharu might actually be one of the intelligent people, the fuck? Stop dawdling round. A largely built man overflowing with wildness, Demon King Takaharu, shows up ahead of us, looking listless. Chapter 118 vs. Unoak's Demon King. 3. This time you come in a bunch. Demon King Takaharu points a look full of curiosity at us. Having said that, there's a lot of the usual armors round. Well, Dat said, there's some pretty babes too, I suppose. After turning a bored look at the living males, Takaharu cheerfully shifts his eyes to the Lilims. So, your lads over there are the commanders? At the end, Takaharu points a sharp look at Isao and me. Damn it, the silent treatment? That means, you got ace monsters, eh? If you think you can win by increasing the numbers against all hands, battle formation, Lilims, start attacking simultaneously. I order my subordinates, starting the attack against Takaharu, who's continuing to talk at a leisurely pace. The living males raise their shields, stepping forward to protect the Lilims. 10 fireballs, shot by the 10 Lilims, fly towards Takaharu. I fall back with Isao, and watch the situation. TSK? No talking back or anything? Once the cloud of dust kicked up by the fireballs lifts, Takaharu yells angrily with his arms crossed, I'm gonna send all of you to the next world. Takaharu kicks off the ground, and violently punches the shield of a living male. An impact sound that you wouldn't expect from a hit using just bare flesh reverberates through the air. Come on, you ain't gonna win by just defending, learn. The group of Lilims attacks Takaharu, who is showering the living males with a chain of punches from behind with magic. TSK, it looks like you did learn. Ah, how fucking annoying. Playtime's over. Takaharu jumps far back and roars towards the sky. In response, he's wrapped up by light, transforming into a half-lion half-human form. Takaharu makes a big jump over the living males, instantly shortening the distance to the Lilims in the rear. Living males protect the Lilims. Kaya. I order the living males in a hurry, but Takaharu widely swings his right foot with his left leg as an axis, blowing 3 Lilims away in one sweep. The living males try to protect the Lilims. Takaharu closes the distance to one of the Lilims that was blown away, and strikes his heel down on the head of the collapsed Lilim. Ha! So you could talk, eh? Takaharu points a cold, stabbing look at the Lilim who died after her skull caved in. The remaining Lilims turn a look filled with fear at Takaharu. TSK, they got fully swallowed up by Takaharu's strength. Lilims, attack him. Living males, protect the Lilims with your bodies, no matter whether they fall into a state of panic or get overwhelmed by Takaharu's strength. My orders are absolute. The living males set up their shields in front of the Lilims once again, and the Lilims attack Takaharu even while moving stiffly. Takaharu swiftly moves in a zigzag, and repeatedly attacks the living males while slipping out of the spell's range, using hit-and-run tactics. I already finished studying the armor's weaknesses. Takaharu lowers his body, and unleashes a kick against a living male's lower body. What would be the knees on a human body? As if mowing it down. Then he kicks up the shield of the living male that lost its balance, and punches the defenseless armor. Ha! There ain't no point unless you can use your wonderful shield, is there? Takaharu ridicules the living male's remains that turned into an unmoving suit of armor. Takaharu continues to trample down the living males and the Lilims. However, Isao's and my existence have completely slipped his mind. Going by the plan, I wanted to make Takaharu exhaust a little bit more of his stamina. But, if the living males end up annihilated, it will become a danger to Isao's and my lives. Isao, we're going to join in any time now. Isao bows, obviously replying to my telepathic message. Darkness veil. I make my own presence meld with the surroundings, looking for a good opportunity to strike. Takaharu, who has been freely rampaging around, has already halved the numbers of the 12 living males, and done the same to the initially 10 Lilims. He mows down the knees of a living male with practiced movements, and kicks up the shield, and then, at the instant he is about to deliver the finishing blow. Now, Isao. In concert with my signal, Isao releases Dark Night Tempest from behind Takaharu. GHWH, you bastard, revealing an anguished expression as he's swallowed up by the storm of darkness. Takaharu sends a murderous look in Isao's direction. Using that chance, Crescent Moon Slash, I swing down Gay Elbow towards Takaharu's back, using all my strength. Gah F fucker. That's dirty. Takaharu turns around to me, looking at me full of resentment. There's such a thing as clean or dirty while killing each other? I scornfully laugh at Takaharu. Kill, kill, kill. A dark lance fired by Isao pierces Takaharu's leg, who had been stomping his feet while letting his bloodthirst swell from behind. Excuse me, but we're in the middle of a death match, okay? Isao respectfully bows his head towards Takaharu. Takaharu kicks off the ground with his uninjured left leg, trying to escape from the position of being caught between Isao and me. Dark Lance. Even as I shoot a Dark Lance, targeting Takaharu's left leg as he tries to get away, he presses his left hand against the ground, skillfully dodging it. However, the Dark Lance shot by Isao before he started to escape penetrates his left leg. Did we kill his mobility? Demon King Takaharu. I have a proposal for you. Ha! Standing up while bearing a pained expression, Takaharu answers with an enraged voice. Won't you become my subordinate? Ha! You can sleep talk after dying. I see. How regrettable. Dark arrow. Once I release many darkness arrows at Takaharu, Isao follows up by also shooting many dark arrows at him, and the remaining Lilims fire their fireballs. The fire and darkness spells pouring down over an extensive area will definitely damage Takaharu. I think it's impossible to sleep talk once you die, but what do you think? Ha, it is, as they say, Shin-sama. When I make a joke in a casual manner, Isao replies in a polite tone. Shut up. Takaharu, who's still going strong, shouts angrily, losing himself to his rage. Takaharu kicks off the ground, trying to close the distance to me, but his speed is only a shadow of what it once was, and he's kept in check by a living male that readied its shield. How about it? Why not use your power to your heart's content as my subordinate? It's boring to only take on invaders while secluding yourself in your domain, isn't it? While sending a rain of arrows at him alongside my subordinates, I encourage him to surrender as if having a light chit-chat. Once you become my subordinate, I will give you a luxurious house, you know? I will also provide you with opportunities to freely exhibit your power against various human and the monster opponents. How about it? I try to persuade him however I can, while continuing to shower him with arrows. Are you satisfied with your life as Demon King? Is it your true desire to be defeated and perish here without seeing the completely changed world? There's no answer, but he's still alive, isn't he? Obtaining just one domain after sacrificing 2 bloodkin and many subordinates has a bad profit ratio. Ha! All hands, stop attacking. MMH? Did you say something? Gotk. Ha! That's WH. I said, it is a weak voice, close to disappearing, but I feel like I heard gotcha. Gotcha means you will become my subordinate. GHT. Ooh. Finally my sincere words have reached him. However, just no good. I don't understand what he's saying. I approach Takaharu, who's on the verge of death, and sprinkle several drops of a low-ranking healing potion on him. Is it a bit easier to talk now? As if it'd be easier with something like that. Okay, I can understand his words. No problem then. So, what did you say just now? I have just one condition. Condition? If I feel bored after becoming your subordinate, I'll leave. Once he becomes my subordinate, he will completely submit to me, including the right over his own life. But I guess I don't have to go out of my way to tell him that. Understood. The future awaiting you is one soaked in battles, but that's no issue, right? Just what I wish for. Despite his fragile voice, I can see the smile on Takaharu's face. Like this I welcome Takaharu as a subordinate, after expending a lot of resources and time. Chapter 119 Evolution, Rena, 1. 10 days after I welcomed Demon King Takaharu as a subordinate. While browsing blogs and forums with popular, regional topics, I happily draw up future plans on what kind of Demon King I should turn into my subordinate next. The close combat attacker, Beast King, Takaharu; the ranged attacker, Elemental Elf, Sarah; the all-round attacker, Elf Lord, Kane, whom I turned into a bloodkin most recently. and healer elves. The positions I'm lacking are 2 attackers and 1 tank. And, from among them, I want to also select a demon king who excels at commanding, and is worthy of being the leader. Is it okay to go with a demon king specialized in ranged attacks as leader? It's easier to give commands while observing the entire battlefield from the rear, right? In that case, it would be Sarah, but that girl is definitely not smart. There's also the option of leaving the leader position to a vampire baron created with the specialization, Daylight Vampire. Having said that, decreasing my maximum CP by 1000 hurts quite a bit, as I'm endlessly worrying about my fun future plans. Although my worries are serious. Dring. My smartphone plays the electric melody telling me about an incoming call. Once I take it out and check the display, I see that it's Rena who's calling. Since the hazard rank of the domain, which Rena's team is invading, is low, I haven't really observed their progress. I wonder, what kind of business does she have with me? Hello, what's up? It's Rena. We have finished the usurpation of the sector we were invading. Good work. So, is something the matter? Rena has usurped many sectors until now. Not once did she contact me to inform me of finishing an usurpation. There's something I'd like to consult with you about. Do you have some time? You're going to come here? If possible, I'd like to meet you personally to talk with you. Sure. Wait a moment. I'll set up a transfer array connecting the domain you're at with my place. That'll be a big help. I cut the call with Rena and operate my smartphone, establishing a transfer array that connects the deepest part of the sector, which Rena's team just usurped, with my room. Not even a minute has passed when their transfer array I set up shines, and a single woman carrying a jet black sword in her hand, Rena, appears from within the light. Welcome back. I'm back. I raise one hand and greet her. Stepping out of the transfer array, Rena answers me with a smile. So what is it that you want to consult about? Neither of us is a fan of idle chatter. I cut straight to the point. My level has become 50. Congratulations. Unable to read the real meaning behind Rena's words, I didn't say anything for a moment, but after a bit I gave a reply that seemed appropriate for the situation. Consultation has become level 50. Does she want me to connect the dots from those points? Does she want a present, or is it a request for an improvement of her living space? Unlike Chloe and the others, Rena isn't a created subordinate, but a former human. Seeing as she's a bloodkin, my orders are absolute to her, but that doesn't mean that her feeling of loyalty is constantly at a high level. Since time immemorial, people have given rewards to those who achieved great deeds, even more so to those who pledged loyalty. In that case, I think it would be miserable as her lord to treat her request this time with disdain. If it comes to presents, there's equipment, but I have promised Rena that she will get new equipment once I turn a dwarf into my subordinate. Meaning, it's a request for a better living space, after all. Well, my CP has drastically grown since the time I turned Rena into my subordinate. Right now she's living in a house with a size of 30 square meters, but she cohabits with Cannon. A slightly bigger house should be fine, or does she maybe want new furniture? Rena, originally you had an interest in kendo, didn't you? That's true. Is Japanese style better than Western style in that case? What are you talking about? MMH? I thought you were asking for an improvement of your living space as a celebratory gift for your level up. I am fully satisfied with my current place. My prediction seems to have completely missed its mark. What's your business with me then? You're certainly not telling me that it's just a report of your level up. Once my level went up to 50, a screen with this text appeared. Rena says, and holds out the screen of her smartphone towards me. You have reached level 50. Please choose a class to evolve into. No way, it was an evolution. The current humans of the Law faction have all been assigned into the classes Warrior, Magician, Priest, and Adventurer. I have never heard any information about classes besides those existing, but I suppose they evolve at level 50. I order Rena to click on the next button. Please choose your re-evolution path from the following classes: Swordsman, Heavy Warrior, Samurai, Fighter, Magic Swordsman, Knight. There are 6 classes she can choose from. As ever, It's the usual user-unfriendly specification, lacking any explanation about the respective classes. Which one do you think I should choose, Shin? Rina asks me seriously. What are your current stats, Rina? Body C, Knowledge G, Mana H. Rina has assigned all her BP into body. However, humans only get 1 BP per level, and because the BP humans need to raise a stat is different from Demon King's, her highest stat is unfortunately at rank C, even though she is level 50. Canon. Yes. Did you finish your secret talk? Once I call for Google-chan at a time of need, Canon comes flying while grinning. Rina can evolve. Do you have any information about this? Rina-san, you finally have stopped being a human? Canon, my evolution is about my class. My race won't change, I think. Rina smiles wryly at the surprised Canon. Ooh. So, humans' classes evolve? Unfortunately I have no knowledge about that. TSK. It can't be helped. I'm going to gather information for a bit. Just now you clicked your tongue. Leaving Canon to her own devices, as she rolls up her skirt, I start gathering information with my smartphone. Section 2 hours of gathering information about the evolution paths of human classes. And the result was nil. I couldn't even find information about the possibility of an evolution once a human becomes level 50, let alone details about the evolution paths. As for possible reasons I can come up with, Rina is the first human ever to reach level 50. Just looking at Kanazawa City, that's pretty likely actually. Even if I expand the scope to the entire Ishikawa prefecture, it might be possible. However, looking at all Japan, it's pretty much impossible. Moreover, in the scope of the whole world, the probability is infinitely close to 0. In that case, why can't I find any information about humans being able to evolve once they reach level 50? I discovered the answer very quickly. It has been restricted. Huh? The answer is an information lockdown by the humans. The governments of the various nations across the world. I didn't manage to spot any information about the class's evolution paths, but I hit upon a single text with the keyword level 50. A reward will be paid to those pioneers who exceeded level 40. Please make sure to immediately report to your nearest public office. If it is discovered that you have remained active beyond level 50 without filing a report, you will be punished. Thank you for your compliance. The government is controlling the humans who have exceeded level 40. Why do they do that? At first I thought that they want to secure hero candidates, but after seeing the latter part of the text, if it is discovered that you have remained active beyond level 50 without filing a report, you will be punished. I realized the true aim behind this notice. I had already sort of noticed it, but the humans aren't stupid. They have realized that demon kings can use the internet as well. However, they can't shut down the internet in this digital age. One cell tower services a wide area in the modern, developed era. It's impossible to exclude only the domains from access. Even while knowing that information is leaked to the enemy. The internet has penetrated the people's lives so deeply that modern society won't be able to keep functioning after shutting down the net. There's a lot of information that's beneficial to the enemy, demon kings, while likewise being beneficial to allies, humans. However, not all humans are fully tech literate. Therefore, even the government can't fully control the information flowing through the world of the internet. Accordingly, saying that the government is started to control the high-leveled humans, who might possess important information, as a last resort is probably the true situation here. Isn't there any useful information on Lapas? No, there's no information about the evolution paths of human classes. That means we have no other choice but to guess by the titles. Huh? Looks like it. In the end we have to choose Rina's evolution path blind, as though groping in the dark. Chapter 120 Evolution, Rina. 2. If we guess from the titles, it doesn't seem as though they are based on stat specialization. That's true. Going by the titles, it kind of feels like the classes specialize in particular weapon types rather than stats. Doesn't it? Particular weapon types, huh? Sword for swordsman, katana for samurai, bare-handed for fighter, knight would be sword, spear, Or maybe shield sword for magic swordsman, but it looks like they can use magic as well. Heavy warrior would be axe, going by the general image. Sword for swordsman, katana for samurai, right? Swords and katana seem to be similar, though. Is there actually any difference between them? They're completely different. You cut with a sword with a feel of pushing, but you cut with a katana with a feel of pulling. Rina passionately disputes my naive question. Since there are actually swordsmanship and katana art as skills, I believe they are different. Canon states an opinion, backing Rina. Dainsleif is a sword, isn't it? Yes, it is. Would it be better for you to have a katana, and not Dainsleif then? It's something I have heard from Canon, but if you look up Rina's name, you will very easily discover that she was a famous kendo practitioner. The movements in kendo are close to katana arts, aren't they? Because I got used to the black iron sword you gave me back then, Shin. I have no issues with a sword. I see. Rina reveals a smile while stressing the fact that I gave her the sword. In that case, isn't it fine to go with swordsman as an evolution class? Or with magic swordsman as runner-up? That makes sense, since it will throw off my balance if I return to a katana-based combat style. Sword-based would be preferable. That means, fighter and heavy warrior are dismissed. Since she wouldn't use a shield either, knight is out as well, I suppose. It appears the decision will be easier than expected. Rina, swordsman or magic swordsman? Which do you prefer? I offer Rina the options after narrowing it down to 2. I have interest in magic as well, but I already allotted all my BP into body, so swordsman will be fine, I think. That's the best solution then. I confirm the conclusion Rina has reached. Swordsman, Tue? Isn't magic swordsman more hero-like? I mean, you're a former hero, right Rina-san? That brings up bad memories. Right now, I'm simply the kin of a demon king. Rina returns a bitter smile at Canon's recommendation of magic swordsman. Well then, I'm going to evolve into a swordsman, okay? I silently consent when Rina looks at me. Once she sees me nodding, Rina begins to operate her smartphone. After hesitating for an instant, Rina resolves herself and taps the display with her index finger. Immediately following, a faint radiance begins to escape the smartphone in Rina's hands, and before long, that light wraps up Rina's entire body. It's totally different from a demon king's evolution, isn't it? I guess a hexagram won't appear beneath her feet. It's a bit plain. A bit? You mean a lot, right? Canon and I exchange our impressions about human evolution as we witness it for the first time. Shin? Canon? I can hear, you know. Before I notice, the light converges, and Rina glares at Canon and me with reproachful eyes while pressing her hands against her waist. Did you hear something? Was it the voice of the ill-natured mastermind? Rather than that, did you feel any pain? I gently call out to Rina in an attempt to change the topic. I have also experienced an evolution twice since I have become a demon king, but those occasions were accompanied by intense pain. Pain? Not in particular. Rina tilts her head in confusion upon hearing my words of kind concern. Eh? It didn't hurt during the evolution? As if your whole body is on fire. There was no pain as if you had been torn into pieces? Canon, who has experienced pain and agony during her evolution as well, follows up on my question. Not really. I think it was a tiny bit lukewarm! Exclamation mark. Canon and I become simultaneously speechless in response to Rina's answer. That hellish pain is limited to chaos? I think it's wrong to make a distinction there, you know. I harbor feelings of resentment towards Mastermind, the culprit behind the breaking of this world. In my eyes, I have evolved my class, so to speak, my occupation. In contrast to that, you changed your race, Shin. Isn't that rather big difference? Rina consoles me, who feels devastated, in a hurry. Well, whatever. So, how is it? It's meaningless for me to spit out complaints towards Mastermind. I ask Rina about her impressions after having evolved. Let's see, it's like my whole body is overflowing with power. My body feels light, and I have the impression that my senses have become sharper as well. What about your status? I will check it now. Rina checks her own status on her smartphone. Exclamation mark. Probably because she's surprised, Rina's eyes widen as she looks at the display. Wow, an evolution makes you this strong? What's wrong? I rush over to the dumbfounded Rina, and peek at Rina's smartphone from behind. Name, Rina Shin. Race, human. Rank, B. LP, 100-150. Body, B. Knowledge, G. Mana, H. Special, swordsmanship, A. /parry, moon / sonic / shining rave, rising / axle. Subordinates, living male X2, werewolf X2. Composition, she has become way too strong. That's not at the level of a plain evolution without any pain. Rina is my subordinate. Currently she's a loyal bloodkin and an important part of my invasion team. It's a blessing that I could turn her into my bloodkin at an early stage. If I didn't have Rina as my subordinate, my unification of Isao might have been delayed by more than a year. It's an auspicious event for Rina to have become stronger, but Isao, come here. I call Isao, one of the strongest subordinates under my command. I'm terribly sorry for being late. I waited for 5 minutes before Isao showed up. Rina, fight against Isao. As the command, Rina is surprised by my sudden order. Meanwhile Isao bows respectfully. The weapons will be, right. Use these. I toss an iron sword to Rina and an iron spear to Isao. You aren't allowed to kill each other, but fight for real. What about the use of magic? Feel free. I nod at Isao's question. Are you ready? Anytime. Wait a moment. Just a bit. I'd like to have some time to get accustomed to my body. Rina requests a postponement with a panicked voice. How long are you going to need? I'll be fine with 10 minutes. Once I silently confirm Rina's words, Rina moves to a corner of the room and begins to practice sword swings. 10 minutes later, in a space not far from my room, Rina and Isao confront each other. Chapter 121 Rina vs. Isao. Rina readies her iron sword with a serious expression, whereas Isao prepares his iron spear with a calm demeanor. Despite being a mock's battle, it's a fight between fellow bloodkin. The air is thick with tension. Begin. Rina quickly charges at Isao, with my voice as a signal. Isao meets her approach by shooting a spear of darkness, Dark Lance. Rina evades the approaching spell with a nimble sidestep, and swings her sword down at Isao without slowing her charge. Isao dodges the sword by backstepping, without trying to block it with his spear. At the moment the iron sword cuts through empty air, he unleashes a sharp thrust with his spear. Rina repels the thrust by swinging her sword upwards, closes the distance to Isao without breaking, and brings down her sword once more. Clang! A shrill sound of metal clashing against metal reverberates across the place. Isao forcefully brandishes his spear, which had been previously repelled upwards, blocking Rina's two-handed slashing attack with the handle. GH? Are you really a human? Who knows? According to my status, I seem to be one. Rina smiles ferociously at Isao, who reveals a somewhat flustered expression. What a frightening being. Isao lets go of his spear, and swiftly leaps backwards, before unleashing a salvo of darkness arrows at Rina. Which of us two is the frightening one here? Rina, apparently doubting her ability to dodge all of the arrows, adopts a defensive stance, crossing her arms in front of her. Isao has apparently decided that he's at a disadvantage in close combat against Rina. He has taken some distance, and continuously attacks her with magic's-based ranged attacks, against the spears of darkness, Dark Lance, darkness arrows, Dark Arrow, and blades of darkness, Dark Edge coming at her. Rina evades, knocks them down with her sword, or blocks, as dictated by circumstance. While avoiding any lethal damage, she tries to get closer to Isao. However, since Isao knows it won't end well for him if he allows her to close the distance, he skillfully keeps away from Rina, while continuously firing his spells. If the match continues at this rate, I think Isao's victory will be set in stone. Having said that, for her to exceed Isao in close combat while indoors, I'm completely taken aback by Rina's growth. I guess this is the true power of body B and swordsmanship A. As I'm admiring Rina's resolute attempts to get close, Rina places her left hand on her chest, and mutters under her breath, Axel? Question mark. Rina closes the distance to Isao in an instant. Don't die, okay? Shining Rave. The sword in Rina's hands is wrapped up by a dazzling light, a holy aura. As she swings it down at Isao, the sword leaves a trace of light in its wake. Exclamation mark T. This is NH. At once Isao adopts a defensive stance with his arms crossed, but he's knocked down by the light blade. As he falls, he pushes out his left hand and pours mana into it. Dark Night Tempest. The storm of darkness swallows up Rina. NGH? Rina raises a small scream as she's engulfed by the darkness and blown away. Early summer rain thrust. Despite his usual calm demeanor, Isao charges at Rina with a roar. He unleashes a barrage of swift thrusts with the iron spear he picked up along the way. Contrary to Rina, who tries to soften the impact of the thrusts by using her sword as shield while on the ground, Isao raises his left hand high into the air. Darkhead stopped the match faster than Isao can swing down his left hand. I announce the end of the Mox battle. My words turn into an order, stopping Isao in his tracks. The victor has been decided. The referee's flag goes up for Isao's side this time. Having said that, various possibilities come to my mind. The reason for Isao's victory is magic. Magic is strongly influenced by the effects of equipped items. I wonder who would have won if both had worn their real gear. And my biggest concern is Isao, answer honestly. Would you be able to win if two guys with similar abilities to Rina's were to attack you at the same time? I think I would lose. It's an auspicious fact that Rina, who's my subordinate, has gained power comparable to that of Isao. I'm sure it will be of much help in the upcoming conquest of the Ishikawa prefecture. However, if I consider the reason why Rina has become so strong all of a sudden, it's not only delight that I feel. The reason for Rina's power growth is her class evolution. This isn't a privilege limited to just Rina either. It's a privilege granted to all humans belonging to law. Compared to a normal human, Rina's growth might be rather fast. Unless it's an extraordinary human, gaining experience at just the same rate as Rina is impossible. However, someday, the humans will reach level 50. At first it might be 1% of all humanity. But, with each passing day, the number of humans reaching level 50 will grow to 2%, then 5%, and then 10%, and so on. And at some point, there will be a day when a party consisting of only level 50 humans will invade my domain. Would I currently be able to defend if 12 humans with the same power as Rina came to attack my domain? The ones capable of putting up a decent fight in a one-on-one would be me, Isao, Takaharu, and Rina. I wonder how it would turn out for Chloe and Layla. Probably it'd be somewhat harsh for them. Subaru would work if he resolves himself for a draw. I analyze my combat forces inside my head. The humans are drastically strengthened when they reach level 50. In that case, Demon Kings. I will be drastically strengthened when I reach rank A in a stat. In other words, once I reach level 19, there are 3 stats I can raise to A: body, creation, and alchemy. Body strengthens me, but it doesn't connect to a strengthening of the whole, thus it's rejected. If I raise creation to A, I can expect new facilities and subordinates. If I raise alchemy to A, I can expect new items. Oops, there's no need to worry about it now. There's still some time left until I become level 19. Still, I think it's indispensable for me to raise my levels promptly. 1. Strengthening my forces by adding powerful demon kings as subordinates. 2. Strengthening my forces by training my subordinates. 3. Training myself and aiming for level 19. I haven't been able to unify the Ishikawa prefecture yet. I haven't been able to gather the members of the new, 3rd invasion team I considered launching. I haven't been able to add a dwarf demon king as subordinate. It's all just knots, and more knots, and yet the things I have to do keep increasing. Once more I fully realize that it's not easy to survive in this completely changed, broken world. Chapter 122 Time of Delight. 10 days after Rina reached level 50, the continuous northward expansion of my domain has reached the area adjoining the one ruled by the Dwarf Demon King. the city of Hakui. As a result of the intelligence gathered online, and by Gate, we know that the target is alchemy and creation at B. The sectors under their rule number 13. Their domain has been labeled as hazard rank A by the humans. There are no eyewitness reports of the Demon King, and the number of floors in their domain. The level of the Demon King is unknown. A hazard rank A. Despite no sightings of the Demon King. Are the guarding monsters so strong? You see. The hazard rank seems to stem from the sturdiness of the spawning monsters, and the difficulty to liberate the sectors. But, as Canon put on airs, I urge her to continue. Since the quality of the items equipped by the monsters there is high across the board, and given that it amounts to striking it rich if they manage to loot those items, it seems to be a popular hunting ground among the humans. That's the very definition of a demon king who causes troubles for others. And that out of your mouth, Shin-san. Canon casts a scornful glance at me as I sigh. The monsters appearing in there were dwarves and golems, right? Yep. To be precise, dwarves and high dwarves, as well as rock golems and iron golems. Because dwarves can evolve into various kinds of species, there are also dwarf fighters, dwarf archers, dwarf knights, and so on. In short, it's dwarves and golems. No. Also dark elves and kobolds, who aren't race-bound. According to Lapas, it's very unlikely for dwarf demon kings to create dark elves because of the absurd CP costs. So there might be almost no dark elves in that domain. That means the enemy is basically composed of forces focused on close combat only. Huh? Ranged attacks are covered since they can use archery. I stuff my head full of the basic information about the enemy while talking with Canon. Yataro, do you have a moment to come to my room? Once I request his presence through telepathic communication, a short email stating, "On my way," arrives on my smartphone. My apologies for having kept you waiting. After a wait of 10 minutes, Yataro shows up in my room. Is it fine for me to borrow Sarah, Kane, Takaharu, and Isao or Subaru? I bring up the names of the bloodkin who form the cornerstone of our current defense arrangement. This time I want to go with a short, decisive battle. I myself plan to invade while leading my own team, in addition to Rena's and Chloe's teams. Saraju, Kane, and Takaharu are combat forces I borrowed from you to begin with. It's no problem. When it comes to Isao or Subaru, it's possible that I will need to call them back in the case of an emergency. Is that okay with you? I don't mind. While we're at it, as replacement, random creation. Without even letting me finish my words, Yatro's eyes sparkle like those of a little boy. Correct. I nod while smiling wryly. I plan to head out as well. Since I can't use any CP while on an invasion, I might as well zero it out with random creation. I'm going to push it then, okay? I get ready to activate random creation on my smartphone. Once I click the tab with the title Random Creation, it will get going. Wait, just a moment. I still haven't prepared my soul. Upon my words, Yatra gets his breathing in order and closes his eyes in a hurry. What's that preparation of his soul stuff about? Yatro has absolutely no influence on the CP I will use. Very well. Shin. Put all your soul into your finger. I will also fill your fingertip with all of my feelings. Yeah. Except for the one random creation per month I had promised Yataro. I'm allowing him to stand witness during the second monthly random creations as a reward at times when I have CP left over. It's the fourth time this conversation has taken place. I smoothly ignore what Yataro is saying. Sure. I let Yataro's words indifferently pass by, but due to his ghastly seriousness, I focus on the nerves in my finger while sighing. I'm pressing it, okay? Yeah. I press the screen of my smartphone with my index finger in an atmosphere of absolute stillness. A shining hexagram manifests on the ground, and then a petite figure appears from within the light. You're my master? Best regards. The newly created subordinate is a boy looking like an obedient middle school student, with a fair skin and a height of 160 centimeters. He greets me in fluent Japanese. You understand my language? Yep, I do. His ability to understand Japanese means he's a B-rank subordinate similar to a Dampier. I operate my smartphone, and check the status of the subordinate in front of my eyes. Name, race, Setanta, rank, C. Body, C. Mana, D. Special abilities, spearmanship, C. Wind magic, elementary. Flash thrust. Setanta? That's a race I've never heard about. It's an SSR, no doubt. An SSR. Yatoro trembles all over his body with his expression seeped in ecstasy. Canon? Why yes. Canon is in a daze as well, seemingly surprised by the Setanta's existence. Do you know of a race called Setanta? Setanta, you ask? Unfortunately, I don't. Canon knows the information of all subordinates that can be created at Creation B. A race that Canon doesn't know means a unique subordinate. Huh? When was it that I acquired random creation? Given that I only used random creation when I had CP over, I have probably used it 30 plus times. I went crazy when it yielded me slimes. I went mad when it yielded me kobolds. And, at best it yielded me 3 ogres, since it only created subordinates that I already had anyway. Until now, I used random creation without expecting anything out of it this time as well. Is this some kind of greed sensor? I've become deeply moved as I stare at the Setanta in front of me. Yatoro. Yatoro! Exclamation mark W. What is it? Yatoro comes to his senses after I call his name a second time. This guy is a Setanta. He's what you call an SSR. Raise him with great care, okay? I will add him to the invasion teams once he's good enough. Ah, Roger. I drew an unexpected winning ticket before departing. Yatoro. Let's get back to the original topic. Isao or Subaru, which can I borrow? Let's see. What kind of offensive style does this SSR Sama have? Going by his status, he seems to be good at spearmanship. Also, he can use wind magic. Then take Subaru with you. Okay. Out of interest, why? I have the duty to carefully raise this SSR Sama you have left in my care. In that case, it's the easiest to have Isao, who's also a spear user, coach him. Well, can't argue with that logic. I'm satisfied with Yatoro's reply. Section. When Yatoro leaves my room with the Setanta, Sarah, Kane, Takaharu, Subaru, and Kate enter as if replacing the two. Thanks for coming. I address my gathered subordinates. So, what's your business with us? Takaharu asks me, representing the others. The members assembled will be invading a domain, along with me, and 18 other subordinates. Huh. I'm being released from Dwarven defense? Like for real? With this pervert? How about switching him out for Isao? At last, mine tremendous power shall be unleashed upon the world. If it's your order, Shin-sama. NN. Got it. Hearing my words, Takaharu reveals a ferocious smile. Sarah throws a look full of disgust at Subaru. Subaru roughly breathes out through his nose, and Kane as well as Kate obediently confirm my words. The replies are all over the place, but not one of them is anxious. The assembled subordinates are confident of themselves. There are several among them who might well be called troublemakers, but their strength is unquestionable. Together with 3 former demon kings, 2 special bloodkin, and 18 regular subordinates, I began my invasion into the domain ruled by the Dwarf Demon King. Chapter 123 Troublemaker Party 1. Notification to all teams, start invasion all at once. I order Ina's and Chloe's team, who are on standby at different entrances to the enemy domain, to move, while I personally lead a team of subordinates in through a third entrance. The domain of Akui, which we're invading this time, is structured in a way that reminds me of a mining tunnel. The floor is bare ground, and the walls are bare rock. Torches hung up on the wall at fixed intervals illuminate the area. As we proceed deeper inside, with the living males in the lead, we repeatedly run into passages that tighten into narrow tunnels, and paths that split in 2 along the way. It's like a maze in here. Man, get off my balls, let me fight already. When we encounter a dead end for the umpteenth time, Takaharu clicks his tongue in a bad mood. I totally agree with Takuaki. It's damp and humid. This place is lame. As Sarah leaks words filled with discontent. obviously agreeing with Takaharu. Enemy. Kate calmly informs us of an incoming enemy attack. Shin-sama. Princess, please fall back. Kane readies his sword and steps forward in order to protect Sarah and me. Leaving Sarah aside, you don't need to protect me. Wanting to earn some experience points, I line up next to Kane, and prepare my beloved spear. Gaelbulg, you mustn't protect me either. Subaru readies his thrusting sword and steps up next to me while grinning broadly. Ha! Stop dreaming, you pervert. As if Katsun would ever protect you. Sarah holds up her wand behind Kane while slandering Subaru. Shin, you're okay with first come, first serve, right? As Takaharu cracks his knuckles and reveals a ferocious smile, more than 20 dwarves appear in front of us, while loudly brandishing their weapons. I guess they are throwing combat power in here after blocking our path of retreat, seeing how they lured us into a dead end. So be it then, first come, first serve. Everyone besides the Bloodkin are to stand by. Bloodkin, show me your true power. I encourage the Bloodkin, Takaharu, Sarah, Kane, Gade, and Subaru. Dark Arrow. I release arrows of darkness into the group of dwarves as a preemptive strike, at the same time as our arrows impact on the shields held up by the dwarves. Beast King Takaharu, who has turned into half-man half-beast, dashes across the ground. He jumps over the blocking dwarves with one big leap, and delivers a sharp roundhouse kick at the group of dwarves who had readied their bows in the rear. Ha! Nice. What a blast. With adrenaline pumping through his whole body, Takaharu grabs the scruff of a nearby dwarf's neck, and drives his knee into the dwarf's solar plexus. The dwarves, who were caught off guard as they had readied their shields to the front, panic and turn around in order to surround Takaharu. But, one dwarf has his exposed neck stabbed by Kane's dagger after she crept upon him like a shadow. Are they looking down on us? They must be. A dwarf receives Gaelbulg's thrust with his defenseless back. Another dwarf is stabbed by Subaru's rapier. Get out of my face, losers. Pillar of Fire. A dwarf, who's right next to Subaru, is engulfed by the blazing column released by Sarah. Sarah, you almost? Whatever. Even though Subaru protests to Sarah after narrowly escaping from a pillar of fire, Sarah casually fires off her next spell without a hint of remorse. Sarah, keep the location of your allies in mind. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm watching my aim, okay? I urge Sarah to pay attention, but Sarah reveals a cheeky smile and keeps hitting one dwarf after the other with single target spells. It looks like she's messing around, but Sarah's magic accuracy is extremely high, and while she grazes Subaru's clothes from time to time, she never hinders Takaharu's, Kane's or my battles in any way. From outside it might seem like all of them rampage around as much as they like, but when archer dwarves try to ready their bows, Takaharu and Kate immediately deal with them. All dwarves, who try to rush over to Sarah, were intercepted by Kane. And, the dwarves holding shields and axes are steadily slaughtered by my and Subaru's hands. The one giving me the most headaches in this team was Takaharu, who seemed inexperienced in team battle as he has been fighting alone until now, but Yatro has thoroughly trained him in that regard. Following theory, Takaharu has been eliminating enemies that fire ranged attacks with good efficiency. 2 former Demon Kings who had exceeded level 10 during their time as Demon Kings, and 1 former Demon King who was level 9. 2 high-ranking subordinates who are equivalent to a level 50, and me, a level 13 Demon King. No doubt, the 6 of us exhibit the power of a large army. As a result, more than 20 dwarves are laying in the dirt as corpses after 10 minutes. Was this all they've got? Those were somewhat lacking to take on an exalted being like me. Excuse you, I killed the most, you know? Takaharu snorts as if unsatisfied. Subaru looks triumphant while adopting a weirdo pose, and Sarah proudly throws out her chest. I continue the invasion of this sector, while leading subordinates who have a strong urge to stand in the spotlight. Section 6 hours later, we have finally found the stairway leading to the second floor. The way down is protected by a golem exceeding a size of 3 meters, but oh, that's a big one. Seeing the golem, a cruel smile forms on Takaharu's lips. In front of someone like me, It's no more than a block-headed rock. It will simply be swallowed by the abyss of darkness. Subaru prepares his rapier without any hesitation. It's truly big. Would the best method be to break its legs and then target its face with our attacks? As I'm pondering about the method to defeat the giant golem, which I've never encountered before. Dong. A loud, impact sound reverberates throughout the vicinity. The huge golem in front of us crumbles apart, turning into rubble. Hey, don't you know that the core is its weak point? Sarah asks me, Subaru, and Takaharu. We all stand around looking dumbfounded while she flashes a cheerful smile. Once I ask, it looks like Sarah is invading a dwarf demon king's domain for the second time, and she has already experienced fighting against golems, too. She apparently learned back then that if you fight a golem from the front, it's an impulsive enemy with a lot of stamina. But if you strike at the small gem buried in its chest, the core, you can bring it down easily. How about some gratitude for me? Don't fuck round with me. Let me enjoy battle for a bit. I was about to reveal my awesome powers here. It's super annoying to fight those things from the front. Also, I have no interest in the powers of a pervert. So get lost. Wow, how's Mr. Takaharu a pervert? Why'd you bring me up here? Then. Shin-sama. Shut up. I stopped the Subaru pervert, who keeps trying the impossible feat of passing the buck, from speaking. The former demon kings Takaharu, Sarah, and Subaru. All three of them are subordinates I can label as strong, but aren't there any demon kings with slightly more decent personalities around? I descend the stairs to the second floor together with my subordinates, who are suitable to be called chaos, in a certain way. Chapter 124 Troublemaker Party 2. Fourth day of the invasion. Right now we're taking a rest since we've arrived on the 9th floor. The number of traps has increased starting from the 3rd floor, and Takaharu has fallen for them several times as it's his first invasion, but we haven't encountered a dangerous situation that you could call a pinch. Beginning with the 4th floor, Gate, who's accustomed to investigating domains, saw through the traps in advance, resulting in us not being harassed by traps any longer. I asked Kate about the trick to spot traps, but her answer was, uncomfortable feeling. Something I couldn't use as reference at all. What was unexpected is the fact that Sarah is the most sensitive to traps second to Kate. Sarah also notices the traps in advance, and has been avoiding all of them. Occasionally she deliberately tricked Subaru into triggering non-lethal traps, but since it led to a waste of time, I made her stop with an order. As far as I can confirm through my smartphone, Chloe is in the middle of invading the 7th floor, and Rena's team is in the middle of the 8th floor. The unit of me and my subordinates, who are currently eating their meals next to me, consists of team members that are working together for the first time. It's a team that still has a lot of room for improvement in terms of team play, but because of the members' individual strengths, our invasion speed is faster than that of Rena's and Chloe's teams, who exceed us by far in invasion experience and team play. The most annoying part about not being a demon king anymore's the food and sleep. Takaharu grumbles while eating jerky. I guess it's fine as long as we have rice. However, I'm kind of hoping for something a bit more delicious. You know, it's not that I have any complaints towards the food alchemized by you, Shin-sama, but it makes me want to taste some home cooking. A handmade bento by Canon Danwood. Dream on, pervert! ! I see, I fully understand. Sarah, you're saying you're going to make one for me? My favorite dishes are. You gotta be kidding me. Sarah angrily shouts at Subaru's prank. Wait, Shin. You can turn humans into subordinates as well, can't ya? It's troublesome, but yes. I answered Takaharu, who suddenly addresses me. Then you just gotta turn a guy who can cook good into your subordinate next, huh? I'm telling you to turn a guy who can make delicious food into your subordinate. I agree. I totally agree with Takaharu Aki's opinion. I do not dislike this idea either. Sarah and Subaru support Takaharu's suggestion. Didn't you hear me telling you that it's troublesome? Turning humans into subordinates requires a huge amount of CP and work, you know? Work? You say, you mean turning them into kin, right? I'm gonna help you with that. Takaharu casually replies to my words. Helping me or whatever, my orders are absolute for you guys. Don't you understand that? Former Demon King subordinates are truly troublesome. They do have ability, but unlike created subordinates, they possess free will. It's possible to tie them down with orders, but then they won't be able to exhibit their full abilities. They are bothersome, but they have the skills to back it up. Food, clothes, and shelter. Those things are indispensable for humans to keep living. Saying that it's troublesome, I will be overrun someday by tough enemies if I stick to only using created subordinates. Former demon kings are essential for the sake of furthering my power. I know after actually fighting together with them. Former demon kings are strong. Even if it comes to Subaru, it would take a huge amount of time and effort to raise a subordinate with the same strength. Shit, what a pain. Okay, I will consider it once I have turned the Dwarf Demon King here into my subordinate. I reply in a way that shelves the matter for the time being. Section 5th Day of the Invasion. Right now we have advanced to the deepest part of the 10th floor. In front of us is a small room with a true core enshrined within. In front of it, a defense line of more than 50 golems and dwarves has been deployed. That means the Demon King here is level 10. Huh? It's a feeling based on my own experience, but once a Demon King passes level 10, the experience necessary for a level up grows tremendously. To go beyond level 11, it's necessary to rule over more than 50 sectors like me, repeatedly invade other domains like Sarah, or defeat all invaders personally like Takaharu. My name is Sainak Era. Insolent invaders. Leave my lord's territory at once. A small, muscular dwarf, who holds a shield taller than himself and wears a suit of full plate, yells at us so loudly that the air trembles. So the Demon King ruling over this domain is called Akira, eh? Although there's no particular need to return the introduction. Sarah, introduce yourself. Be silent. I thought that it would be a lucky outcome if we could lead them astray with the idea that an elf Demon King has come attacking, by having Sarah introduce herself. But it's very likely the Demon King Akira has also seen how Sarah looked back before speaking, and thus acted suspiciously, through the eyes of the kin in front of us. Me naming myself would be equal to telling them that the Demon King himself has come invading. In that case, the ones who are at the end of Sarah's look are me or Subaru. I suppose. I guess I will go with Subaru. Subaru, introduce yourself. Pretend to be the leader. My name is Dark Dracula III. As the most beloved subordinate of Shin-sama, I'm a being ruling over all darkness. Leave, thou say, Fufafu. I regret to inform thou, but thou have caught the attention of our king. Curse thine own fate. Thou shalt despair at the depth of mine abyss. Subaru makes a cryptic introductory speech. The enemy has probably recognized Subaru as a created kin. They certainly won't expect a queer guy calling himself Dark Dracula III to be a former Demon King. I think we have succeeded in perturbing them at least a bit. Sarah and Takaharu look coldly at Subaru, who finishes up by spreading his hands with a triumphant look. I wonder whether we got the enemy to mistake Subaru as the leader. While I harbor a touch of uneasiness, the trigger for the battle marking the end of our invasion is pulled. To send in such a cryptic kin, you lot, we will defend this place to the last. Alongside Demon King Akira's kins, Sane's order, the golems form a wall, and countless arrows are shot in our direction from behind them. Geez. Don't take me for a fool. Windstorm. Sarah's storm forces back the airborne arrows. Even the several arrows that escape the storm's area of influence are all blocked by the shields of the living male. Sarah, can you destroy the cores of the golems? Those golems are like, totally impossible. It's common sense to have Takaharu beat them up, or something. Sarah, who has a surprisingly deep knowledge of golems, informs us about the weakness of the golems lining up in front of us. All the golems we encountered on the way here were destroyed by Sarah's magic. As expected, the enemy seems to have taken countermeasures for their final defense line. You've heard her, you can handle them, right Takaharu? Finally I can crush those big ones? Takaharu reveals a savage smile, transforms into half man half beast, and charges at the golems. Gay. You assist Takaharu in hitting the cores as well. NN. Nods lightly and disappears. Sarah and Kane, you cover Takaharu with magic. Sure. You can totally leave it to me. Affirmative. Sarah blows away the incoming arrows with wind, and Kane casts a magic barrier on Takaharu. Subaru, you're going to knock down the enemies getting close to Kate and Takaharu together with me. Acknowledged. Mind darkness shall pierce through everything. Dark lance. Subaru unleashes a lance of darkness at a dwarf who has jumped out from next to a golem. Dark lance. I also counter a dwarf, who has jumped out in the same way, with a lance of darkness. Yahoo! Go doon. Takaharu kicks off the ground, jumping high up into the air. He cuts up the core buried in the chest of a golem with his sharp claws, having its core torn apart. The golem's body shakes intensely. Ha! Not going down with one blow? Feeling angry at the golem for not crumbling apart from one blow, Takaharu jumps once more. Kicking up the crossed arms of the golem that try to protect its core, he drives his heel into the exposed core. The core, which resembles a jewel, is smashed into pieces, and the golem transforms into a lump of earth. Takaharu is surrounded on all sides by dwarves once he lands on the ground. Subaru and I fired dark lances at them while making sure to not hit Takaharu, but we can't dispose of them as fast as they are replenished. I guess I will throw the living males into the fray. Protect Takaharu. I order the living males, who have been on standby with their shields at the ready. I will kill the pesky dwarves in the rear. Darkness veil. I conceal myself with darkness and launch an attack against the arrow-shooting dwarves. Chapter 125 Troublemaker Party 3. I slip into darkness, past the golems at the edge of the room, and get close to the archer dwarves. Use Cursed Hatred. Following my order, the group of living males simultaneously clang their shields. In response, the enemy focuses on them. Flash thrust. I swiftly pierce an archer dwarf with a thrust from behind. The dwarf, who was stabbed by Gael Bulg, looks back at me with surprise written all over his face, and says something I can't understand. Despite it being a surprise attack from behind, killing him in one blow was impossible. He's definitely tough for a rearguard. I open my palm in front of the dwarf's face, who looks at me with a resentful glare as he's dying. Dark lance. The dark spear shoots through his face at point blank, and the dwarf collapses on the spot, like a puppet with its strings cut. Even though their ally has gone down right next to them, the other dwarves don't even glance at me. Solely concentrating on shooting arrows at the living males. Using that opportunity, I slaughter the archer dwarves one after the other. Yay, is that it then? Before long, the last golem turns into simple earth and crumbles away. Takaharu begins to battle against the group of dwarves without pausing. As I'm killing the archer dwarves, Subaru and Kane stand at the front together with Takaharu, continuously and steadily lowering the enemy's numbers. After 2 hours, the only ones left standing are my subordinates and a single dwarf, Synopsis. Our side has lost 4 living males, I suppose. Well, I did use them in such a rough manner. It didn't go as far as being a flawless victory, but I think it's a result that might very well be called a complete victory. I will ask just in case, but do you feel like becoming our ally? Don't jest. Even while being surrounded by a group that's obviously far stronger than he is, he doesn't yield. His loyalty as a subordinate sure is admirable. Then die. I announce Sane's death sentence. Shin-sama. Just as I'm about to approach Synopsis, flanked by my subordinates, with my spear at the ready, a voice calling my name interrupts me. What is it? I look at the owner of the voice. Subaru with plain displeasure. If possible, I'd like you to allow me to take this guy on. You want to have a one-on-one against him? Most humbly, does he want to show off in front of Sarah? That's what I think at first. But Subaru has a serious look. With his usual sickness, 9th grader symptoms, staying low. Looking at my other subordinates, Takaharu awaits my order with his arms folded. Sarah fiddles around with her hair by curling it up on her finger, and the other subordinates wait for my instructions with serious expressions. I want the experience points as well, but I'm bothered by Subaru's serious look. Understood. Do as you please. It's deeply appreciated. When I put my spear away after accepting Subaru's request, my other subordinates also lower their weapons and watch as events unfold. You said you were called Sane? I've kept you waiting. My name is Subordinate. Let's have a fair duel. Oh? He's unusually earnest about this. But, stick to your damn alias. Haven't you just told him that you're a former Demon King? Or rather, didn't you just reveal that I'm the Demon King with your speech just now? I have been swept away by Subaru's seriousness and atmosphere, but considering it calmly, the current turn of events could be called the worst. If he didn't have any reason to suggest this one-on-one, I wonder how should I punish him? While being irritated at myself for having been influenced by the mood, I observe the duel between Subaru and Sane. Subaru, who excels in mobility, launches magic ranged attacks against Sane, who has readied his big shield and axe. Sane tries to gradually get closer to Subaru while hiding behind his shield, but Subaru is too mobile to allow that. That's definitely a sturdy shield. It's not a unique item, is it? Is it one of the rumored Dwarven shields? I think I will give it to Iron once we kill him. Having completely switched into the mode of spectator, I watch the battle's progress, while admiring the high durability of Sane's equipment. Subaru, who delivers jabs with magic attacks, and Sane, who endures with his sturdy equipment and body. At this rate it's very likely that Subaru will take away the win. But, it looks like it will take quite a bit of time. Subaru, let me confirm, are you intent on a one-on-one? I ask Subaru telepathically. Humphrey, I'm a loyal subordinate of yours, Shin-sama. Subaru answers with a tone overflowing with confidence. What does that mean? I gather my mana while smiling bitterly at Subaru's reply. Fire Blast. I shoot Fire Blast. The ability I have drained from Sarah. At Sane's feet. WHT, that's dirty. Fire Bullet. Moreover, I shoot a flame bullet into Sane's face as he prattles some bullshit. Who said that it would be a one-on-one? Or rather, it was you guys who surrounded us with overwhelming numbers at the start. No? Why you bastard? Subaru closes the distance on Sane, who exposes his anger towards me, in an instant, and stabs Sane's neck with his rapier. Subaru's answer about him being my subordinate basically meant that he will be fine with anything I do as long as he wins. Huh? So I can join the fray as well? Let Subaru have the finishing blow. Gotcha. It looks like I'm not the only one who got bored from watching. Takaharu puts on a cruel smile, kicks the ground, and delivers a hearty roundhouse kick at Sane after closing the distance. Using the opportunity of Sane swaying, as he was unable to suppress the impact of Takaharu's kick, Kate stabs her dagger into Sane's neck after drawing up on him from behind unnoticed. Takaharu kicks up the shield of Sane, who has a pained expression, and Saren unleashes a compressed cluster of air, high pressure into his exposed torso, as if concealing Sane, who has fallen to the ground and lost his shield. Subaru readies his rapier. Do you know the reason for your defeat? It's because you have taken our bonds lightly. Subaru pushes his rapier into Sane's neck alongside that mysterious signature phrase. Beyond DS? I suppose the finisher was Subaru's attack after your high pressure. Isn't that wonderful, Sarah? It appears as though your bonds with Subaru are the reason for the victory. Doesn't it? Huh? What are you even talking about? Like, no way does this creep have anything to do with me. Sarah throws a fit in response to my mean smile. Unfortunately, the bonds mentioned by Subaru seem to be an illusion. Anyway, let's leave the jokes at that. Subaru. I call out to Subaru, who looks overjoyed after having finished off Sane. So, what was the reason for you insisting on fighting against Sane? Yes, with all due respect, Subaru, have good news for you. Shin-sama. What's up? My level has exceeded 50. Subaru yells very happily. That means, in other words, I can Subaru celebrates with his nose running. The fuck? Your level's higher than mine? You gotta be joking. After the former demon kings became my subordinates, the manner of their leveling has become the same as the humans. Their stats and levels have remained as they were during their time as demon kings, and their growth speed has become faster than that of an average human. However, there seems to exist a weird restriction. They can only raise their levels, without being able to increase their BP beyond the value of their former demon king level x5. In short, It's unbelievable, but Takaharu is currently level 24. Despite possessing this much power, his level is less than half that of Rina. Since the levels and stats have been kept as they were, it seems that demon kings with excellent initial stats have a big advantage over humans. But given that they lost creation and alchemy at the point of ceasing to be a demon king, the BP allotted in those two stats have been lost. Putting aside demon kings who mostly assigned their BP into body, like Takaharu, or mana, there will also be cases where former demon kings are actually weakened. Subaru is the former demon king who became my subordinate after canon, but just when and where did he gather so much experience? Come to think of it, each time he went on about stupid shit, I transferred him to the front lines, didn't I? Yatoro has actively deployed Subaru to the front lines as well. Former demon kings have a low level but high stats, hence, they can get a lot of experience points, as they can slaughter enemies by themselves. Because of that, their leveling speed goes up as well. The knowledge-based canon is an exception here, though. I sense a strange feeling of being able to come to terms with that conclusion. So, what are you going to do about the evolution choice? I toss that question at the reveling Subaru. Chapter 126 Evolution, Subaru, 1. Oh? It's okay for me to decide myself? Subaru is surprised at my words. Let's see. I guess we will put it on hold for now. After all, I tell him to postpone it, allowing me to sort my thoughts about Subaru's evolution path. Subaru, you're a part of our defense. I will consult with Yatoro. What I would suggest to Yatoro is to have Subaru go with Nightmare Vampire, if he says that he needs him for defense, and if he doesn't need him there, Daylight Vampire, since he would be included in the invasion teams. If I'm going to borrow him occasionally like this time, Vampire Lord would be an option as well. I'm also curious about the mana specialized Vampire Elder, and the all-rounder superior species, Vampire Noble. I guess we will join up with Yatoro for now. I transfer to the residential area, where Yatoro waits, along with the subordinates who accompanied me on the invasion section. Once I arrive there, all subordinates except for Subaru go back to their respective homes. Oh, welcome back. Do you two have some business with me? Once we head over to Yatoro's place, he comes out while smiling like a good-natured old man. Subaru has reached level 50. Huh, that's an auspicious event. Let me ask you frankly, is Subaru someone you need for defense? You're asking me that in front of the person himself? Yatoro glances at Subaru and asks, if it's difficult for you to speak your mind, I can have Subaru step outside, if you like. My emotional suffering at that point in time will. I don't mind. To be honest, he's necessary, I'd say. Yatoro laughs and then answers me seriously. In that case, Subaru's evolution will be. Wait a moment. I'm grateful that you've come to ask for my opinion, but Subaru, can I ask you something? What would that be? Subaru, you have taken part in an invasion for the first time. How did it go for you? Defense or invasion, which do you consider yourself to be better suited to? That's a truly difficult question. Being asked that by Yatoro, Subaru reveals a troubled expression. Subaru, I want to have a little chat over tea with Shin. Can I have you leave us alone for a bit? As you wish. Even though he looks unhappy, Subaru leaves in accordance with Yatoro's request. Now then, Shin, do you know why I need Subaru for my defense? Simply for his strength. Leaving Subaru's character and fetishes aside, he's top-notch if you regard him as a combat asset. You're right, Subaru is strong. He probably ranks second in strength to Isao when it comes to the defense team. However, the reason why I need him lies elsewhere. I tilt my head to the side in confusion. For me, Subaru is what canon is for you, Shin. Huh? That doesn't explain anything, though. Certainly, putting canon with her adorable appearance on par with Subaru is. Perhaps I'm being rude to canon. Yatoro laughs brightly. If it's just strength, Isao would be enough. Moreover, if it's about the invading humans and monsters, the subordinates you have loaned to me, coupled with the abilities of the items given to them, are more than plenty as a combat force. If an irregular like Seraju invades, It won't be any issue as long as I inform you of it, Shin. Explain it in a way that I can easily understand. I ask Yatoro, who gives me a roundabout explanation, to give it to me straight. Subaru is a former demon king like me, or to put it another way, a former human. Isao is strong. The lone subordinates are strong as well, but they're created beings, different from us. Now I finally understand what Yatoro is trying to say. In other words, you want Subaru as someone you can talk to? If you go with the plain, unvarnished truth, that's exactly it. Yatoro nods with a smile at the answer I have reached. Are you fine with Subaru? Fuo Shin. What do you think of Subaru? A terminal Chunobu patient, and owner of peculiar fetishes. Fuo, I want to back him up a bit, but I fail to find words that would be able to deny this. That's one side of Subaru, but he also has another side to him. Another side? Yes, one that's full of human traits. Has Subaru been a bit overly enthusiastic during the invasion or something? Hearing his question, I try to recall Subaru's state during the invasion, but I can only come up with scenes of him clashing with Sarah in something similar to a two-person comedy act. Well, he didn't treat me to let him defeat the last monster. You know, Subaru has been panicking since Saraju and Takaharu have become your subordinates. It's just my speculation, but he might have been panicking since the time when Isao was created. Panicking? Precisely. Saraju and Takaharu were originally above level 10, evolved demon kings. If we speak of Isao, you could call him a higher version of Subaru. Subaru has become flustered after comparing himself to those colleagues of his. I see. I nod at Yatoro's explanation. Don't you think that's quite human? Well, you could say so. That's the kind of Subaru I need, the human one. Shin. My lord, isn't it the same for you as well? I'm puzzled by Yatoro's question. If something happens, you talk with Canon, don't you, Shin? That's because of Canon's knowledge. Fuo. Don't you ask Canon about things you could learn just by looking into them yourself for a bit? It's a hassle to look up things, though. Also, don't you confirm whether your thoughts are correct by telling her about them? And that's what I mean. I'm somewhat pissed off that I can't refute him, but I can't find any fault in his words. Besides, despite appearances, Subaru gets along well with Isao. His relationship with the other subordinates is good as well. Oh, really? Yes. He's being shunned by the elves, though. Yatoro laughs loudly as if having added a punchline to his talk. So, in the end, you're telling me that you need Subaru for the defense, right? That's how it is. It was a long conversation, but it looks like Subaru is needed here. At the same time, I could catch a glimpse at the defense members' relationships, which I didn't care about much until now. I call back Subaru and we discuss his evolution. Subaru, from now on we plan to have you mainly focus on defense, while occasionally assisting with invasions. Do you have any wishes regarding your evolution path? Yatoro has left it to me, asking me to take Subaru's opinion into consideration. Given that he will mainly focus on defense, I plan to go with Subaru's wish as long as it's not daylight vampire. I think I'd like to evolve into Vampire Lord or Vampire Noble. Subaru names two evolved species in a voice that lacks confidence. Vampire Lord or Vampire Noble. Huh? Why? To be frank, Nightmare Vampire would suit my image more, but unfortunately I have been beaten to the punch by Isao for Nightmare Vampire. Hence, I believe the titles that suit me next are Lord or Noble. The word impression is what you're going for? Wait, if you were forestalled by Isao in regard to Nightmare, Lord is my species, you know? Fufafu. By choosing the same species as you, Shinsama, our bond will deepen. Proceeding towards a relationship of sworn brothers, exceeding master and server. Okay, Vampire Lord is out. I interrupt Subaru's bullshit, and forbid him to evolve into a Vampire Lord. That's not the only reason. With defense as my main role, daylight has little value, and I feel like attacks through weapons work a lot better for me than magic attacks. Seeing how Nightmare is blocked, my choices are only Lord and Noble. Subaru rattles off a list of reasons in a hurry, as if making up excuses. Then just use that reasoning from the start. Well, whatever. In that case your evolution is set to be Vampire Noble, I'd say. Why you're deciding such an important choice that will influence my fate so easily? Upon hearing my words, Subaru responds in a stunned panic. Even if we keep worrying about it, it won't solve anything. Hence, believe in your intuition. If you say so, Shin-sama. And that's how Subaru evolved into a Vampire Noble. Chapter 127 Demon King Akira 1. It's the 15th day after we started invading the domain of the Dwarf Demon King in Hakui. The formerly 13 sectors have dwindled down to 1. The annexation of Hakui is advancing towards its final stage. Shin-san, at long last you're going to turn the Dwarf Demon King into your subordinate, aren't you? I give a suitable answer to Canon, who smiles optimistically, without any deeper thought. You don't look overly happy? Is there something worrying you? What is your impression of the invasion's second half? The invasion's second half? Unlike you, I can't watch a live stream of what's going on, so I don't really know. But the invasion went quickly, didn't it? Canon gives an uncertain reply while tilting her small head to the side. In the second half we ran into almost no enemies. That means they gave up or they amassed their main force in the last sector, would be the valid assumption here. I see. In other words, the invasion of the last sector will be a lot more difficult than before? Once I complete Canon's sentence, Canon follows my reasoning, and considers my assumption. There's that as well. But, for argument's sake, let's assume we were the enemy Demon King, Akira. You're saying the opposing Demon King's name is Akira? I ignore Canon, who abruptly breaks the flow of my words, and continue voicing out my thoughts. Demon King Akira is level 10. Their stats are Alchemy B and Creation B. The BP necessary to increase a stat from its initial value to B is 17. 55 BP can be obtained by reaching level 10. In that case, there's one more stat they can increase to B. If they are alchemy specialized, I think it'd be valid to expect it to be body. In such a case, they would have 4 BP left. Those could be spent on mana or knowledge to assign all BP. Well, it is the best way they can assign their BP without having too much left. Yep. In short, any other stats are out of the question. The consideration I have voiced out just now is the way Demon King Akira can assign their BP most efficiently to face me. It's also possible that they won't allot any BP, wanting to save them for alchemy. In such a case, Akira's abilities would be lower than estimated. Next, Akira's subordinates. Going by the fact that Akira is above level 10, they are capable of creating a special subordinate equivalent to a vampire baron. When I attacked them for the first time, Akira had 13 sectors. That would set Akira's maximum CP to 2300. I checked back with Takaharu and Sarah, but the special subordinates they could create starting at level 10 would have lowered their maximum CP by 1000. I find it difficult to believe that only the vampire, elf, and beast species need to give up 1000 of their maximum CP, while the other races have a different condition. Going by that logic, Akira can create 2 special subordinates. However, it's unlikely for Akira, who specializes in alchemy, to lower their maximum CP to 300. Hence, the maximum would be 1 special subordinate. Next, former Demon Kings, like Kanon, Yataro, Subaru, Sarah, or Takaharu, and former humans like Rina. People like them can also become irregular elements, but I wonder whether Akira has any such people under their rule. My guess is no. Even if such people did exist, they would have likely shown up as part of the defense before the domain decreased to 1 sector. Opposing this, my combat powers are me, with body, mana, alchemy, and creation at B. The former Demon Kings, Takaharu, Sarah, and Subaru, and Rina who's strong enough to match a former Demon King. In addition, my bloodkin, spearheaded by Kane, Gade, Chloe, and Layla, are endowed with strength equal or above Akira's kin, and Akira should have seen and comprehended the difference in power through their smartphone. Based on that information, is there any chance of winning for Akira? Are there actually any factors that suggest us losing? Canon is surprised by my muttering, That omitted the part that was just in my head. I didn't phrase it correctly, I guess. You think Akira has any chance to win this? Ah, that's what it was. I don't think so. Canon answers my question while looking quite indifferently. Makes sense. Question mark. Why are you worrying about a battle you're going to win? I don't know whether there might be some kind of move left for Akira, seeing how they are an opponent I'm encountering for the first time. Akira is aware of our strength. No? Well, now that they've lost 12 sectors, I think they're fully aware of it, whether they like it or not. Akira is a dwarf species, right? Akira's subordinates are dwarves who excel at alchemy, correct? Yes. Isn't it somehow possible to turn them into my subordinate without them losing a great number of subordinates? Oh, now I get what's gnawing at you. If I invade with my best members, usurping the domain will probably be simple. However, in that case, many of the dwarves I had planned to turn into my subordinates will be lost in the process. If possible, I'd like them to surrender without spilling any blood. If I could make a wish, I'd like Akira to create a special subordinate with the remaining CP before surrendering. I wonder what would be necessary to have them accept a surrender, without spilling any blood. In the first place, does Akira know about surrender? Next, the merit in case of a surrender is the guarantee of continued life as a former Demon King. To clear those two preconditions, it's probably the best idea to recommend it together with my former Demon King subordinates. In that case, the invasion members will be me, Takaharu, Sarah, Subaru, and I could also add Canon for good measure later as well. I'd like to take Yataro along as well, but I want to avoid any holes in my defense. Next, as a threat, I will also bring along the Bloodkin of Chloe's and Rena's teams. Akira should clearly understand the true power of my Bloodkin mastermind, who created this broken world, planted a subconscious feeling of hate between humans, law, and demon kings, chaos. In the same way, such a subconscious feeling of hatred has been planted in demon kings, chaos, towards their own race. I myself would likely throw a fit of anger if I was urged to surrender by a pretending demon king. However, the fear of imminent death exceeds that feeling of hate. This time there might be merit in trying to start with persuasion. If it fails, I just have to make them obey with force as usual. That settles the plan. I summon my Bloodkin, and head out to the final sector of Akiwi's domain. Chapter 128 Demon King Akira 2. Leading my strong Bloodkin, I step into the final remaining sector of Akiwi's domain. Just like with the 12 sectors so far, it's semi-internal system type. I had thought that they would at least change the last one into an outdoor type as precaution against me, a vampire. But the owner of a domain is a demon king. Seeing as they own it, they can manage and monitor their own domain. I take a deep breath and step forward. My name is Demon King Shin. I'm the Demon King who took control of Kanezawa, the Kohoku district, and Kohoku City. The number of domains under my rule amounts to 89. An explanation about my subordinate's power is probably unnecessary. I speak up as if making a speech towards the empty ceiling. Demon King Akira, I will get straight to the point, and state my demands. Surrender to me. You're very likely intending to stage a final resistance. However, can you see a way for you to win here? Let me spell it out for you. My victory is set in stone, with your defeat to being an unshakable truth. I continue with words of advice. Isn't it better to avoid unnecessary bloodshed? Assuming you become my subordinate, I will at least, fully guarantee your livelihood. Demon King Akira, how about it? Won't you talk it over with me? I pose a question at the end, finishing my speech. All that had to be said has been said. Now I just have to wait for Akira's reply. What are we going to do? Takaharu asks me. We'll wait. How long? Let's see. 1 hour. If there's no reply even after we've waited for an hour, we will start our invasion. TSK. Don't drag me here for a boring round of yapping. The belligerent Takaharu snorts while looking displeased. Unlike Takaharu-chi, I'm all for pacifism. That being said, it kinda looks like there's nothing to do. To wait around in such a damp and gloomy place for an hour, that's, totally lame. Following Takaharu, Sarah starts complaining, obviously lacking any will to cooperate here. Nothing to do, Oh, right. Come to think of it, it's the first time you guys have met each other, isn't it? You can kill some time by introducing yourselves to each other. I suggest a way to spend the free time while looking in the direction of Rena's and Chloe's teams. Introduce ourselves, as you command, but before that, you lowly beast over there, watch how you talk to Shin-sama. It's disrespectful. Likewise, the inferior long ear over there, you really need some training in how to act as bloodkin of Shin-sama, don't you? Chloe and Layla become angry at Takaharu and Sarah, who are whining just now. Oi, missy, lowly beast, you're talking about me? Me being called inferior by the likes of a subordinate? That's like totally absurd. It's tit for tat. Sarah and Takaharu get enraged as well upon hearing Chloe's and Layla's words. These guys were the types that don't mesh with each other at all. It's absolutely forbidden to fight among allies. Since it's troublesome, I mediate by forcing them to settle down through an order. Man, you guys try to get along with each other at least a bit. I sigh while a dangerous mood hangs in the air around me. Section. After 30 minutes of waiting for Akira in an awkward atmosphere, I hear several footsteps, and the sound of metal scraping against metal, from the front. So they finally show up, huh? Once I turn my eyes in the direction of the footsteps, I spot a group of dwarves holding silver shining, big, battle axes, and shields, with their bodies fully clad in mithril armor. Those dwarves open a path by stepping to the left and right, and a huge dwarf, who's one size bigger than the other ones, and wears a suit of jet black armor, a curse mail, like iron, heads in our direction. That's Demon King Akira. Once the big dwarf arrives at a spot one step ahead of the other dwarves, he shifts to the left, goes down on one knee, and bows, ? Is he showing his will to surrender? Having said that, he hasn't lowered his head in my direction. As my wariness goes up, due to the weird behavior of the dwarf in front of me, a small girl, whose one head smaller than the other dwarves, appears from the path opened up by them. Nice to meet you, Demon King Shin. The small girl, wearing a yellow safety helmet on her head and an outfit that looks like a work coat, calls out to me with an expressionless face. Demon King Akira. Once I voice out the name of the enemy's leader, the girl lightly shakes her head vertically. Even though I may look like this, I'm an adult, don't look down on me, the girl, Akira, mutters with a quiet voice. I'm not looking down on you, but you having shown up here means that it's fine for me to assume that you're going to surrender to me? It's not fine. Akira denies my words. Are we going to fight to the death then? No. This time I feel a slight tinge of anger in her words. What is it that you desire then? Demon King Shin, are you an idiot? Remember your own words. My words? ! So you came to talk, huh? Akira consents. Let's talk then. I will confirm the major premise before our discussion. Demon King Akira. You guys can't win against me. That's a threat? No, I'm just stating a fact, I reply calmly. Demon King Akira, do you know of surrender? I do. Akira nods. So you do know. Is it information you obtained through Lapas? Lapas? If you don't know the term, forget about it. I continue speaking to Akira, who tilts her head to the side in confusion. Her knowing surrender without being aware of Lapas means that Akira's knowledge is C or above. If you know about surrender, it makes things easy. Surrender to me. I don't want to. What if I said that? Then there's no other way but for us to duke it out to the end. I'd say, our side is predominant in these negotiations. It's likely a Baz move to unskillfully show any weaknesses. Akira reveals an expression full of anguish. Then, what's the merit in offering a surrender to you? You and your subordinates will be able to survive. What about the livelihood you mentioned before? I will guarantee it. What's the guarantee that you will keep that promise? I can only tell you, to believe me. But let's see. For example, the ones over there are former demon kings, as you would be. Are you guys leading a good life? Nod with a smile. Because I order them at the same time as saying this. Takaharu and the others agree with stiff smiles. It's unrelated to this. but Chloe and Layla are nodding repeatedly with fanatic looks. "You're telling me to trust you, you who I met today for the first time today? That's how it is." "Harsh. What do I have to do to gain your trust then?" Once I toss that question at Akira. Her eyes gleam. Was I lured into something here? "Equip this." With those words, Akira holds a red loop, a collar out to me. "You're telling me to put on the collar?" "This is their collar of pledge. You will have your neck wrung if you fail to keep your promise." "Huh? You're asking me to put on something so dangerous? It won't be any issue if you keep your promise. Don't mess with me. If I put this on, my right over life and death will be taken by you. You don't call that a surrender." "Mew. In that case, put this on your most trusted subordinate." "Trusted subordinate?" "Yep. It won't be any issue if you keep your promise." Akira repeats the same words as before. "How do you specify livelihood?" "A livelihood that guarantees my safety." "I don't wish for luxury." "But, being used as disposable pawn is unforgivable." "That's unexpectedly modest. You won't ask for a daily random creation or pointlessly extravagant meals?" "Assuming I were to surrender, it would be ridiculous if you died because I wasted your CP. The girl in front of me might really be an adult. I'd like to let a certain old guy hear this line." "Understood. In that case I will guarantee 3 meals a day and a place to live for you and your subordinates. Also, prohibition to use me as disposable." "I won't use you as disposable either. However, I will have a part of your subordinates participate in combat. It might also happen that they will be asked to serve as shields. I will handle them carefully, but it's still possible that they will lose their lives." "That's understandable." "In that case, I will accept your demand as well." I look at my subordinates to select the one to be offered as a sacrifice. Chloe and Layla look back at me with an intensity that makes it clear that they are volunteering for this. "But my trusted subordinate is that woman. She will do." Akira looks at Rina. Chapter 129 Demon King Akira, 3. Wow, Rina is PFFT. "Brat. You must be truly blind. The most trusted subordinate of Shinsama is me." Chloe and Layla kick up a fuss, interrupting my words. They look at Sarah and Takaharu as if to provoke them. "Ha? I don't give a flying fuck about trust and shit, but I'm the strongest subordinate here. You know?" "You? I'm totally the subordinate Shinchi trusts the most." Though being triggered by Chloe and Layla, Takaharu and Sarah also start to raise havoc. "Hey, all of you, calm down. The subordinate trusted the most by Shinsama is me." Subaru adds even more chaos to the already chaotic situation. However, once Subaru makes his declaration with a triumphant look, my subordinates around him turn silent. "Going by the flow here, Subaru." I yell Subaru's name while he's confused by the silent atmosphere. "I guess Subaru is the point of compromise here!" Exclamation mark. "This person is a vampire just like me, and a higher species, a vampire noble. Moreover, he's my most treasured aide among the former demon kings that serve me." "Ha, Shinsama. In the end you nominated me, just as I had expected." "Indeed, it is I who is the right-hand man of Shinsama. The abysmal darkness." "Shut up." "If I allow him to run his mouth any further, he's going to spill the beans. It's a fact that Subaru has a higher rarity value." "But Demon King Akira targeted Rina as a sacrifice. She very likely won't accept the created subordinates." Chloe and Layla. Having said that, Rina has an extremely high rarity value. Accordingly, I decide to offer Subaru as a sacrifice. If the contents of the pledge were slightly harsher, I wouldn't have any intention to offer anyone. However, with the pledge's particulars being at this level, I think I can very likely keep the promise. Once it's put on, it can't be taken off, even if I wish for it. Is that okay with you?" "No problem." "My will." Accordingly, I hold the collar of pledge I received from Akira against Subaru's neck. "Let me confirm one last time." According to the pledge, I promise to provide shelter and food to Demon King Akira and her subordinates. Also, I won't use them as disposable pawns. As compensation, Demon King Akira will surrender to me. In case the pledge is broken, my trusted confidant, Subaru, will have his neck strangled by the collar of pledge. "Yep." Akira nods her head slightly. "Is Subaru going to die in case the pledge is broken?" He won't die right away. What would happen if a subordinate dwarf, who was included as an invasion team member, were to skip a meal? It'll be fine as long as you don't harbor the wish to oppress me and my subordinates. Even if I order them to serve as a tank, and make them take on the enemy's attacks all alone, it won't become a violation of the pledge. That's a necessary duty. It'll be okay. I run through all kinds of hypothetical questions and scenarios. At last, I arrive at a conclusion at the end of all the questions. Well, even if my prediction is off, Akira and the many dwarves are necessary personnel for alchemy. I don't plan to expose them to danger, as long as they stay in the residential area of my domain. I can get Yatoro to prepare the necessary infrastructure. Even if I order them to serve as shields, it won't be a problem as long as it's a part of their duty. Roger. I affix the collar of pledge I had already placed on Sabri's neck. Thanks. Next is my turn. Once Akira casts a glance towards the dwarf behind her, one of the dwarves offers a silver shining orb, a true core, to Akira. Taking that true core, Akira holds it out to me. I throw a question at Akira without accepting the true core. Demon King Akira, how much CP do you possess right now? 550. Akira answers after taking a smartphone out of her pocket and checking it. 550. I suppose her CP has been reduced by half because she took their true core out of its territory. If you return to the deepest part, your room, your CP will go up to 1100, right? Yeah. Can we head over there for a moment then? Why? There's something I'd like you to do before we execute the surrender. I reply to the puzzled Akira with a smile. Afterwards, we move to the deepest room together with Akira, and wait for her CP to recover. Now then, before we go on with the surrender, I'd like you to use subordinate creation. Subordinate creation? Correct. Wasn't there a subordinate you could create by decreasing your maximum CP when you reached level 10? A master dwarf. That's the one. Seeing how you're going to surrender anyway, your CP will come to nothing. Hence, I want to put them to effective use. Got it? I can pick from 4 specializations for Master Dwarf. Which should I pick? Please tell me all 4. Dwarf Lord, Magic Dwarf, Dark Dwarf, Dwarf Builder. By the way, which evolution path did you choose? Dwarf Smith. I guess I have no choice but to pick by the name. As usual, there, Smith, chosen by Akira, is a craftsman, very likely, an alchemy specialization. I think there's no doubt about Lord being a body specialization. Magic is likely mana specialization. Builder is an architect. Architecture specialization. Dark is darkness. A dwarf of darkness. What's that supposed to be? I'm curious about all of them, but this time the objective is clear. It lacks a bit in appeal. But please choose a Dwarf Lord. Sure. What about its name? I'll let you decide. After waiting a short moment, a hexagram appears in front of us. A brawny dwarf shows up from within. My name is Abel Akira. I pledge my lifelong fealty to Mila. Pledge it to Shin, not me. But order. Pledge it to Shin. Very well. My name is Abel Akira. I pledge my lifelong fealty to M.S. Shin-sama. I have witnessed a very strange concreation there. We done now? Yeah, sorry for being somewhat unreasonable. Akira confirms, with her expression remaining unmoved. Once I consent, she silently holds out the true core to me, and goes down on one knee. I, Demon King Akira, abandon my life as Demon King, and offer surrender to thee, Demon King Shin. I accept. There, true core, in my hands shines brightly, and then vanishes. At the same time, the space, the domain, beneath my feet begins to tremble violently. You obtained Demon King Akira's domain. Unification of domains succeeded. From now on you are granted a 24-hour pseudo-peace. I check that Akira's surrender has succeeded on my smartphone, and thus, I have fulfilled my dearest wish of welcoming a dwarf Demon King as my subordinate. Akira, can I ask you one thing? What is it? Is it fine for me to also ask you to alchemize a collar of pledge? T. That is impossible. That's something I could only make as a Demon King. I see. It's impossible unless she's a Demon King, eh? Let's leave it at that. I look at the panicked Akira while smiling. Chapter 130 Demon King Akira 4. Having added Akira as subordinate, I return to my first sector. Welcome back. Welcome back. Kanon and Yatoro, who I had informed of my arrival in advance. Welcome Akira and me. I'm back. This girl is Akira. Oh, rather than a dwarf. She's a child, isn't she? I'm no child. I'm an adult. Kanon and Yatoro state their frank impressions of Akira after her introduction, but Akira denies their claims with a sour look. Ahaha. Sorry. I'm Kanon. Nice to meet you. I'm Yatoro. Best regards. Kanon introduces herself to Akira with a wry smile, while Yatoro displays the composure of an old man. Akira. Nice to meet you. Akira gives them her name, while remaining expressionless. Leave the deepening of friendships for later. We're going to get down to business now. Hearing my words, the three of them look at me. Akira, let me check. You can use item creation? Item creation is impossible. Smithing works. Smithing? How is that different from item creation? Item creation is simple, and uses a smartphone. Smithing is difficult, and uses a smithy. Akira's explanation is too concise. I somehow get it, but the particulars are unclear. I don't really understand. Can I have you show me an example of smithing now? Seeing is believing. I decide to ask her for a practical demonstration. Where's their smithy? Also, raw materials are necessary as well. Smithy? Raw materials? A smithy can be created with domain creation. The raw materials can be created with item creation. Kanon supplements Akira's words after seeing me tilt my head in confusion. Create a smithy, alchemize raw materials. Did I get it correctly? I also want some tools. What about the tools you have been using? They all disappeared previously except for this one. Akira mutters while holding up the hammer in her hand. I guess it would have been smart to collect all the tools before going ahead with surrender. For starters, tell me about all the tools and facilities you need for smithing. Smithy, water wheel, pincers, chisel, fire hook, grinder. Also, if you create a mine, for us, the dwarves will be able to gather raw materials. The uncommunicative Akira starts to babble like a brook. Yatoro, do we still have space in the residential area? Let's see. You did just add a lot of dwarves as subordinates. How about creating a specialized smithing quarter on another floor? Seeing how you need a mine anyway, you might as well turn the entire second sector into one. Kanon states her opinion right after Yatoro. Since I have promised Akira and her subordinates a place to live, that would be a possibility as well, I suppose. Promised? That's unusual, isn't it? If I don't keep my promise, my important, trusted confidant Subaruo is going to die, it seems. Eh? What's the deal with that? Give me details. No clue. Once I turn my eyes in Akira's direction while smiling impishly, Kanon latches onto what I've said, and Akira turns away while still expressionless. Section. It takes me 10 hours to create the new smithing quarter. Moreover, I connect the smithing quarter and the second sector through a transfer array, and convert all of the floors of the second sector into mines. I completely used up the 9000 CP. Huh? Yeah, but if it's only that, random creation, I won't use it. Interrupting Yatoro's nonsense, I gaze at the completed quarter. The smithies are set up right next to a water wheel, erected so that it would face a river extending into 3 forks. There are 4 smithies in total. All of them are large enough to allow more than 10 people to work in them at the same time. If you peek in one of them, you're first greeted by a huge furnace. Metallic work platforms, anvils are positioned close to the furnace. Each of the smithies is used for something else, one exclusively for Akira, one for weaponsmithing, one for armor smithing, and the last one for all the other smithing jobs. In addition to the smithies, I also created 50 houses for the dwarves to live in within the quarter. The facilities are ready. Run a test by making an iron sword. Got it. Akira nods, and throws the provided iron ingot onto the furnace's fire. Afterwards, she keeps molding the heated iron ingot into the shape of a sword by skillfully using her hammer and tongs. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing against metal reverberates through the smithy. Akira strikes down her hammer, incises with the chisel, and shapes the blade with a grinder, while donning a serious look. She keeps changing and forming the former lump of iron. There, an ingot. Into a sword. Not bad. After around half an hour of work, Akira hands the sword to me. It's still warm. Unfortunately I lack the skill to appraise it, but somehow it seems to sparkle more strongly than an iron sword, created with item creation. Rina, what do you think? I pass the iron sword to Rina, who has observed the smithing process with me. Rina swings the sword several times, before bisecting a log I throw at her. I think it has a better cutting ability than an iron sword, created by you, Shin. Rina lowers her eyes to the sword blade that just cut the log apart, and reports her experience of using it. Akira, can you also do stuff like remodeling or reinforcing, by the way? As long as I have the materials. Rina, pass me Dane's leaf. Whoa, is it really okay for my sword to be first? I don't mind. I hand Dane's leaf to Akira, after receiving it from Rina. You're going to use it? I'm Rina. Nice to meet you. As Akira looks up to Rina, Rina smiles and holds out her hand. Understood. Any demands? Demands? Weight, length, sharpness, anything. Let's see. Afterwards, Rina informs Akira of her requirements in great detail, while Akira nods silently. Understood. Shin, please give me 4 demonic cores, 2 silver sand, and 1 flame stone. Wait a second. I search for the items mentioned by Akira on my smartphone. Are those really necessary? Yep. 500 CP were required to alchemize Dane's leaf. An extraordinarily low price for a unique item. Maybe it's something like a teaser, to test out unique items. On the other hand, their demonic cores, Akira mentioned just now, cost 200 CP each. Silver sand costs 25 CP, and a flame stone goes for 100 CP. In short, all in all, 950 CP are necessary. Can demonic cores be mined? No idea. I alchemized it. Apparently silver ore will turn into demonic core if it sits for a certain amount of time in a minute with high mana concentration, or to be precise, a place where monsters above rank C live. What's with those background settings? It's information you would never find out if you didn't invest BP into knowledge. That means, it'd be smart to deploy many subordinates with a lot of mana in the second sector. Whatever. I alchemize the items Akira asked for, and hand them over to her. After receiving the materials, Akira first tosses their flame stone into the furnace. In response, the flames in the furnace blaze up, like they're getting excited. Next Akira throws Dane's leaf and their demonic cores into the furnace's fire, and starts beating them with her hammer. Every so often she calls Rina over, and checks the shape of her hands, just to continue hitting Dane's leaf with her hammer afterwards. Akira repeatedly strikes Dane's leaf with her hammer, and sharpens it with the grinder, as if fine-tuning it, and then, after 12 hours, she finishes her work. Done. We head over to the smithy after being called by Akira, and she hands over a sword that shines with a jet black color, Dane's leaf, to Rina. This is. Rina's eyes widen as she fixedly stares at Dane's leaf in her hands. Shin. Are there no enemies? Right now a pseudo-peace is in effect. I see. When I inform the excited Rina about the current situation, she lets her head hang in disappointment. Logs would be no problem. I won't be able to demonstrate this, guys. Dane's leaf's evolution with logs. Is it that amazing? Amazing doesn't even begin to describe it. The familiarity in my hands. No, it feels as if it's unified with me. Seeing Rina so excited, it looks like Akira's reinforcement has succeeded. I wonder whether I should ask her to work on my Gaelbulg as well. Once I take out Gaelbulg, and direct my eyes at Akira, she says, impossible. Tired, and flops down on the spot out of total exhaustion. There's 3 hours left until the pseudo-peace comes to an end. I decide to postpone the weapon enhancement, and instead adjust my future plans. Chapter 131 Reign 1. Currently I'm ruling over 90 sectors. The areas under my control are Kainzawa, though 30% is human land, the Kohoku District, Kohoku City, and Hakui City. Remaining in the prefecture's north are the Hakui District, Nanao, the Hozu District, the Kashima District, Wajima, and Suzu. Based on that, the next invasion area is going to be the Hakui District. But there's too few, aren't there? As far as I can see on the domain distribution map that has been published online, there are 6 domains across the Hakui District with its area of 358 square kilometers. The number of demon kings in the area totals to 2, one ruling over 4 sectors, and the other over 300 square kilometers of land, which is equivalent to a bit less than 90%, belongs to humanity. Areas with a low population that had already declined before the New World have naturally few people with an aptitude for chaos, I guess. As a result, it has led to the phenomenon I'm looking at right now. Very little land was converted into domains. Now then, how should I go about this? Considering the future, I want to turn the entire region north of Kanazawa into my domain, a safe zone, by conquering the prefecture's north. This will allow me to concentrate my defenses on the sectors in the south and east. Until now, the human land enclosed by my domain has automatically become part of my domain, but with so few domains being in this area, it'll be impossible to enclose the entire region. In that case, the solution is reign. Rule a territory with a radius of 3,000 meters as your own domain by creating and installing a true core. If there are people submitting to you within the range of its effect, it becomes possible to welcome them as new subordinates. However, if there are hostile entities within the range of its effect, reign will fail. HRM. Even after looking at the explanation, I don't quite get the idea behind it. And even after looking up information about reign on Lapas, I don't find anything. As I've got nothing to lose anyway, I might as well try asking. I use the smartphone capable of accessing Lapas, and start posting in the thread where the upper-class Demon Kings gather. 297 Nameless Upper-Class Demon King ID 0536. I have a question for all of you Senpai-sama. Have any of you used Drain? 298 Nameless Upper-Class Demon King ID 0013. Saburo, huh? It's been quite a while since the last post. The answer to your question is yes. 299 Nameless Upper-Class Demon King ID 0027. The answer to your question, yes. Salute. You are awful. Sati. You're so full of yourself. Tholmo. 300 Nameless Upper-Class Demon King ID 0077. Nina. Stop flaming all of a sudden. By the way, for me it's a no. 301 Nameless Upper-Class Demon King ID 0007. Just when I wondered about a new post after a long time, it's you, Saburo-san. My answer is yes. For the Flamer Nina, ID 0027, to have responded is really bad luck, but the other 3 posters are Demon Kings who write gentle posts. It'd be great if I could draw out some information here by acting modestly. 302 Nameless Upper-Class Demon King ID 0536. I've been planning to enact train for the first time, but do you have any advice for me? 303 Nameless Upper-Class Demon King ID 0027. Giving advice to your enemy? Rafflemau, is your brain kinda effed up or something lol? Nina responds the quickest to my question. He's right. We're in a hostile relationship. At the very least, Nina is going on my nerves so much that I'll go kill him as soon as I find out his true identity. 304 Nameless Upper-Class Demon King ID 0007. Nina, your point of view is valid, but we are the chosen elite, aren't we? How about being a bit more open-minded? 305 Nameless Upper-Class Demon King ID 0027. Elite Slamo 7. As always, you're on your elitist trip raffle. GJ on discrimination lol. Having said that, I will give you just one piece of advice. Surround the neutrals. 306 Nameless Upper-Class Demon King ID 0013. You are dear? I suppose I'll give myself alleged junior a piece of advice as well. Go at it with a big army. 307 Nameless Upper-Class Demon King ID 0007. Well, Then you get one from me as well. Alchemize a megaphone. I waited around 5 minutes afterwards, but the number of posts didn't increase. 308 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0536. Surround the neutrals, go at it with a big army, and alchemize a megaphone. It is. Thank you very much for your kind advice, honorable senpais. I give my thanks to the Demon Kings who gave me their advice. And log out of Lapas. Going by the map, the closest domain is more than 10 kilometers away. There's plenty of room for the condition of rain, a radius of 2 by 3,000 meters, or in other words, a diameter of 6,000 meters. According to the explanation, it'll be fine as long as there are no hostile entities within that 6,000 meters circle when performing rain, right? To go at it with a big army, as mentioned by Sati, is probably for the sake of expelling any hostile forces. The surrounding of the neutrals mentioned by Nina is because the neutrals aren't recognized as hostile entities or something like that. The alchemizing of a megaphone, as mentioned by Seven, is, I select item creation on my smartphone and look for megaphone. Megaphone, CP cost 5, allows you to send your voice into the far distance by charging it with mana. Its effective range covers 3,000 meters. Its effective range is 3,000 meters. The range to be set up under the conditions of rain is also 3,000 meters. I don't think this is a coincidence. Megaphone is probably an item necessary for rain. The effect of megaphone is just to send your voice into the far distance. How's that going to help with rain? For recommendation, the explanation of rain mentions, if there exist people submitting to you in the range of its effect, it becomes possible to welcome them as new subordinates. I can encourage people within the area to become my subordinates by submitting to me by using megaphone. I think that's the theory here. Well, even if I keep guessing, it won't lead anywhere. I begin preparing to shift towards enacting rain as soon as the pseudo-piece comes to an end. Chapter 132 Rain 2. Just as pseudo-piece came to an end, I left my domain with all my bloodkin, except for Yataro, Isao, and Subaru, and more than 300 subordinates. I comprehend by instinct how to invoke rain. All I have to do is to silently think about activating rain on the land ruled by humanity. Law. I'm going to start rain now. All hands, get ready for any unforeseen situations. Rain. I close my eyes and think the skill name, while holding out my right hand towards the ground. Nothing has changed. Going by my intuition, this should be the right way though. I check the display of my smartphone. Error. Mutual interference between the coverage of rain and a domain. Error. Mutual interference. The range of rain is 3,000 meters in a circle around me, so I just have to be 3,000 meters away from my domain. No, we're going to move north. Leading my subordinates, we move, kind of like a daimyo's procession. 1. Section. I measure the distance we move with the health app installed on my smartphone. Then I stop marching onwards at a ridge between rice fields, located around 60 minutes away by foot from my domain. I'm going to start rain now. All hands, get ready for any unforeseen situations. Rain. I close my eyes and think the skill name, while holding out my right hand towards the ground. The ground trembles, and then a black vortex, with a diameter of around 30 centimeters, that seems to swallow space around it, comes into existence right in front of my right hand. I instinctively understand that rain will fail if I move my hand away. Thus, I take out my smartphone with my left hand, which I can still move freely, and check the display. You have started rain. Rain has been announced to the hostile entities within its effective range. Please remove all hostile entities in range within 180 minutes. Alert. Hostile forces confirmed within the effective range. Please eliminate them at once. Display map of effective range. Yes, no. A series of messages appears on my phone's display. I tap, yes, okay, I got it. Looking at the map displayed on the screen, I understand how rain works. Although I call it a map, it's just a very simple draft showing several dots, in an area with a radius of 5,000 meters, without adding any roads or place names. Well, It's polite enough to indicate the effective range with a circular line at the 3,000 meters mark. There are 3 types of dots in total: blue, red, and white. The majority of the dots are the blue ones, which are amassing in the center of the map. My subordinates, the ones ranking second in number, are the red dots, very likely the humans of law. The white dots, which number only 3, are most likely the humans of neutral. Even though this is a lightly populated area, only 3 neutrals. Huh? That's not much. At a glance, the number of red dots amounts to approximately 100. Well then, I've got a grasp on the situation now. What I should consider next is the actions I should take. 1. Start attacking the humans. The red dots. I'd like to say that it'll be a surprise attack, but the humans have been informed about me enacting reign. The merit would be that I'd be able to recommend submission through a show of strength. The demerit would be that it'll be questionable whether the humans will accept my recommendation after I've slaughtered a good bunch of them. 2. Recommending submission by using the megaphone. As a merit, I'd be able to obtain human subordinates without putting any work into it. If all goes well, there might be some humans good at the cooking my group of former demon kings longs for so strongly. The demerit would be giving the humans additional time. If I'm going to turn the humans into my subordinates, it would be better to make the recommendation in advance, so as to not cause any hard feelings, wouldn't it? After simulating the futures derived from the 2 options, I take out the megaphone. Test, test. I can be heard, right? Oops, my name is Shin. I'm the Demon King ruling over places such as Kainzawa, Kohoku City, the Kohoku District, and Hakui. I start my speech through the megaphone. It's quite a hurdle to talk one-sidedly, without seeing any reaction from the other party. From now on I'm going to turn this region into my domain. By this region, I mean the entire area that can hear my voice right now. If you have the will to fall under my rule, strongly focus on that notion. If you're going to resist, my subordinates, monsters will deal with you. You have 10 minutes. Consider it carefully. I state my conditions. Oh, I forgot to mention it, but if you become my subordinates, I'll guarantee that you will receive, at minimum, food, clothing and shelter. Of course, I will expel any humans who try to just laze around, though. At the end, I also tell them about the merits of becoming my subordinates. When I decided to go ahead with reign, I worried about how to treat the humans. If I use reign, the humans who submit to me will become my subordinates. I felt like this would be something similar to a great merit, but I immediately arrived at the controversy, whether I need humans as subordinates to begin with. The relationship between me, a demon king, and humans, or to put it another way, law, and chaos, is a hostile one. It's based on killing each other and plundering each other's lands. If I were to be asked about the merits of humans, I'd squeeze out a reply, namely experience points. Even as subordinates, humans aren't as loyal as created subordinates, and unlike former Demon King subordinates, they don't have great abilities either. I don't want humans as subordinates to such an extent that I'd follow the troublesome process of turning them into bloodkin by using all of my precious CP. Those are my true feelings. However, what if I didn't need to use any CP? Their emotions, which can be described as human relations and free will, are annoying. But it's also true that they have more leeway in their thinking than created subordinates. As far as I hear, the produce of the humans, who I had turned into bloodkin as experiments, and who are nowadays engrossed with farming, seem to be a lot tastier than the food alchemized by me. Also, if I make them gather information under canon, they'll gather information that would be impossible to collect with created subordinates. At present my domain has a size of more than 540 square kilometers. It's a territory which you can't describe as a country yet, but I think the scale will increase to that of a small nation in the future. Would it be okay for my territory to contain only created subordinates once that comes to pass? To be precise, is a territory inhabited by just my created subordinates feasible? It also makes me anxious about the question of whether they would be able to defend my domain when a huge enemy force comes attacking. In such a case, I'll slowly form my domain into the shape of a nation from now on. If selfish, incorrigible fools show up. I just have to get rid of them. I might be called simplistic and controlled by fear, but I'm a demon king. As a demon king, I made up my mind to start building a nation with this land. The Ishikawa Prefecture, as its origin. Section. 10 minutes later, I check the map on my smartphone. Some of the red dots have started to move toward the edge of the effective range. Another group has changed into yellow dots. Is a yellow dot proof of the person having surrendered? The number of red dots remaining in the effective range is 78. Many of them are converging in the northeast. Takaharu, Sarah, you will take 100 subordinates and head northeast. Sure thing. I instruct Takaharu and Sarah while pointing northeast. Chloe, you will take 50 subordinates and head west. Yes, master. I point west, where red dots are located. Layla, you will take 50 subordinates and head east. Okay. I point east, where red dots are scattered. Given that it'll be interpersonal combat this time, I leave Rena at my side. Contact me if they have the intention to surrender. I'm going to assist upon contact once red dots turn into yellow ones. Okay then. The rain operation starts now. Upon my order, my subordinates begin to raid their respective locations. Chapter 133 Rain. 3. Takaharu's point of view. After getting the order from Shin, I head northeast with that annoying elf woman, Sarah, and the subordinates. So, what's the idea? It okay to slaughter all the humans in the northeast? Takachi, are you for real? Did you even listen to Shinchi? So, what's the plan? Rain, got it? That's why I'm asking. What are we going to do in Rain? You know, that. Like what Shinchi said, right? Deal with them with brute force. In short, it's okay to slaughter the humans then. No, maybe? Totally wrong. Show your power. And if they show their intention to surrender, contact me. Shin's voice directly resounds in my head. Ooh, you heard? Yep, I heard. Still, isn't it kind and unfair that only Shinchi gets to talk to us? It's the privilege of the winner. Takachi, you're totally a sore loser. You got to admit that. I mean, it's a fact that I lost. TSK, let's cut the talk about boring shit and get going. I finished that dumb topic and head towards our destination. Section. That's, at the location we went to, according to Shin's order, is a large building. An elementary school. It'll be alright if we show our strength to the guys in that school, right? Won't it? Taking the subordinates along, I pass through the school's gate with Sarah. Monsters. No way. There's too many of them. Hi. That's why I told you that we should run away. Round 30 shabbily equipped peeps are trembling in front of the school's entrance. I just gotta show my strength to these guys. They look like they're going to croak from being lightly stoked though. Now then, what we going to do? Like, it's no good to kill them? We've gotta show our strength, don't we? Ain't it okay for some of them to bite the dust? As I'm talking with Sarah about our next action in front of the quivering guys. Hi. That guy is Unoak's Beast King, a single dude, who has readied his sword while standing in front of their group, is surprised when he sees me. Unoak's Beast King, that's about you. Takachi, guess so? You are. Takachi, you're a totally unexpected celebrity. You just now getting that? But, the fact that he knows about you means you let him get away, didn't you? Takachi? Pew. Shut it. I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Kaya. The famous Beast King of Unoak got angry. You're like totally making me cry out of fear or something like that. I'm getting pissed off at Sarah, who smiles nastily while faking tears. What's your objective here? An old guy, who showed up from inside the school, shouts with a trembling voice. Hi. I glare at the old dude while still pissed off from before. See, anyone's going to tremble if they're glared at with a scary face like yours. Takachi. Shut up. I threatened Sarah with her nasty smile, but that girl keeps smiling without any fear. It's pointless. Talking with this retarded elf just pisses me off. I'll simply get stuff done here quickly. Our objective. Shin told you, didn't he? You haven't listened? Is it about us submitting? That's it. I roar at the quivering guy. Why do you guys? A demon king, demand us to submit. Now of all times? Why now? I ponder about an answer to the man's words, but, as if I know. Submit in or die in, pick one. Now, I don't have a clue about the answer either. In the first place, it ain't like I have a duty to answer anyway. I urge the humans to choose. Just a second. Takachi, what? In Ty's tense atmosphere, Sarah's completely relaxed voice reaches my ears. We gotta confirm that matter, don't we? Dat matter? Exclamation mark. Dat matter, eh? Yep. That's definitely important for me of all people to have forgotten about it. Hey, is there anyone among you guys who's good at cooking? I forgot about the great mission to secure guys who can cook for us. You def? Ain't there anyone who's good at cooking among you peeps? Raise your hand if it applies to ya. Hi. Several humans, who were overpowered by my words, timidly raise their hand. I memorize their faces, removing those guys from the candidate list for showing off my strength. Alright, that means it's fine to kill everyone besides them to show 'em our strength. Takachi, what? How about starting by beating up strong-looking humans for now, and then check the situation? How annoying. If you kill them, it'll become a total hassle after the rest turn into subordinates, you know? Exclamation mark. You aren't you quite smart? Takachi, that's like Captain Obvious. The course of action is set. The humans still haven't given an answer to my question. It's a fucking pain, but I guess there's no choice but to go with Sarah's idea. Anyway, you, and while we at it, you as well. Exclamation mark. Me too. What? I nominate 4 peeps wearing proper gear. Now I'm gonna fight you myself. I'll teach you the difference in strength. Simple is best. Being freed from doing stuff I'm not used to. I reveal my best smile. Come on, those not nominated by me, make some space. You guys, come at me with all you've got. I guess we have no choice but to go for it. Responding to my threats, the people move away from round 4 designated guys, and therefore ready their weapons with trembling hands. Let's go. I kick off the ground, close in the distance to a guy, who readied his sword. In an instant, flying swallow kick, my right leg, which swiftly lashes out like a warpin whip, sends the guy's sword flying. I grab hold of the guy's face, as he stares dumbfoundedly at his hands, and push his head down towards the ground. That's the first one. He's not dead, is he? The ones remaining are an axe-wielding guy in heavy armor, an archer dude, and a woman with a wand. I fake charging towards the archer, but move in front of the heavy armored dude, by switching direction in the middle with a strong kick against the ground. The heavy armored guy prepares his shield in a hurry, but demolishing fist. My unleashed right fist easily breaks through his shield, and punctures even the heavy armor behind it. It didn't go all the way through his body. He's still alive, right? Once I bend my upper body after hearing the sound of wind being cut, an arrow passes the place where my face had been just now. I turn my face towards the archer with a broad smile. I kick the ground once again, charging at the archer. Even though he shoots several arrows at me on the way, I reduce the distance to the guy while repelling the arrows with the gauntlets Shin gave me. I send a gratified smile at the terrified man, and then follow through with my right hand, hitting the guy's face with my palm. With this, only one human's left. The woman who holds a wand. Her inner thighs are shaking. At the moment when I'm about to kick off the ground gain to head over to the woman, Takachi. Wait a second, okay? The voice of that fucking elf puts the brakes on me. Sup? Looks like it's from Shin-chi. All the humans here have kinda submitted. The shitty elf suddenly got a smartphone in her hand. I'm pretty sure she's called Shin when I got going with the display of strength. Then we done here? Takachi, good job. I get irritated at Sarah's smile, which totally lacks any sincerity. Chapter 134 Rain, 4, Northeast. I guess Takaharu and Sarah succeeded in recommending surrender. I reveal a smile after confirming the yellow dots displayed on my smartphone screen. The number of dots that switched from red to yellow in the north amounts to 42. In short, it shows that we've made 42 humans submit. For a moment I wondered how it'd turn out over there, but the results are great, considering their motivation. I think I'll assign several of the submissive humans to cooking. Now then, I wonder how Layla's and Chloe's units are doing. I check their situations through my smartphone. Or rather, simply holding my right hand all the time is really tiring. Section. Chloe's point of view. Come on. Inferior life forms. You may choose. Die and become nourishment for Shinsama, or offer your life to Shinsama, our great creator. Which will it be? I inform the foolish humans lining up in front of me of Shinsama's choices, which are overflowing with his benevolence. The foolish humans do nothing but tremble, without giving me any reply at all. Say, Big Sis Chloe. What? I look in the direction of the big, black ogre, Noir, who has called out to me with bad manners. They're a pain, so let's finish them off. Humphrey, you moron. Our mission is to impart Shinsama's will. But, Boss Shin told us to show them our strength, didn't he? Certainly. He did say that. Very well. In that case, everyone Finny. What do you mean very well, idiot? Make the humans submit as much as possible. My whole body trembles due to Shinsama's voice directly reverberating in my head. Rejoice. Foolish people. The incarnation of compassion, Shinsama said that he will grant you life. What's wrong? Show your intent to submit right away. Don't screw around. Screw around? What's that inferior life form saying? Even though Shinsama has given them a chance to submit thanks to his eternal benevolence, it's no good. These inferior creatures are too dumb. They won't be fit to serve as Shinsama's manservants. I grab the bow I had been carrying, and begin to draw the string, aiming at the fools. Finny. Wait. I come to my senses thanks to Shinsama's voice resounding in my head. Neutralize them without killing them. This is an ordeal imposed upon you guys. Show me your power. A divine revelation was handed down. Noir, Rouge, Blue, Cura. Did you hear? Sure did. I heard so. Yes. Once I look back, my subordinates pick up their weapons with ferocious smiles. We will display our strength. Then we displayed our power to the inferior creatures. Section. Shin's point of view. Shin-san, what's everyone's status? Kanan sits down on my shoulder, and peeks at the smartphone's display. It looks good on Takaharu's and Sarah's side, I'd say. As expected of the former Demon King duo. Chloe and Layla are like that, you know. They are loyal, but don't really understand the inner workings of humans. Well, that's unavoidable, I think. We check Layla's situation at the same time as Chloe's by quickly switching between tabs. But, the situation is the same for both groups. Would it have been better if I had gone as well? Rena asks worriedly after listening to the conversation between me and Kanan. Yep, you're not wrong. Rena, you'd have understood the humans' feelings if you had been there, I guess. But, could you have taken the appropriate measures depending on the situation? Appropriate measures, in other words, could you have killed humans? The rain this time is easy. However, I'm sure there'll come a time when your power will be needed, Rena. Until then, gather your resolve. Okay. Rena answers quietly while hanging her head in shame. Section. 2 hours and 30 minutes after the start of rain. All the red dots, hostile elements, have changed into yellow ones, submissive, within the effective range of rain. My bloodkin, whom I had dispatched in all directions, are closely watching the submissive humans to prevent them from changing their minds. This rain is what you'd call a tutorial rain. The number of humans within its range is far below the number of my subordinates, and high-leveled humans weren't present either. It's really a blessing that I could experience my first rain in an underpopulated area. I have found a plethora of points that need to be improved for next time. For example, this time we were able to carry out rain within the 2-hour time limit. But what if there had been many humans? What if they had been spread across many places? We'd have likely failed to satisfy the time condition. Depending on the area where we'll enact rain, it'll probably be necessary to prepare things in advance. Once rain starts, the 180 minutes will begin to mercilessly count down. Hence, if we expel the humans out of the effective range of rain before actually starting it, we'll probably be able to easily meet the conditions. However, in that case I won't be able to add humans as subordinates, will I? Then it'd be a valid option to gather the humans in one place, No, or it'd be fine to start train after surrounding them in advance, so that the humans can't evacuate, right? One method after the other about how to handle rain from now on pops up in my mind. It took the least time for humans to change from red to yellow dots when they encountered my subordinates. Why is that so? Is it because they encountered a famous demon king much like Takaharu? Is it because they ran into scary-looking monsters like Noir and Rouge? The answer is no. It's probably because they encountered monsters while being inferior in numbers. In that case, it'll be necessary to send a lot more subordinates out of the domain next time. Even if 100 humans resist, their will to fight will break. If they are surrounded by 1,000 subordinates, what I need to do to be able to send more subordinates out of my domain is to increase my bloodkin. I can only increase the number of bloodkin by 2 per day. For each additional bloodkin, the number of subordinates capable of leaving the domain will grow by 10. However, if I create 2 bloodkin every day, my CP will run dry from just that. In that case, it's probably realistic to go with 1 bloodkin per day. It'll increase the number of subordinates that can leave the domain by 100 in 10 days, and by 1,000 in 100 days. Since bloodkin can also raise their LP by growing, they'll be able to take more subordinates outside. But the road ahead is long. I want to have Akira improve our gear by making her use smithing, and there's also the reward, random creation, for Yataro who commands my defenses. I suppose in the end I'm still troubled with CP. No matter how much I expand my domain, as I rack my brain, considering my future prospects. The black vortex in front of me brightens up, and then vanishes alongside a convergence of its light. A silver shining orb, a true core, has appeared in place of the black vortex. Rain finished. That simple sentence is displayed on the screen of my smartphone. Chapter 135 Rain Conclusion. The fruits of having rain lead to success this time are a domain of approximately 28 square kilometers and an increase of 100 for my maximum CP and DP, and 89 residents. Residents are the humans who submitted. It'd also be fine to call them subordinates, but I deliberately refer to them as residents. The reason being Demon King Shin's domain sectors 91 DP 10,000/10300 domain size 582 square kilometers, population 89, floors 14, special effects none. Population, which had always stayed at 0, had a change in its value this time around. Canon. What's the difference between subordinates and residents? Residents. What's that? The submissive humans. Those are different from subordinates. I'm asking you because that part is unclear. No? Please wait a moment, okay? It looks like it's impossible to give individual orders to residents. What you call residents are officially labeled as citizens. It seems that you can send them out if you give all of them some uniform order. I think. Uniform order? Is it okay to perceive that as something like a constitution with a legal force over 100%? Citizens, I order you. First, you're forbidden to fight against your fellow allies. Second, you're forbidden to disclose any information to the outside. Third, you're forbidden to kill yourself. Fourth, you are to consider my orders as absolute. Around this much should be fine for starters. I'll come up with detailed rules in the future. I thought that they'd be treated like subordinates once I imposed the last rule, but there was a single, huge difference. I can order my subordinates by just thinking about it, and I can watch their point of view through my smartphone. However, I can't contact residents individually by thinking. Even if I give them an order, it's necessary for me to tell each individual directly. Even though they are already such a pain just due to being humans, their usability is worse than that of subordinates. Once I'm fed up with the unforeseen specifications of residents! A big electric bike is closing in from a distance. Takaharu in front, gripping the handlebars, and Sarah sits behind him while smiling happily. Oi, what's that? I ask Takaharu, who has stopped in front of me. A bike. You know, I can see as much. I'm asking you about the how I picked it up. Took it would be, like, more accurate though? Takaharu and Sarah answer without any reservations. Damn woman, stop doing whatever you like. I reflexively sigh due to their attitude. But, exclamation mark. Wait a second. That bike works. I rode it all the way here. You see? In the beginning, when I became a demon king, everything in my domain except for my own room had changed into objects. And once I turned my domain into a dungeon type, all of it vanished. However, the bike, which existed in the domain I gained through rain, is working normally. When Akira surrendered, the items in her domain vanished. However, this time nothing has vanished from the area encompassed by rain. What I can deduct from these two phenomena is Takaharu, let me on that bike, and hurry back to the humans who have submitted. Huh? Shin, you wanna fielder wins well. Listen, just hurry. You're the boss. I get on the bike in the back, and we head northeast. And then, once we arrive at the school which Takaharu and Sarah had put under their control, I draw close to one of the humans who stayed behind. Hey, car. Do you have a car? Why yes, I do. Lead me there. Oh okay. After being guided by the human, I get in the small, 4-seat electric car. Keys? Why yes. I take the keys from the human, start the engine, and press the start button. The electric car's engine runs quietly, giving off faint vibrations. It moves. Huh? I smile at the unexpected harvest of rain. Next. Do you have a PC in the school? Why yes. Lead me there. Afterwards I discover more than 30 PCs in one of the school's rooms. I confirm that all of them work. In addition, I confirm that it's possible to use the electric appliances such as TVs in the gymnasium, which had been used as a cohabitation space. What will happen? If I use domain creation in this sector, all these things will very likely disappear. But, what if I can transport them over to an existing sector? Item creation is convenient, but I can't alchemize machines. The modern devices provided to a demon king are only the smartphone and a refrigerator. Fire can be lit with magic, or a lighter stolen from humans. Water can be drawn from created rivers. The spaces created with domain creation are overflowing with greenery, and are more than sufficient if it's only about surviving. But all subordinates and citizens, I order you carry all the goods in the new sector to the 90th sector. I give an order to my subordinates in order to create an improved sector. Section 6 hours later. In the end, I obtained more than 20 bikes and cars, more than 100 PCs, countless consumer electronics such as rice cookers and washing machines, miscellaneous goods for living, and food. After confirming that everything has been transported over, I change the rain sector, the 91st sector, into a dungeon type, with domain creation, and just as expected, all human objects that were left behind vanish. Domain creation can only be done by the Demon King. However, the remodeling of a sector's interior, such as building huts and plowing fields, can be done by anyone. Another possibility would be to activate train in an area with large trucks and construction machinery. Moreover, if I activate train in an area with a large bike shop, it had become possible to form a bike unit that excels at mobility. Moving during the day feels like a huge drag for me, but if I were to move in a camping van, I'd be relieved from my daytime lethargy. No, for the meantime, it might be okay to create houses with domain creation, but if the number of residents keeps growing, the CP costs won't be anything to sneeze at either. There's also the option to have the residents build the houses, though. Nation building, eh? Currently I don't possess either the knowledge or the technology to build cars. Even if I can use consumer electronics, I can't build them. It's fine to gather necessary machines and parts by repeatedly enacting rain, but if possible, I'd like to get a production system in place. While looking at the large number of modern devices, and the newly acquired residents, I indulge in a vague dream of nation building. Chapter 136 Curry and Rice. 1. I was familiar with them before, but it's been a long time since I last saw and directly touched consumer electronics. In front of me, in a space surrounded by many of those devices, sat several of my bloodkin in Isao. I am terribly sorry. Now that it has come to his, we shall offer our rejected. In that case, how should we ever apologize to you, Shinsama, for our foolishness. The ones sitting in Isao while cladding themselves in tragic horrors, are the bloodkin belonging to Chloe's and Layla's teams. As to why Chloe and the others have such a tragic feel to them, that's because they failed to accomplish the task I gave them. The newly acquired residents. In the recent reign number 89, there were 113 humans within the effective range of reign. 10 of them fled outside the range as soon as they heard my proclamation. 8 humans were killed by Chloe's team, and 6 by Layla's. But you know, boss, for them to die from an attack of such a level was red. Can't you shut up? We didn't follow Shinsama's decree. Hence it's only reasonable for us to take responsibility. I haven't killed anyone. So Blue. Stop it with the unsightly excuses. Layla roars at Red, who's frantically trying to make excuses. Chloe roars at Blue for protesting his own innocence. Shinsama, considering their achievements so far, won't these show mercy? What kind of mercy? Isao calls out to me while I am stewing over this bothersome situation. Of course, I refer to the mercy they desire, death. Rejected. I was an idiot for having expected Isao to voice a slightly decent opinion. Chloe, Layla, and Isao. These are 3. The fanatic trio are not even worth listening to. Why should I decrease the number of my bloodkin, especially since I am actually trying to increase them as much as possible right now? What a pain. I guess I'll forcibly resolve the issue with an order. The instant I decided that. Shin, don't worry about the tiny stuff. Ain't it fine since we succeeded anyway? Hurry up with the food. You bastard. How disrespectful. Depending on thy next words, Isao, shall use all my power to silence. I forcibly shut the mouths of the fanatic trio, who snap back at Takaharu's remark with menacing attitudes. Food, huh? Not a bad idea. I made up my mind. I will punish you guys. Yes, master. The punishment given to you is being excluded from the upcoming meal. Huh? WHT, that's evil. Sue. Chloe and the others are dumbfounded by their punishment, whereas Blue succumbs to despair. Kakaka. How pitiful. You have my condolences. I mean, unlike you, we, totally cleared Shinkai's trial. Yay for us. Takaharu laughs broadly, and Sarah reveals an evil smile. Takaharu, Sarah, don't provoke them. Or should I give you the same punishment? Once I point a malicious smile at those two, Takaharu and Sarah scurry off. Did you decide on the dish? Since we got plenty of materials from Rain, ingredients are no problem. Curry, right? Seafood bowl, obviously. Omelette rice would be nice, I think, on this fine night. My throat is thirsting for blood. Steak, rare. White rice and miso soup. If there's grilled fish to go with it, it would be pure bliss. The wishes of the former demon kings, who are looking forward to normal cooking, are all over the place. Thus, they engage in an unproductive quarrel for a while. We're in Kanazawa, so it gotta be curry and rice. You know, Takaharu-san, this place isn't Kanazawa. Just skip on the small stuff. Seafood bowls are, totally dependent on freshness. Okay, then, rice, miso soup, and sashimi. How about that? Yatro Dono, doesn't the rice alchemized by Shinsama suffice? I want to eat white rice and miso soup that's been prepared by a person. Sabru and Yata, you didn't take part in the Rain. Now did you? So your opinion is totally unnecessary. Why are these guys kicking up a fuss in my room anyway? After all, I'm completely unrelated to food. So, Shin, which do you think would be best? Huh? The unproductive quarrel spreads to me. I asked ya, curry, seafood bowl, omeris, steak, or grilled fish. Which would be best? You have forgotten to say rare steak. You didn't mention white rice and miso soup. Did you? As I'm caught off guard, Takaharu throws even more words at me, and Subaru, as well as Yataro, join in with incomprehensible protests. I don't need any food, so my opinion doesn't matter here, does it? You might not need it, but you're gonna eat? No? Besides, your sense of taste works, right? Takaharu rolls his eyes and tosses even more words at me, as I stand there befuddled. Meal? Sense of taste? Forget food. Since I've become a demon king, I don't even need water, let alone sleep. I've gotten completely used to a life without food or sleep. If I've got the spare time to eat, I might as well train, and if I have the time to take a nap, I rather sort my thoughts. All of my daily time is allotted to survival. I don't think that this way of life is wrong. That has been proven by the fact that I'm currently alive, and the fact that I have become the strongest demon king in the Ishikawa prefecture. That's why I can't simply swallow Takaharu's claim about eating. On Shin, you're listening? Takaharu's voice pulls me out of the deep sea of my thoughts. Why yeah, I'm listening. So, what would you like, Shin? Let's see. Curry, seafood bowl, immerse, steak, or grilled fish. As food, any of them would be nice. Curry and rice, I'd say. For some reason I find myself uttering the name of a dish that fills me with nostalgia. Section 2 hours later. Shin-san, everything is ready. Upon being called over by Canon, I head over to the place where the former Demon Kings have prepared the food. Arriving at the venue, I'm completely lost for words. The location is a 15-minute walk from the cave I call my home. A big, long table, and a suitable number of chairs have been prepared at a riverside where the sunlight leaks through the leaves of the trees bordering the river. The sunlight blazing down, and the murmuring of the flowing river. It's a vampire-killing location. Every part of it feels unpleasant. I'm going back. Although I've grown accustomed to staying beneath the sun, it doesn't change the lethargic feeling I get from it. I immediately try to turn back to my cave, but Shin-san, forming friendly ties with those below. This is also a duty of the one standing on top, isn't it? Canon holds me back in panic, and Yatoro asks me with a calm voice. Those below, in other words, my subordinates. The relation between me and my subordinates is one of absolute authority, a bond between a leader and the led. There's no need for me to unreasonably take their feelings into consideration, but friendship, loyalty, those are values I can't check on my smartphone, but these uncertain components play a role. Eating a meal together with them, if something so simple improves my relationship with my subordinates, it doesn't use any CP. So the cost-performance ratio is great as well, right? Do it indoors next time, I mutter sullenly, and sit down on the chair assigned to me. Chapter 137 Curry and Rice 2. 8 people take part in the feast. Canon, Yatoro, Subaru, Takaharu, Sarah, and Akira as the 6 former Demon Kings, Rina as the sole human, and me as the Demon King. The veteran bloodkin, such as Chloe and Layla, were absent, since I've sentenced them to miss the meal as a punishment. For the sake of propriety, I don't think that it's possible for the loyalty of Chloe's group to sway, but when they succeed in the next train, I'd like to show them my appreciation in some way. Is it okay for us to begin? Is she a waitress? A single woman addresses Yatoro with a trembling voice. Yes dear, we're in your care. I think it'd be a good to toast with beer. You bet. I desire red wine. Cassis orange for me. I'd like to have oolong tea, please. Orange. No, oolong tea for me. Oolong tea for me as well, please. After my subordinates order their favorite drinks, I also ask for a cup of oolong tea. The waitress prepares the requested drinks with trembling hands. We've all come together. So, Shin, please give us a toast. Huh? A toast. All the former Demon Kings have met together at long last. Yatoro forces something unreasonable on me with a gentle smile. A toast, he says? What should I say here? I rack my brain, but an impromptu toast isn't part of my repertoire. Simple is best. It's too cliched to act all friendly, while staying distant with a tedious speech. In that case, ain't it kinda boorish to keep the toast to one word? The toast, representing the ideal solution I arrived at, is shot down by Takaharu's comment. It'd be simple to rebuke Takaharu, who said something unnecessary, harshly here. I just have to order him. Takaharu, as my subordinate, can't go against my orders. However, I ponder while looking around me. The humans around us, their residents, are sending looks full of fear and curiosity my way. I have 2 choices: build the foundation for a rule based on fear, by scolding Takaharu, or show my generosity, by pardoning Takaharu's comment. Spreading fear is something I can do at any time. Restricted conditions are necessary to show one's generosity. Hence, I make up my mind, choosing to forgive Takaharu. From now on, our forces are going to unify the Hakui district, Nanao, the Hozu district, the Kashima district, Wajima, and Suzu, basically the prefectures north, to solidify our power base. I intend to establish a stable organization, while welcoming many, excellent people as subordinates in the process. So serious. Politician. Shut up. I look at Takaharu and Sarah, who are both too unrestrained, and forcibly shut their mouths. It's important to show generosity. But, for a demon king, it'd be a foolish move to let everything slide. For that purpose, the power of the bloodkin who are present here, the power of the bloodkin not present here, the power of the created subordinates, and the power of the humans who became residents, all of these powers are necessary for the sake of our glorious future. Cheers, cheers, cheers. With a smile, Yatoro breaks the silence, holding up his glass and joining the toast. Following him with a slight delay, the other bloodkin toast while raising their glasses as well. It was a nice toast, I think. Well then, please serve the dishes. Once Yatoro exchanges a look with the waitress, their residents, who had been standing back as waiting staff, begin to set the table in a hurry. Excuse me. A waitress places a corn soup, a salad, and the curry rice in front of me with a nervous expression. Although I should feel no hunger, my appetite is stimulated by the aroma of the curry rice, which I smell for the first time in a long time. I unconsciously clap my hands together in front of the served dishes. Bon appetit, and words that had been accustomed during my time as a human, unconsciously leave my mouth. Bon appetit. Thereupon, all the gathered former demon kings put their hands together, as if lured by my words, and repeat the same phrase. I pick up the provided chopsticks, and carry the food to my mouth. Starting with the salad, my body does not reject the first food it has tasted in a long while. The fresh veggies crunch crisply as I chew on them. Fresh. This lettuce was grown by those humans. Ah, those guys, eh? I had turned them into bloodkin, but since they were not much use on the battlefield, I neglected them. Those humans then started to farm as a hobby. Awesome. More. Takaharu, who wolfed down his first serving of curry rice at an abnormal pace, demands a second serving. Why, you're kidding? If you don't eat, I'll take everything, Takaharu says to Sarah, who stares at the curry rice in a daze, with a rough tone. This sucks. I mean, Takachi, you're eating way fast. Like, no way. Why aren't you eating? Don't tell me. It's that? You can't eat carrots? I can totally eat them. Oh, I see. Sarah, you dislike hot food, right? Then I don't mind blowing on it for. Get lost, creep. Just die. Canon gives her emotions free rein, and mutters those words to Subaru, who made a comment towards Sarah that anyone would judge as out of line. Geez, can't you at least enjoy your food silently? So, Sarah, why aren't you eating? I sigh, and ask Sarah the origin of the uproar. Kanezawa's curry is like thicker, with cutlets and cabbage. It's totally common sense to eat it with a fork, you know? Sorry. Seeing Sarah getting upset, the waitress screams, Curry is always like this, right? In the first place, we aren't in Kanezawa. The curry you're talking about is normally referred to as Kanezawa curry, isn't it, Sarah? Even if they were residents of Kanezawa, the curry made at home would normally be like this one here. No way. All of the curry over here is Kanezawa curry. No. What kind of prejudice is that supposed to be? As I said, we aren't in Kanezawa. The curry rice in my memory had sunny side up fried eggs added on top. A bit spicy. The former demon kings object to Sarah's claim. I didn't know. Hailing from Sendai, I actually had the same idea as Sarah, but I remain an unrelated bystander, watching while not saying anything. The curry rice that was prepared this time is the common one. You melt store-bought roux, cook it together with somewhat largish cut chunks of veggies and pork, and keep the spiciness at a low level. Not having any motivation to join the unproductive argument, I pick up my spoon and bring the curry rice to my mouth. Exclamation mark. Delicious. Even though I lost all my memories, even the faces and names of my parents, after becoming a demon king, the taste of the curry rice in my mouth makes me feel nostalgic. Food and sleep are unnecessary to me. However, it might be nice to have a meal from time to time. That thought makes its way into my mind. Chapter 138 Information Gathering. The day after the successful conclusion of my first train, I gather pieces of information from various sources and analyze them. I look over a map of Ishikawa Prefecture, filled out with all kinds of information. According to that map, which was drawn up based on the information gathered online, and the intelligence obtained by Gade, there's no demon king that poses a threat to me north of my domain. Even the strongest northern demon king only rules over 13 sectors, centered on Nanao. I won't go as far as calling it an easy victory, but that demon king isn't even strong enough to be worth evaluating as a threat. Even if he has individual strength, and numerical strength on top of that, I don't see any way I could lose. I think it will be simple to overrun the demon kings ruling over the domains spread out across the prefecture's north. Ideally I'll be able to welcome some excellent demon kings as subordinates while I'm at it. That's my current diagnosis. What could turn into a threat instead are the humans. The Hakui district, which is currently in the process of being invaded, is no problem. The Kashima district, Nanao, the Hozu district, and Wajime won't pose a problem either. The issue will be Suzu. According to the information I researched online, the number of domains existing in Suzu is exactly 0. There were no humans with the aptitude for chaos in Suzu. Impossible. All the domains have been liberated by human hands. On that day, when all humans across the world received a single email, demon kings, who had an aptitude for chaos, appeared all over the world. A part of the land owned by humanity was transformed into an inviolable area, domains. Based on the specification of the World Salvation Project, domains appeared in large numbers in areas with high population density. As a result of that, many humans evacuated to areas with low populations. If you were to name such a spot in the Ishikawa Prefecture, it'd be the city of Suzu. Many humans being there means that it's highly possible for humans possessing talent to be there as well. Suzu has grown into a central pillar for the humans of the Ishikawa Prefecture. How troublesome. The lack of domains makes rain the only feasible method to put the area under my control. Many inns and pensions exist in Suzu, and right now those are serving as temporary dwellings for the humans. As far as I can tell from the information on the net, more than 100,000 people live in Suzu, consigning more than 100,000 people to oblivion or forcing them to submit. The unification of the prefecture's north has a thorny path ahead. What problem has you pulling such a grim expression? Canon calls out to me. As I go over my own thoughts while looking at the map, I was just thinking that we're in for a big fight when using rain in Suzu. Wow, you've already set your sights on Suzu inside your head, Shin-san? Well, taking Nanao and Wajima under my rule won't be easy either, but the one that will become a threat is Suzu. I let Canon hear what I have considered just now. I see. Making 100,000 people submit will be really tough. Would it be bad to postpone Suzu and invade Nomai? In that case, it'd become necessary to assign combat forces to defend against Suzu in the north, and the Toyama Prefecture in the east, all while invading Nomai in the south. I think the unification of the prefecture's north takes highest priority, since the north would then turn into an area of safe sectors. Then, it turns the increase of Bloodkin into an urgent endeavor, since sending out combat forces elsewhere in the current situation would be a risky move. That's how it is. However, the increase of Bloodkin is limited to 2 per day. Since there's no way for me to use all my CP on Bloodkin either, it's appropriate to go with 1 Bloodkin per day, right? Canon, who has grown accustomed to talking with me, answers while foreseeing my thoughts. That means, it might be a good idea to drop the invasion speed and get the infrastructure ready first. No? Canon tells me her own idea while tilting her head to the side in doubt. Your idea isn't bad, is what I want to say, but it's rejected. Given that I obtained a means to secure devices of human civilization and residence through rain, the idea of preparing the infrastructure isn't bad. But I point at the southern side of the map spread out in front of me. At Komatsu, the Demon King of Komatsu is rapidly expanding his domain. The Demon King of Komatsu rules over all of Komatsu and all of Kaga. At present he's expanding his domain in the direction of Hakuzen. Seemingly understanding my situation, the Demon King of Komatsu has been expanding his domain in a way to not provoke me, who rules over more than half of Kanazawa, the northern side. Having said that, it's not like I have an alliance with that Demon King. And since it's not like we're on friendly terms either, the day when we face off against each other will definitely come, sooner or later. Moreover, I use my smartphone to display the map of all Japan. This map is being drawn and edited in real time by human volunteers. It records the distribution of all domains in the country. The Demon King of the Hyogo Prefecture has expanded his domain even further, hasn't he? In addition, the domains ruled by the Demon Kings of Hiroshima, Aichi, Niigata, Magi, Aomori, Hokkaido, and Fukuoka are definitely bigger in scale than mine. Since the Demon Kings of Tokyo and Osaka are also involved in fierce battles, it appears that their levels are fairly high. Yokohama, the place where the humans called braves and heroes gather, is quite scary, too. Online I saw that a group of students from Kyoto is fairly strong as well. Once I speak while pointing at areas displayed on Japan's map. Kanan also comments while pointing at places on the map. In other words, the forces that will become my enemies are growing in real time. It's a common trope for those falling behind in their growth. The weak, to be devoured by the strong. So you don't have any spare time to leisurely put the infrastructure in order. I understand the importance of infrastructure. However, sorting out the infrastructure comes after unifying the North. I must not mistake my priorities. What I should do before dealing with the infrastructure is to solidify my foundation. The foundation in my mind is the securing of a huge safe zone. If I unify the North, Suzu, Wajima, the Hakui district, Shiku City, and the Hozu district will turn into a flawless safe zone, and in addition, a great number of other areas will also fall under that umbrella. Taking care of the infrastructure follows after that. Excellent subordinates, a huge safe area, and an enormous pool of CP. First I'll secure all of those. Then I'll tackle the infrastructure in order to maximize my secured resources. While I continue my conversation with Canon, I draw a future forecast. Section 150 days later, 1 year and 8 months since I became a Demon King. The areas under my rule are Kanazawa, partially, the Kahoku district, Kahoku City, the Hakui district, Hakui City, the Kashima district, and Wajima. The number of my sectors has grown to 184. I have welcomed several former Demon Kings and former human liberators who are capable of battle, and the number of my residents has increased to 8,652 people. My level has increased to 17. My maximum CP experience to drastic increase to 20,100, but the daily operation costs have likewise grown drastically. Special abilities such as Rain, Random Creation, and Contract have been continuing every day, leading to me racking my brain about how to make proper use of my CP each day. As always, currently we're in the process of invading Nato in the Hozu district. The decisive battle against the humans awaiting us in Suzu, at the time when the unification of the prefecture's north is drawing near. Kate files a report to me. The Demon King of Koiji Beach, Scary Gay, who came to report, has a pale face, and her entire body is trembling. Chapter 139 versus Demon King of Koiji Beach. 1. Scary. Is that Demon King such a formidable enemy? Kate is a subordinate with a pretty narrow emotional range to frighten her to such an extent. Don't tell me that Demon King has reached rank A in a particular stat. Strength unknown. But actions, words, appearance, all of it is scary. Question mark. Kate speaks in a whisper while trembling. Strength unknown. Words, actions, and appearance are scary. I unintentionally tilt my head to the side in confusion. Leaving aside their appearance, What do you mean by their words and actions being scary? MMH. Among Shin-sama's subordinates, the one with scary words and actions would be Subaru, I think. Huh? That's the kind of scariness she means? Or, Chloe-san, Layla-san, and Isao-san would use scary words and actions against anyone mocking you, Shin-san, as well, wouldn't they? Canon, who had been floating next to me, replies to my muttering. If their appearance is scary, are they possibly of the dragon or fallen angel species? Oh, yeah. If a dragon appeared in front of me, I'd be scared for sure. Canon and I pile up guesses based on Cade's words. Wrong. They're a beast species. I think at least. Cade denies my and Canon's guesses with a trembling voice. Beast species? You mean kind of like Takaharu? Wrong. A being completely different from Takaharu. A being different from the beast species Takaharu, albeit being a beast demon king? I suppose it's pointless to make one guess after the other here. I think I will reorganize Rena's and Chloe's teams and have them make absolutely sure. The teams currently out on invasions are the former Demon King unit, with Takaharu and Sarah as leaders. Chloe's team, which is the oldest and prides itself with excellent teamwork, and the balanced team of Rena. The strongest team is that of the former Demon Kings, but that team has a bad affinity with Chloe and Layla, making it dangerous to have them act together. Hence, the best option would be a blend of Rena's and Chloe's teams. I'm against it, but that thing, according to what I heard from Yata, it might be a Demon King desired by you, my lord. A Demon King desired by me? I take out my smartphone and call Yataro. What's wrong? I just heard it from Kay, but you told her that there's a Demon King I would desire? What kind of Demon King would that be? Exclamation mark. Yeah, now I remember. It's that, you know, a Demon King suited for tanking. A Demon King suited for tanking? I see. Yataro loves Kay like his own granddaughter. He probably told her about the personnel I'm looking for during a light chit-chat. Yataro is a truly thoughtful subordinate. If not for that sickness of his, gachu addiction, he'd be a perfect, outstanding talent. In that case, I should move in the direction of turning that Demon King into my subordinate. Huh? Gay. How many sectors does the Demon King of Koiji Beach rule? 9. But, if you go, my lord, you can meet that person right away. Huh? Kinda like with Takaharu? Slightly wrong. That person's way of thinking is unknown. Whenever Cade makes a report like this, it points to the Demon King actively taking part in the defense. It might be unbelievable, but there are many cases where a Demon King personally defends the entrance area of the first floor. In that case, it'd be best to go with the former Demon King unit led by me. Shin-san, don't you join the team of Takaharu-san way often? Chloe-san and Layla-san have been jealous about that. I often join Chloe's and Rena's teams as well, don't I? However, in important situations like now, you always go with Takaharu-san and the others, don't you? If it comes to urging a Demon King to submit, the presence of former Demon Kings bears persuasiveness, right? Still, persuasion with Takaharu-san and Sarah-san around is unsuitable. You mean? Wouldn't it be fine to go with Chloe-san and Layla-san every once in a while? After hearing Kanon's suggestion, I brood over it. In the end, I decide to invade the domain at Koiji Beach with Chloe, Blue, Noir, Rouge, Kura, Rena, Layla, Iron, Flora, Red, Guy, and Dakel. Section. Shin-sama. Thank you very much for selecting us on this occasion. Shin-sama, this unworthy me swears on her name as Layla Shin. I shall show you how I accomplish this great task. The tension of Chloe and Layla has peaked out, compelling a Demon King to surrender. Isn't that the job of the other team, Sue? In contrast, Blue's tension has hit rock's bottom, boss. In short, we just gotta show 'em our power by beating 'em black and blue. Kakakaka. Noir, Rouge. Let's use this chance to finally determine the strongest ogre. You gotta be joking. The three ogre expose their competitive nature. Chloe, Layla, don't get too worked up. Yes, Master. Blue, if you show good results, I will give you a laptop. You serious, Usu? That small PC, right, Sue? It's going to be for my personal use, Sue. Noir, Rouge, Red, don't go on a rampage until I give you permission. Okay? Oh, of course, boss. Ain't that obvious? Sure thing. I walk onward while talking with my subordinates on the way. Rena, the primary persuader in this team is you. Got it? Okay. At the end I call out to Rena, who could also be called the only one with a conscience. Section 8 p.m. With about 10 hours leeway until sunrise, we arrive at the domain of Koiji Beach. The Koiji Beach domain consists of forest floors. We proceeded deeper into it, taking one step at a time in the pleasant forest illuminated by moonlight. 10 minutes after invading the domain. 1. The howling of beasts reverberates through the quiet night forest. Iron. Living males. Get ready. Affirmative. Iron and his subordinates ready their shields, and step in front. I also prepare Bulg, which has been strengthened by Agira, and Rena and the others also prepare their respective weapons. Getting ready for battle. 1. A pack of wolves, with large frames exceeding 2 meters, dire wolves, and a group of fiendish beasts with sharp fangs, killer panthers, charge at us from within the darkness. 1. Scion confirms the enemies. He hits his shield, drawing the enemy's hate towards himself. Iron's subordinates, the living males, also hit their shields as if to imitate Iron. Chloe swiftly shoots an arrow at the lead dire wolf, and Kira and Dakal also shoot their arrows, following Chloe's lead. I take up position diagonally behind Iron, and closely watch the movements of the approaching dire wolves. Flash thrust. Bulg is shoved into the muscle of a dire wolf, which jumped at Iron with its big muzzle open. Kyan. Having received Bulg's quick thrust, the dire wolf whines shrilly and tries to retreat, but Dark Lance. Pierced by the spear of darkness I shoot from my hand, the dire wolf falls to the ground. As I look around me, I watch Rena sending the head of a killer panther flying with refined movements, Layla attacking a dire wolf with skillful movements of her jet black whip, red, noir, and rouge powerfully pulverizing killer panthers and dire wolves by swinging their blunt weapons, blue finishing off a weakened enemy with his axe in the center, Guy restraining enemies trying to break past the living males with swift movements, and Flora engulfing the jumping beasts in flames. The dire wolves and killer panthers are nimble, and naturally know how to work in groups. They put in great efforts to get their revenge by killing at least one of us, but they aren't strong enough to overcome our individual strength, and thus their numbers keep dwindling steadily. Eventually only 3 killer panthers remain, and all the dire wolves have been annihilated. Vampires, ogres, and a variety of other monsters, and a human. Huh? What unusual guests. A single man appears from deep within the forest. The man has a scary face, with a bald head and sunglasses. His height is close to 190 centimeters. He wears a charcoal gray suit, and his body is obviously firm, even from a distance. What's worthy of special mention are the pieces of iron armor on his arms, clearly mismatching with his suit, and the large sword on his back. Can I have you refrain from tormenting my subordinates any further? The hard-faced man addresses us with a gentle tone, conflicting with his appearance. Chapter 140 vs. Demon King of Koiji Beach. 2. A scary face, a bald head, sunglasses, and a firm build. It all adds up to a frightening first impression. No doubt about it, but I wonder, is this really enough to scare Kate? What's wrong? You're not coming? Don't tell me you're going to run away. You bastard, don't mock us. Layla unleashes her whip at the bald Demon King, whose gentle smile seems designed to provoke us. That's it. Not bad. Not bad at all. The bald Demon King smiles and spreads his arms, as if welcoming Layla. Don't underestimate me. Layla's whip twists and rolls through the air, before hitting the bald Demon King. NGH, foo. Nice. Really nice. You asshole. Layla. Fall back. When I see the ecstatic expression on her opponent's face, I order Layla to retreat. Oh my? Where are you going? The bald Demon King mutters in disappointment without breaking his gentlemanlike tone. What's with the composure of this guy? What's his aim? I start to get an eerie feeling from the unfathomable being standing in front of me. Did I make you wary? I guess it can't be helped. As my last resort, all of us become cautious, readying our weapons, due to his ominous declaration. In the name of Demon King Hibiki, I order thee, all living beings, become spellbound by my body. Perfect body, ? The whole body of the bald Demon King Hibiki, is wrapped up by a luminescence within the radiating light. Hibiki's charcoal grey suit flies off, exposing his toned body. The only equipment remaining on Hibiki's body are the boorish teku on his 2 arms, and briefs in a deep crimson color, as if they're burning. Scary. At that moment the state of the trembling Kate flashes across my mind, the special ability I just witnessed for the first time. Perfect body isn't just a party trick that makes him radiate light and scatters his clothes. It makes a deep hatred well up from deep within my body. Perfect body is a special ability capable of hate control, just like my coercion. Being exposed to perfect body from the front, red, noir, and rouge charge at Hibiki, while raising their blunt weapons overhead. Haha, it looks like it'd hurt if I got hit by those weapons of yours. Laughing cheerfully, Hibiki dodges Noir and Rouge's bats with skillful body movements, while blocking Red's bat, which was swung sideways, with his teku. I'll kill you. Here I come. Ha. Let's go. Next Layla, Rina, and Gaia sail Hibiki. I'm going for Itsu. With a slight delay, Blue also attacks with a one-handed axe. Chloe, Dakel, and Kura silently shoot arrows at Hibiki. I unleash magic at him along with Flora. This is a bit too intense. Hibiki reveals a troubled smile, and jumps back a great distance. Once he raises a hand, a great number of kobolds, and a pack of dire wolves, attack us from within the forest. You piece of shit. Running away? Haha, little lady, you must be joking. I'm just putting some real effort into this. Hibiki's calm smile stays firm as Layla lashes out at him in anger. Even as all of us feel hatred towards Hibiki, our actions are hindered by the kobolds and dire wolves standing in our way. Ha, now I'll get serious, Björn. Hibiki transforms himself while shouting out his fighting spirit! Dread. The next transformation of Hibiki is truly an incarnation of horror. I thought I had understood the feelings that caused Kay to shudder when his lean body shone, and all his clothes vanished, except for those deep crimson briefs. But I was naive. His true horror has surpassed my expectations by a mile. What grew out of his shaved bald head were rabbit ears. At the back of his briefs, the only piece of clothing covering his body, grew a round tail. He adorned his scary face with rabbit ears, and exposed his tight muscles, without any scruples, and the only clothing covering his body, deep crimson briefs. Moreover, a fluffy, round tail has grown out of the back of those briefs. Haha, what's wrong, Björn? Are you scared of my true form, Björn? He keeps his very low, hard-boiled tone of voice, and only adds that mysterious sound at the end of his sentences, without any shame about his own appearance. No. With a somewhat proud mannerism, Hibiki begins to pose. Scary. I tremble for the first time since becoming a demon king. Having said that, there's no reason for us to lose if we fight him head-on. Do it. That's so. To be honest, even getting close, do it. With a sidelong glance at Blue, who's reluctant to act, I forcibly use my authority to command my subordinates, spurring them on. Rina's sword sends the head of a kobold flying as it's swung down. Hibiki's face twists into an entranced expression as he's hit by Layla's whip. Blue's axe crushes the head of a dire wolf. A soft scream escapes Hibiki's mouth as he's pierced by Chloe's arrow. My Gale book penetrates the head of a dire wolf. Hibiki shivers across his whole body as his body is cut by Guy's claws. Oi, isn't that guy enjoying this? Each time he suffers an attack, Hibiki screams, An, or ha ha ha. Not yet. One more. While making an expression full of ecstasy. Even though he's plenty unique with just his bald head, wearing nothing but a speedo, and rabbit ears. He's adding even more eccentricity to the list. Recalling the report of Gate, who's superlative at observation. It might be a demon king desired by you. The demon king I'm looking for is one that could serve as a tank. Looking at him anew, pretty much all my attention has been focused on his looks, but He has techniques that allow him to evade and dodge any attack that looks like it'd be fatal. Using his teku cleverly to block even Rina's sword slashes, he possesses durability that allows him to smile in a trance, even after getting pierced by several arrows. Moreover, he has acquired a special ability that allows him to pull aggro. And, the biggest advantage is his mental strength. He doesn't run away in the face of enemy attacks, unlike normal humans and demon kings. Certainly he meets all the conditions for the personnel I require. He seems to be a guy with a lot of issues, but such an outstanding talent. I guess it'd be a waste to pass on him. An order to everyone: capture Demon King Hibiki. Everyone, even Chloe and Lael, who possess a faith in me exceeding loyalty, looks at me as if they can't believe their ears. Capture him. I order everyone once more. Section 1 hour later. Countless corpses of kobolds and dire wolves litter the vicinity. And then, there's Hibiki, with wounds all over his body. He gasps heavily. My life is nearing its end as Welpian. Surrounded by my subordinates, who hold their weapons at the ready, he mutters those words while donning a satisfied expression. Demon King Hibiki, I will give you a chance. Become my subordinate. Subordinate, Bjorn? After you have thoroughly slaughtered my subordinates? That's unreasonable, Bjorn. You lowlife. Don't you understand Shin-sama's benevolence? Chloe snaps at Hibiki, who has refused my offer. Hibiki shivers across his whole body. No way. Hey, you pervert. Say that you're a pervert with your own mouth. I throw those words at Hibiki, while staring him down with a cold look. WYH How could you? Calling me a pervert, Bjorn? Even though he denies my words, Hibiki appears somewhat happy as he answers. Surrender to me. I will make good use of your worthless existence. Good use, Bjorn? Indeed. I will work you to the bone as a meat shield. If you get it, surrender right away. But a meat shield has no right to a personal opinion. All you gotta say to me, your master, is yes. Understood? Why yes. Hibiki nods his red-tinged cheeks. Section 30 days later. 1 year and 10 months since I became a demon king. The areas under my rule are Kanezawa, partially, the Kahoku district, Kahoku city, the Hakui district, Hakui city, Nanao city, the Kashima district, and Wajima. The number of sectors under my control has exceeded 200. The area left to unify the prefectures north is Suzu. The decisive battle against the humans, to dominate all of the prefectures north, is about to open its curtains. End of Volume 3.